Može, jel? Dobar dan i dobro jutro svima. Hvala vam što ste na ovo subotnje jutro ovde sa nama na drugom danu konferencije Caring for Rare. Danas ćemo razgovarati o...
Actually, Saturday morning, for our second day of the conference, we will have very interesting sessions today. We will be speaking about research, about mental health and rare diseases, about patient advocacy. And the first session this morning will deal with how to make rare diseases more visible. I am Iva Mrčan, and with us we have Ivana Hrastar, who will be online, Bojana Mirosavljević from Life Association, as well as Gordana Loleska from It's Rare to be Rare, who will be online, and Dejan Pataki, who is the co-founder of Rare and Share podcast. We will first see the advertisement for the association.
Znate li da gotovo svaka 20. osoba boluje od neke od rijetkih bolesti? Iako su međusobno vrlo različite, svaka rijetka bolest nosi svoju težinu i prepreke u svakodnevnom životu oboljelih. Rijetki inspiriraju. Ostavi trag.
Ja sam Ivana i imam Treacher-Collinsov sindrom. Cijeli život susrećem se s predrasudama radi svoje rijetke dijagnoze. Nisam se predala. Moja dijagnoza nije me spriječila da ostvarim svoj san. Danas sam liječnica, specijalistica otorinolaringologije.
Rijetke bolesti itekako utječu na kvalitetu života oboljelih i njihovih obitelji. Ipak, oni ne odustaju u svakodnevnoj borbi da nemoguće postane moguće. Rijetki inspiriraju. Ostavi trag.
Ja sam Ela i imam artrogipozu multiplex congenita. Rekli su mi da zbog svoje rijetke dijagnoze neću moći pisati. Moji roditelji nisu odustali. Uz njihovu pomoć i svakodnevno vježbanje, ja sam uspjela.
Liječenje rijetkih bolesti najčešće je svakodnevno i to kroz cijeli život. Terapijskim postupcima nastoji se usporiti tijek bolesti i sačuvati zdravlje oboljelih. Učinkoviti lijekovi otkriveni su za samo 1% rijetkih bolesti. Rijetki inspiriraju. Ostavi trag.
Ivan i imao kanalopatiju krak. Da nije bilo hrabrosti mog starijeg brata koji mi je donirao koštanu srž, danas ne bi bio tu. Imam 7 godina i ove godine sam s prijateljima krenuo prvi razred.
Oboljelima od rijetkih bolesti i članovima njihovih obitelji nužna je pomoć i podrška. Zato se uključite i vi jer znanje, iskustvo i dobra djela oplemenjuju život. Rijetki inspiriraju, ostavi trag.
Ja sam Ivka i imam sklerodermiju. Rekli su mi da pri usponu sa svojim plućima neću moći dugo hodati. A ja sam se popela na vrh planine Snježnice. Samo su me volja i obitelj držali da izdržim do vrha.
Oboljeli od rijetkih bolesti svakodnevno pomiču granice vlastitih dijagnoza. Pomaknimo i mi svoje granice i omogućimo im da oni i članovi njihovih obitelji budu dio društva na ravnopravan način. Rijetki inspiriraju, ostavi trag.
Ja sam Nevio i imam mađarski tip 2. Imam 8 godina i imam 8 kija. Mogu sve što hoću.
Dobro jutro želimo Ivani Hrastar.
Good morning to Ivana Hrastov from the Croatian Association for Rare Diseases. She will tell us somewhat more about this campaign that we have seen.
Dobro jutro svima. Da li me čujete?
I hope you can hear me.
Super. Pa evo ja vas sve lijepo pozdravljam. Dakle, ja sam socijalna radnica, radim u Savezu već nekoliko godina i sudjelovala sam u pripremi kako provedbi ove kampanje, pa sam danas dobila čast da vam je predstavim. Možda će i moja perspektiva biti malo drugačija nego što je to netko od kolega predstavio, ipak sam ja po struci socijalni radnik i nekako krećem iz perspektive korisnika s kojima radim. Evo možemo krenuti sljedeći
aspect of the users and the end users.
Ja bih počela sa našom linijom pomoći za rijetke bolesti i sa time bi na kraju završila. Dakle, svatko tko radi na liniji pomoći za rijetke bolesti, kolegice iz organizacije iz Makedonije,
from Macedonia, from Montenegro,
working on these helplines. They know how big a job this is, and it can basically not be bi trebalo reklamirati, ali ako ne govorimo ono što radimo, teško da će neko znati koliko što radimo. Pa je ideja ove kampanje bila da mi iskoristimo naše znanje koje smo prikupili informacije sa linije pomoći za rijetke bolesti i da sa tim informacijama zapravo uđemo malo više u lokalnu zajednicu i približimo se tim našim korisnicima i našim članovima na njima prihvatljivi način. Mi smo krovna organizacija za rijetke bolesti, ali vrlo se rijetko susrećemo sa ljudima koji ne žive u Zagrebu ili koji ne dolaze na neki način u Zagreb, pa se na taj način vidimo. Evo, možemo sljedeći on slajd okrenuti. Ovo su po meni nekakve ključne informacije o našoj kampanji. Ovo je bio naš logo, rijetki inspiriraju, ostavi trag. I to je bilo znači obilježavanje Međunarodnog dana
fires leave a trace. It was our day in 2019, and we had this campaign in some 20 cities, and the idea was to support our members throughout Croatia. Until then, we had very interesting campaigns who did reach people. They were visible, but at that point we decided to go more towards the local community, and this was a good idea because before that we had a campaign which was Hug the Rare, but it became impossible for well-known reasons in 2020-21, and the key steps that we did make was that we had a positive video made. I emphasize positive because it wasn't a short spot, it was something where people did want to include themselves, something that did not leave a sad feeling after it. Actually you had the impression that yes, those who have a problem can do many things. Also, many public personalities were included in the spot, and that made it also more interesting. We also had a theater presentation which spoke about the daily life of patients from the diagnosis to coping with the disease, and this was also presented in 20 cities. However, this was filmed, so it wasn't indeed a live presentation every time. It was somewhere it was just a film. One of other theaters, Siena, actually made this, and it was indeed a good campaign for all of those who watched, all of those who participated, for members, for also high-ranking individuals, also those who worked on assistance were there. We had together the patients, their members, the local self-governments, the local institutions, schools, universities, and also the volunteers. We had quite a few volunteer students and pupils. We used our data, the numbers from our helpline, and in every city we already came with the information for the people in charge about how many patients they have in their community, so they could even talk to those people. We have this schedule that was going on, namely, it was in February, on the 1st of February in Zagreb. That was the first time we were there, and then we had whole-day programs throughout Croatia, with also a press conference for the media, a promotional spot, also our theater presentation. Every member of our team was to deal with a group. For example, pupils, students, we had psychosocial assistants also with us. It was a daily, a whole-day program, and on the 27th of February, we had a big event in one of the big concert halls, Vatroslav Licinski. Awards were given. We had very many, also very important people with us, and they could discuss the important topics right there. And also we could see the people who in fact participated in our advertisement spot. From all that I have said, you can see that this was indeed an expensive campaign, but if you don't risk, you will not profit. So we did spend a lot of money, much was invested, many hours of work were invested as well, and I do think that it was worthwhile and that we have become visible now. However, in 2020 the corona arrived, so things did change, but we can continue. So that here you can see certain links that you can use and see certain clippings from the media, for example, from various portals. This is a list of cities that we visited, and this was also our invitation card for those that we invited to also show where these events will be going on. And now you can also see here who in fact supported us. This is just a sample. There were many, many more. All the medical faculties, all various institutions, people from show business, portals for the disabled, also the cities themselves, because after the event, every city actually placed certain informations about how to reach the hospital, for example, and all those who participated, in a sense, afterwards had the task to give people the information of how to reach us. And these are the results, briefly. We had over 52 media announcements, but when I was preparing this presentation, I saw also that there were many more as well. And in these, let's say, few days when these things were going on, we indeed had daily appearances on the TV, on the radio. We have to see who is going where. There were also many local televisions as well, but a very important thing was that we had 45 new members who joined us then, and also one of the results was that many high-ranking people, many ministries that we invited indeed that answered our call. It was rare that someone did not come, but everyone did want to be a part of this at that time, and we had 250 participants at the final event. As a social worker, and I will end with this, I would like to say that we created a network of support for families, not only Zagreb, but other cities as well. It's easier to accomplish your rights. There's more support for children starting school or going to school, and this is also a basis for future activities. We also have our contacts now. We contact these people. These people are parts of our projects very gladly. And there is the feeling of satisfaction. This was a campaign that people had the notion that they were in fact participating. Some people met us for the first time, although we did contact them quite a few times before, but sort of we entered their homes, we got the information from them, and this was basically the basis of all that we do. If during the discussion you will have questions, I'll be glad to answer. Hear you again.
We'll be in contact. We hear Bojana Milosavljević here, this is the president of the association Life. Thank you, Eva, for the invitation. Thank you to the National Organization of Serbia for the support and invitation to come to such a good, well-organized international conference, which actually is more than regional character. I am the founder and the president of the Association of Citizens for Rare Diseases in Children. My everyday work, I am an embryologist in IVF clinic, and I'm specialized for the diagnostics of rare diseases on embryos. I'm also the founder and the coordinator of the database of rare diseases for the Balkan area. I'm not going to brag, don't misunderstand me. I want you to understand that each segment actually influences raising the awareness about the rare diseases, which is the topic today. Now we can proceed.
Može slajd? Dobro. Ovo smo...
Next slide.
Aha, ja mogu, jel da? Dobro.
I suppose that the majority of you are aware of the statistics and figures, but those figures are actually my inspiration for everything I'm working and for the fight in which I'm now for 15 years now. Of course, all of it started from my personal story. I lost my daughter Zoya from a very severe disease 9 years ago. We'll come to that later on. But the most terrifying figure is that 30% of children die. Those children from rare diseases die before their 5th birthday. It is a terrifying figure, and the figures on your right side actually describe the Odyssey, a long road to the correct diagnosis of a rare disease, which we tried and are trying to shorten. Maybe you didn't know this, that each week 5 new rare diseases are discovered all over the world. However, the technology advances, and whatever we do to advance ourselves, rare diseases are there, and we live for the day that the rare diseases are not shown again. The flow of the rare diseases stops. In our fight, when Zoya was still alive, we tried whatever we could to collect money for different treatment abroad, for her therapies, etc. There are a lot of figures. We tried and put all our efforts to collect money not only for Zoya but for all the children who are in need of money for their treatment. Whenever you start with the fight and your exposure to the public, it is very difficult from for example, my perspective, because all our pain and all our sadness, everyday sadness, you actually are naked in front of other people. This should be your private thing, but it is not easy. It is not easy for me now, because I had numerous presentations, and every time it wasn't easy for me. Zoya was alive. We fought for her, but actually it is just a heading in the newspaper where they say there is no cure, they are left to die, and the name of your child, and this is terrifying. Concerts, humanitarian dinners. The mayor of our city organized a humanitarian dinner. We organize concerts of all kinds of music. Everything actually is in line of the raising awareness about rare diseases. And this is the only law that was anonymously adopted in the Serbian parliament for Zoya and her fight. It is connected to the diagnosis of rare diseases. It was presented in more than 100 national and international congresses. We have a documentary on Zoya. There is a book on Zoya. There are several copies outside, so if you want to take it, you can do. Zoya's law has 4 parts. The first is related to diagnosis of rare diseases. If the doctor cannot make the correct diagnosis in 6 months here, then he is obliged. He must send the sample of tissue or blood or whatever somewhere abroad. Prenatal diagnostics for the families with the pathological gene, and then a mapping of the family members who may be potential carriers of that pathological gene. And the 4th part is my everyday life. It is pre-implantation genetic diagnostic and testing. using this test, I now have two healthy daughters, Zoya's younger sisters, who are not even the carriers of that gene, although we know that each pregnancy has 25% chance for the child to have the disease. We stopped that disease. That disease is not part of our family anymore. The support for Zoya Law was very big in media, in citizens, and actually it resulted in anonymous adoption. I first presented it in 2015 in Brussels in a big event. This is the presentation of Zoya's Law in the European Parliament and in the United Nations in New York. This is a project which moved the frontiers. It was intended to be only in Serbia, but then it actually passed over into abroad internationally. That gentleman and myself worked together. Rare disease database for the Balkans. It is a regional project. Memoranda for all the national were signed by all national and international associations. Actually, the rare disease database had the main problem, and this is the barrier, the English language, either among the doctors and or in the patients. All rare diseases actually are included into the database for all of us. All of us actually can understand English, and we, the families who fight with rare diseases, English is lingua franca actually. This project is ongoing, and it will last for a long time with some certain changes. What we can be proud of on that project is that it was placed on the website of the Ministry of Health as a relevant source of information about rare diseases. This is the picture from the last year regional conference about newborn screening. Since then, some significant steps have been made in newborn screening. A new for SMA was introduced. It was a crucial moment in the healthcare system of Serbia, as well as equal as the Zoya Law. Zoya Law was an earthquake. Actually, for the first time, we introduced the term rare diseases into the law, so that until then, the law didn't recognize the definition of rare diseases. And this SMA screening, I suppose, it will de-break the path for other diseases. So we are going to attack some other diseases soon. I hope that this time next year we'll be speaking about the screening of some other disease. Our work was recognized by the National Organization for Rare Diseases, of course, also the American Chamber. We were awarded for Zoya Law. Zoya has a street in her city, and we came to the journal of which we should speak. The Rare Disease Journal, the only one in the Balkans. The COVID-19 actually made us go online, because you cannot actually print, you cannot go into the post offices and send whatever, you cannot enter the pharmacies or whatever to deliver the journals, the magazine. This is online edition. The magazine actually was awarded by Eurordis, Black Girl. This is the moment from the ceremony of the award handing. When the award was given in Brussels, this magazine is compact because it covers all aspects. This is the word of associations, words of patients, word of the state, word of the professionals. All stakeholders have their space in every edition of this magazine. We have a very good edition on the online edition. I would like to take this opportunity, Eva, if you permit, to invite all of you to a conference on October 25 on clinical research of rare diseases. Why? Because they are very important, because the time is crucial for rare diseases. We often don't have time to wait for the approval of certain therapies, for the therapies to come to the market. The patients do not have time, and clinical studies are actually the only salvation for those. Thank you. Thank you, Bojan.
Today with us we also have Gordana Loleska from the Association of It's Rare to Be Rare, who will tell us something about the campaign Learn About Rare Diseases which was in Macedonia. First we will see the advertisement.
Dobro jutro.
Dobro jutro, Gordana. Čujemo se. Dobro jutro. Kažite nam nešto malo više o kampanji Upoznajmo retke bolesti koja se odvijala u Makedoniji.
About rare diseases in Macedonia. First of all, greetings to all those who are present, as well as guests, as well as participants of the Third Regional Conference. It is indeed a pleasure to tell you something about the visibility of rare diseases in Northern Macedonia and to inform you about the campaign Let's Learn About Rare Diseases. I am a mother of a child with Alport syndrome, and also I work in the campaign It's Rare to Be Rare. We live in a society where the people don't don't know very much about healthy living and better quality of living. With having this lack of information, we should actually work on the raising of awareness of the local population on the regional and the national level in order to get closer to the problems and the problems also of the families who have rare diseases. In a month that the patients with rare diseases call their own because it is rare, for having 28 or 29 days, we initiated a campaign, Let's Learn About Rare Diseases, in order to acquaint the population of Macedonia with rare diseases. This idea appeared to me, actually I thought of it in order to have an educational, informational campaign in order to make the general population more aware of these diseases and also to remind doctors who maybe never saw a certain rare diagnosis that they learned about during studies in their work. The first idea was to have texts on web portals each day in February. However, the enthusiasm and the idea of let's do more have enriched this project with video and audio recordings for each disease separately. So the project was present on the whole territory of Macedonia through various types of presentations, and this became a campaign relevant to rare diseases. This campaign is educational and informational to better understand the diagnosis, and with each individual diagnosis it's possible to learn is their treatment, when it's diagnosed, the need for prenatal diagnosis, the need to genetically test the entire family, the number of people with the same diagnosis throughout the world and in Macedonia, the clinics where patients are treated, whether at the world level there is some sort of treatment and does this treatment exist in Macedonia, etc. This project would not have come into being if there were not expert support and cooperation. During the 4 years on the campaign, we had about 30 professors and doctors from the children's clinic and the clinic for neurology and nephrology, as well as the hospitals from Ohrid, Struga, Gostivar and Tetovo. The project itself is also supported by Professor Dr. Elizabeta Georgievska, the First Lady of Macedonia. To make this entire campaign as good as it in fact became, in order to prepare the materials on time and send them to the media, Superavia production also helped us and keeps helping us in order to promote everything as it should be, even before the beginning of the campaign. Special season of the campaign, Let's Learn About Rare Diseases, was present throughout February in the territory of North Macedonia on 3 national and 2 satellite channels in Macedonian and Albanian language, and top-ranking professors and also patients and the population indeed praised the campaign. Something which is a positive trend that we can see these last years is that after the announcement of a rare diagnosis, there are questions from the people relevant to the post, and sometimes even privately they ask us to help us to find a family with having the same problem, because the joining of families is one of the ways to help people suffering from rare diseases, because when you know you're not alone with a rare diagnosis, it's easier for you to overcome the problems, to exchange experience experiences if you're dealing with a diagnosis of the disease or if you need certain assistance and recommendations. We managed to raise the awareness of the general population, but also to rouse the institutions. In this manner, we brought these problems of families with rare diseases closer to people. A special campaign in 2022 had a respectable number of 111 processed rare diagnoses. This was in Macedonian and Albanian language, and we actually prepared 28 texts for this reason, 28 audio clips, 28 video clips, also in Albanian and Macedonian. And something new is that this year we have promoted the official site of the campaign so that all materials from preceding years are now placed on this site. So thus, it is possible to have a continuity of informing the general population about rare diseases, which will bring desired effects. It's also been several years already that we have very good cooperation with institutions, but also with clubs. One of the clubs is the Wiki Club from Ohrid, and together with them we have enriched Macedonian Wikipedia with 111 diagnoses. And this cooperation is continuing in this 5th season as well. Therefore, Macedonian Wikipedia is growing by adding rare diagnoses. Now, at the same time, in this manner, I would like to thank my mother institution, which is the Postal Services of North Macedonia, because I had this idea to include the post office in the campaign through the issuing of stamps devoted to rare diagnosis, to again call the attention of the general population and the media to the existence of rare diseases. To date, in cooperation with the Postal Services of Macedonia, 4 rare stamps have been issued that are unique in the world by their design. I would also like to indeed express my thanks to the population, to institutions, organizations who have indeed selflessly helped us to realize the campaign, who have supported us to persevere, to also assist those suffering from rare diseases, to bring better lives to these people who are our friends, our families, or someone who we know. I believe that with these educational conferences, where we can together discuss the challenges and the future steps, that we will indeed manage to raise the awareness of all, and of especially the state bodies for therapies for patients with rare diseases necessary for life and indeed meaning life. We will not give up until all the patients get those treatments that they need. I would like to thank the National Organization for Rare Diseases of Serbia for inviting us to this event, and I hope that we will continue our cooperation in the future.
Thank you, Gordana. Now we have Dejan Pataki, who is the co-founder and the host of the Rare and Share podcast. Dejan, good morning. Please tell us something about how your podcast was founded. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to greet everyone who is present here and those who are monitoring us online. I don't have any presentations, whatever, to keep your attention. It's only me. Well, it is great that we can announce the beginning of the podcast, because the premiere will be within the next few days. We wanted to give you the exclusive information. Rare and Share podcast will start on the Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday. The first guest would be Olivera Jovic from this organization, so that it is a great beginning. We will be on YouTube, and in the next few weeks we will be covered by other platforms who can cover that. About the idea for the podcast, and after that I will have to go back a little bit. This is how it went. Before the second birthday of our younger son, Victor, he was diagnosed with the rare disease. After 1 year or more of the fight, Victor was healed and cured. 10 days ago, he actually started his school. What happened to Victor actually influenced my wife and myself a lot, so that our life changed a lot. But this podcast, my wife and myself actually started with the podcast. When I was founding the marketing agency, and when I got to know Bojana Mirosavljević with the topic of the promotion of her book, we met then, and I just said how it can look like, and we started with cooperation, which lasts for 2 years, and that sentiment actually which lasted and which joined us due to the rare disease in the family. Then I got to know patients, members of their family, the patient association representatives, doctors, and all the context. Then I developed my network of associates and realized that it was a great story that should be shared on one hand. On the other hand, there was a space for the improvement of communication of patient associations, doctors, pharmacists, state, all of them. And that podcast as a form is very good. Because it expanded a lot. It is not time limited, and when we come to the TV or whenever else, you know that we are limited with time. There are a couple of questions, and that everything ends. A podcast enables whatever as much time as we need for talking, and after that we can proceed, we can go on. What is actually the greatest challenge is to expand the public, to include not only those who are affected by rare diseases, either family members or by profession or whatever else, but we also wanted to expand this range of topics and to pull the wider public, and I'm sure that we can do that, so that I had the opportunity to give you the exclusive information for the podcast beginning. The next topic will be Tijana Damov-Agnjatović, a marketing person who started 1 year ago, started a couple of things, the importance of the first days of the life of a newborn. And there was a campaign with purpose and toys with purpose. In the context of the campaign with purpose, that person, that lady, with the respective jury from the domain of marketing and corporate communication, they award the campaigns which are socially responsible, and this is the topic. This is the topic of which we would like to speak, and that is the visibility. Owing to Bojana, 3 years ago, I went actually in this fair of rare diseases. And today I recognize some of you, and some of you I will be seeing in the Northern Macedonia, and then after 1 month in the Fruška Gora. I know that visibility should be expanded, and I think there are ways. And speaking of the ways for visibility, I'm dealing with marketing, and on a daily basis I speak with clients about the importance of communication, the presence, creation of some contents. This need not be podcast, audio, video, etc. It can be a lot of other things. A lot of us actually, we all have the mobile phone, which is sufficient for the message to be passed on. And it is important that I have friends in my surroundings. I have 2 people with children in the autism spectrum, and in addition that they share their experiences and how actually to enroll in the kindergartens, starting from their some episodes and events on a daily basis. And a woman from Novi Sad actually shared her positive experience in Novi Sad. It is our obligation to make this visible. We also placed the invitation for action at this moment, share. I'm going to make a digression. During a couple of days ago, actually, there is a media fight with media tycoon of the national frequencies, media, etc., and with the YouTube on the other hand. I'm not going to speak about the values that they support. Well, a tuber who has the community behind himself, how can I say, that fight is on equal terms. So the power of community is measured. I think that we present here, those who are online and who will look at this later on, we have the value system which is absolute, and I can just like to appeal and to ask that whenever it's happening in the digital sphere, just support that with your like, with sharing, etc. Every platform marks the visibility and quality of a content. If a content is launched and if you don't have reaction, every social media will treat it as irrelevant. If it has a share, a like, or whatever, it will be valued. So whether in podcast, if in podcast or another place, there are some things that are not according to your liking, you can even put this in the comments, and this will be something. We who are involved in the topic of rare diseases, it is our task, and in a way that Bojana is doing it, it is one of the examples how we can increase visibility. I am at your disposal for questions.
Thank you, Deja. Thanks to all. Thanks to all for the great presentations that we heard. So let's start with the questions. Dejan was just talking about the fact that the goal of the podcast is to reach even those who are not in the topic of rare diseases themselves. To what extent these campaigns can in fact reach people who are not suffering or don't have a member or close person suffering from a rare disease? What can I say? Today it's me. Tomorrow it can be anyone else. We are all here today and we are all deep into these rare diseases. Everyone has set aside this Saturday to come. Some people have come from abroad, so they know why they're here. But it's very important, in fact, in things such as this, as Dejan has created this podcast, to actually reach those people who don't even know know what a rare disease is. I remember myself when we had the first epileptic attack in Zoe, we got the diagnosis of a rare disease. They said rare disease. I didn't even know that rare diseases exist, and much less that there are 8,000 of them. I am a chemist, actually, and I was not someone who knew absolutely nothing about these issues. I didn't work directly in medicine, but I knew something about these things. However, I did not know that rare diseases exist. When we say disease, we usually think cancer, therapy, irradiation, but the very ordinary, normal people, athletes, salespeople, they need to know these things, because anyone else can have this in the future, or have this idea such in the future. By having the term rare disease as something which is generally known, it will take much less time for these people to actually come to terms with the fact rare disease. Now, all of these campaigns that we have heard about indeed contributes to this, but of course it's important for us to come together. There's no discussion about this, but we need to hear the voice of the ordinary people. If you permit, I hope I did not interrupt anyone. One of the examples is the process of when you come to the diagnosis, then the family is, actually there's anger, why us? And this is indeed presented very nicely in the book Zoe, and I think that all of you should in fact read it. There is also the issue of the people in the environment, how they reacted to the fact that there's someone suffering from a rare disease. Part of the friends said, I have my own problems, I don't need this, so let's just go our different ways. On the other hand, there are people who simply didn't know how to help. They were in earnest. But it's usually we say, well, life goes on. We can also discuss these topics. It is one of the ways for the general community to learn certain things. There is, for example, the autism spectrum. I would like my neighbors in the house where I live to know exactly what they should or should not do. Their problems that are in fact described in the book, and these are things that should be in fact learned, because when we say disease, and on top of that even rare disease, that makes things, let's say, complex, and everyone knows someone with a story of rare diseases. That is at the level of understanding, and it's indeed all right to help these people, to help those who have or maybe even do not have someone with that diagnosis, in order to learn how to face the people around them, people at work, to indeed come to terms with these diseases. We have video contents about this, and we will also enlarge by indeed letting the people around us, the people that we meet in the street, to learn about a certain type of disease and how to face this. And then, for example, people come to a birthday and someone says, well, one of my sons wants to go to see a movie. I mean, those are the things that you're facing. How important it is to share your stories and to have that story present in your local community, among the sales lady in your supermarket. To what extent can this help those people who are in fact facing such a diagnosis? How important it is for your story to reach other people so that they can say, well, we have a diagnosis, or how can we help someone who has a diagnosis? Speaking as someone who has already an experience with this. it is very important, and someone said that if you don't speak about these things, I know, you know, and that's it. However, at the beginning I said how difficult it is for us to share. It is indeed very difficult, but you can always see a point because you're alone with your pain. And yes, you have the pain, I have the pain for 9 years already. It's not comfortable, but those others who may be facing such a pain later, they need to know that they're not alone, that it's not happening only to them, and that it's not your fault for having those genes, for example. A whole conference can be on this topic, in fact, but if we don't speak about this, if we don't grind our teeth and in fact go and share our story, you just stay alone with your pain. It is not an amusement by any means. We're not talking about this because we have nothing else to do. It's a way to survive, at least for me. And I want to help other people not to have the pain that I have on a daily basis. If I managed to contribute at 1%, that others will not have this type of pain, then Zoya's mission has been fulfilled. Was the book also a way of telling your stories? How difficult was it to go through the whole process again by writing the book? Well, I must say, I wasn't writing the book. It was Ivana Krgovic who wrote the book, and she also has a child suffering, the only person in the Balkans suffering from that particular disease. Her child actually managed to survive owing to this diagnosis. She's a linguistics professor, and she wrote, in fact, the book. The book, in fact, took a long time to write because both of us had many stresses going through this whole process. Because you have a daily fight with many things. And when we could, in fact, get together, I simply told my story, she wrote this down, and then we just fell silent. Sometimes I cannot, in fact, I could not say things that she needed at that particular point to write. The book took 5 years to write, and it appeared owing again to someone who was coming from a totally different perspective, who had the strength to finish the process, because as yesterday Minister Daria said, the rare will find the rare, but something which is rare will not disappear. We are here, we'll fight. Dejan? Yes, I'm sorry to these people who are just online. I didn't ask for permission, so I'll not name the person, but recently I learned that the very important thing with the diagnosis for someone was that she saw something on the YouTube which reminded her of the way her child behaves. People contacted us on Instagram, and they said that this child started treatment, that they regained strength owing to this story. Well, as you can see, at least there is a certain influence of the program I run. It's indeed a pleasure to learn this. That's why we're working. And the story about the rare diseases. How much do the citizens know about rare diseases? You had some sort of data on that topic. Yes. I just wanted to say that in this topic, the people are personally involved mostly with rare diseases, but I am within a profession which is an assisting profession in this case, and I have to say that all of this would not be possible if people did not talk. We need the people who are really going through the process, but you need to start, however difficult it is. to start with something which is positive. In our experience, this turned out to be a good thing because it's rather difficult for people. Everyone has their problems and really doesn't have the time or will to cope with others' problems. But our spot, our video, in fact showed things which are important. People from the media actually contact us quite a few times, and they want something, maybe a story of a child that is sick, but not maybe too sick, that the mother can in fact speak for the media at a certain level, and more or less this boils down to a few people who want to get engaged. But this makes it even more important, because without people having and telling their stories, this would not work. We had asked the people in 20 cities, and a large portion of the population never even heard of rare diseases. That's statistics. Your campaign is aimed towards doctors? No, not only doctors. Doctors are assisting us to have a review of these rare diagnoses, to be translated, because we who are working on the campaign are not in fact medical professionals. Something that I want to ask is, does Bojana remember that a few years ago I told our story, David's story, for magazine Words for Life. And Bojana reminded me that while I was writing our story for this magazine, it was indeed very, very difficult for me. And at the time, I indeed did not work so much with rare diseases at the time. But listening to the counseling from various doctors, it turned out, or I realized that with this positive fight with rare diseases, I can heal my depression, but I can also help others. And this prompted me to do something new and better every year for rare diseases. Something that only a few months ago that I managed to do, and maybe I'm proud to say so, or even boasting, we managed to actually work with the institution of Ohrid city municipality to indeed get assistance, schooling assistance for students and for pupils from the municipality, for those students who are able to in fact study. And it is also encouraging that 2 private faculties in Macedonia are also offering full scholarships to these students. So with only this public speech or talking about rare diseases, with these meetings, with decision makers, those are the only ways to make us visible, because the media are interested always when they see that this or that person went to see some important person, for example, a minister or the first lady. And this is the reason why the decision makers, as well as public persons, as was mentioned by my colleague from Croatia, they're very important in our campaigns. And whenever we organize public campaigns in Ohrid, regardless of this is not very special or it is educational. We call some well-known person to come because the media love this, and if it were not for the media, it would not be good for us.
Thank you, Diane. I must ask you again. Your story actually was finished. Victor is cured. He started his school, but you still decided to remain here in this sphere. What is the reason? What led you to not to leave this space? You're not the first to ask me that. I wonder sometimes myself. I met Bojana, I met Ivana, I met people who gave their energy, knowledge, and their will to the community. And this is something that in my 45 years, I know lead me towards inspiration. Here as well, listening to the stories, and after your emission, I decided to start with podcast. The moments that I got to know from the stories, Bojana actually changed the meaning of the words. I did everything I could. At that, marketing and communication is something that I do. It's my work, it's my job, and I need that this is heard. On a weekly basis, I hear stories that inspire people. When you share your stories, when you just got naked in front of the public, this is as a function of visibility. I'm not going to hide this, and I know what I'm going to say. From the position of a victim, which, for example, this is happening to me, coming to a proactive status in order to talk about that things can be changed, can be moved, that the diagnosis can be made quicker. This actually. This is a story that changed the law. Sometimes when you say this is the law, is not enough. When I hear the stories, and when I want to hear the stories that I like, this is my drive. Now about empathy. We are in rare diseases, and we all speak about how not everyone is easy to listen to, the families, friends who are in a problem. Is there empathy today? How are we standing with empathy now? Depends on the person. Well, Dejan started this topic, but this is a very serious and very wide topic that we can speak for a long time. Empathy, the situation in which you find yourself when you realize that you are in the sphere of rare diseases in whatever way, actually selects people who should be with you, with whom you should share energy and thoughts and your feelings, and those actually who run away, they hide in the mouse holes. Well, we had a very healthy child, we have an ordinary life, we worked together, my husband and myself, and we had numerous so-called friends. But when the problem started, even when the diagnosis was not made, all those friends scattered into their mice holes, and that was good. That was really good. That was one of better things that happened. But it is not easy, because the situation shows you who is who. But the point is that whoever is here with you, remains with you, that thought is that to try to imagine the toughest situation in your life. Are you sure that your friend would not leave you? I was sure about those who ran away first. And those friends are still here. The family members also scattered. You expect that the family have the empathy, but they were the first to go away. These are tough things. There is no sufficient empathy, but empathy actually can be found in unknown people. Who show more empathy than a family member. But perhaps it is my bad experience. No. Since I'm 15 years now in the sphere of rare diseases, I'm not the only one, but sharing experiences helped me to understand that this did not happen to myself alone, that my family is not unique in that respect. Now, who's going to comment? Yes, Ivana?
Može. Imamo li znači empatije danas? Kako stojimo s empatijom?
How are we standing with empathy today? Is there empathy?
Jel se čujemo?
Do we hear? Well, the colleague from Macedonia wanted to comment something. Yes, I agree with Bojana. The friends...
Ne čujemo. Jel se čujemo sada?
Ja vas čujem.
Dobro.
Okay.
Ajdete se da ponovim.
Let me repeat. When my son was diagnosed, my friends actually scattered away. But then I got new friends who were full of empathy, enthusiasm, to be with me, to volunteer in my work, to help me. And they actually volunteered and asked if I need something. Because at those moments, when you are freshly wounded, so to say, because for the first time you hear the diagnosis and then you realize that it is very rare, actually you're not yourself in mind. Taking into consideration that I'm a single mother, a single parent of 2 children, so that fight about the David's diagnosis and the fight to be visible because of the rare disease, I had to step forward by myself, all alone. I think it is easier if you have a partner who supports you. My ex-husband did not support me in my fight to be visible. From the beginning, he used to say, David, also that I should not go public and speak about the disease of my child. So David, from the very beginning, was in 2 minds. But now David is my greatest support. Today, David is the one who first runs kilometers for rare diseases. He's a successful student of the university in Skopje, and I'm very proud mother of my rare child. If there were treatment for his disease, I would be perfect. Yes, Dejan, the same question. Empathy. Just to add something, when you asked me about how still, my wife, whenever she can, she is the blood donor, because Victor at one moment of his treatment received a dose of blood, and then my wife actually donates blood because she's paying debt. I think that with the visibility and good communication, empathy could be stronger. And even empathy, maybe it is not the level of empathy, just a little more understanding. If there were a little more understanding, and our life challenges would look different. As Bojan said, in a place where I was sure I would find empathy, I didn't find it. And then it appeared in quite a different place. So the podcast wants to tell the stories so that we can hear and that those who scattered away know that they did what they should not. In which way we can raise visibility for rare diseases, and did we do sufficient? No, not. We are not close to sufficient. At least for myself, whatever you do, you don't actually have time to realize what you did. Well, Dejan enlightened me when he made certain presentations, and when we actually generated the database like puzzles. At one point you realize that you did a lot, because previously you didn't have time to see how much you did or how much was done. My personal feeling is they go one step forward and 3 steps backwards. It is my personal feeling, but according to myself, never is sufficient. Well, I would say that your feeling is that you have 1 step forward, 3 backwards. But I'm not sure that you should feel like that, because you made awfully lot, and everyone who is here. But from my perspective, I think it comes to the family who want to be engaged, and to engagement of individuals. Actually, everything, it comes to the engagement and the time of individuals, individual family members, etc. And now about the empathy. You expect empathy from certain professionals that you meet, and you don't find it, and I'm sad because of that. Very frequently, that empathy can be found in places you don't expect to, because the majority of people have empathy for something. Frequently, people have some experiences about something, but we find someone who has the experience related with, for example, chronic diseases, and that person would do more than you expected. Everything actually comes down to the engagement of individuals, especially parents, and those individuals work awfully lot, but the support of all others is missing. With the visibility and the campaigns, that can be overcome. We should actually pull that support from those who can do that. I think that we are doing a lot, and the social media are there, which is the advantage for the visibility and the visibility increase. Gordana, what do you think? Did we do sufficient related to the visibility of rare diseases, or what can we do further? In Macedonia, specifically in Ohrid, where I live, we do a lot on the visibility of rare diseases, but for sure it can be done much more. One of my suggestions would be the education or the training of healthcare professionals in Macedonia, social workers in Macedonia. Also, we can involve schools, because in Ohrid, schools are not involved in campaigns, but only in February. It would be good to have educational, for example, lectures at schools or university. I know that actually each February, Life with Challenges, they are doing that. This is association from the School of Medicine and University of Skopje. Now I am dealing with marketing communication. If you ask me if we can do more, I have an idea that by the end of this conference I will be speaking. It is actually not fair, but as Bojana says, one step forward, three steps backwards. In Novi Sad there is a Facebook group, Mothers of Novi Sad, and the situation happened as follows. The pendant with the inscription rare disease basis, someone found it and they make a photograph, and Bojana says that she got 20 messages in 2 minutes because the visibility is there related to Bojana, of course. This is that one step forward. I have one more example from Ministry of Health. A lady called from the Ministry of Health. At the moment, she couldn't remember my name, but she said, "Well, good afternoon. Is that Zoe's mother?" She couldn't remember my name, but she remembered the Zoe. There are steps forward. We move forward. I wouldn't say that we don't, but there's quite a lot for us to do. From the audience, do we have someone who would like to say something? First of all, I would like to thank NORPS for the opportunity to be here. I am new in rare diseases. I am in the Association for Rare Disease in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I have muscular dystrophy and I lead the local organization in my city. As for the empathy, the empathy was the driving force that made me come into this area. I participated in forums where I talked about rare diseases. I would like to sit, if I may. The organization that led that project, their objective was to establish the Association for Rare Diseases in the Federation, and actually no one actually volunteered to look at the story in Bosnia and Herzegovina related to this. Then I followed my colleagues from the Republic of Srpska who did awfully well, and they were doing well. I'm active in the non-governmental sector from 2003, and the management and self-organization of certain events, that was my topic. So, following the situation, I was present at the assembly, and it was unusual for me that no one actually wanted to do that in the Federation. So I applied myself. I put myself as a candidate myself. For that, in my family, there are 12 of us with muscular dystrophy. There are also those with rare diseases. For me, rare diseases were unknown. And since recently, I have learned about that, and I'm sorry that I came into this story. As for the empathy, my rating in the non-governmental sector, I use that rating. In my private profile, I have 1,400 followers, with 300 and more from the public sector. Each release on rare disease, I just put on their profile. In a short period of time, we had a conference in Bihać about cystic fibrosis. This is a rare disease which was financed by the canton government. The government of Canton didn't know the colleague that led the organization. When the act was sent, empathy was based on my name. I'm not going to brag, but that was like this. It was kind of advertisement. Today in the Federation, we have in the parliament procedure the program on rare diseases, an agenda which will be approved in some time, which will provide some guidelines for a pathway related to solving the problems of rare diseases. In the Federation government, it is a kind of specific situation, but I think that in due time it will come out. Whenever I have the opportunity, since I'm a lot of time in the non-government sector, I present and I use the empathy towards myself and my organization, which is recognized by the project. I also present rare diseases. Now, coming into the rare diseases range, I learned that I have in the family, my niece has MI, then spinal muscular atrophy in one of my relatives. That empathy, that visibility, I think that the success depends on that, as well as the possibility and the ability to solve the problems of rare diseases. Thank you very much. Now we are nearing the end. If I may, something on behalf of the Alliance of Rare Diseases from Banja Luka, I'm Anđelka Stupar. I would like to give you respect towards all of you, especially to Bojana Mirosavljević, who was our driving force, to us mothers, to step forward and start with the advocacy of better life of those with rare diseases. So please don't think that there are steps forward, there are steps backwards. There are no steps backwards. Of course, same persons actually appear in media, etc. But with our visibility and because we speak about that, and because we do not want to provoke pity or negative emotion in others, we reduce fear, which is the most important, visibility, and talking about it, by that we reduce fear. If it is something unknown to you, that is the end of the road, especially if you have the doctor saying to you, well, your child has rare diseases for which there is no cure. The persons like Bojana that show you that when you have such a child, you can do a lot. You can get new friends, a lot of new friends. You can enrich your life, because that is not the end of the road. Thank you. Thank you, Anđelka. This is a nice way to end this session. It is not the end of the road. It begins. Good morning. I'm sorry, I cannot hear. I'm Sara Bajlot, the president of the Croatian Association for Rare Diseases. I have a question for Dejan. It is his podcast is very interesting from the marketing point of view, considering that national campaign have a wide coverage, so different public can see that. As for the podcast, it is intended first of all for younger persons, because they use podcasts most. It is our experience. In which way would you like to introduce the topic of rare diseases to the young people? Thank you for your question. I wouldn't just agree with you that only young people are looking podcasts. Podcast is intended, for example, the platform like TikTok, etc. You have on one hand 2 or 3 seconds, and on the other hand 2 hours or binge or something, etc. When you create a topic, this is podcast. podcast, and the other is distribution. Distribution of the contents go to the platform where the public is invited to come to the original platform. So the distribution of the contents goes to the social media, story format which dominates, TikTok, although I cannot actually understand it, but I do recognize their power. Or any other panels. One of the clients actually says that TikTok actually was forbidden in his faculty. Now you can talk about chemical experiments and physical laws, black holes, etc. on TikTok as well. You can talk about rare diseases on TikTok, because one point is to create contents and the other is to distribute the contents. And podcast is designed so that when I come to Zagreb, we are going to make 2 to 3 episodes there, so that you don't have to come to Novi Sad. If I may, thank you, Angelka, for the support. But you are right, and Zoe and all our children actually opened new road to us. I am sure that I'm for sure a better person because of Zoe. Zoe improved us, and not only Zoe, but all those children. Today, because I can see the representatives of pharmaceutical companies, because they are really very, very important in our fight, in our struggle, I can say something about the patient advocacy in a company dealing with clinical study for a disease, because clinical studies are very important for rare diseases, because those persons do not have time. The pharmaceutical companies, during 15 years of my engagement, I found a lot of empathy in pharmaceutical companies than in other ordinary people or the general public or the public officials, etc., because very clearly you can see if it is just the interest or the advocacy of patients. And we who are in that story, we know with which pharmaceutical companies we are going to cooperate. And therefore, I would like to thank all the sponsors. Thank you, everyone. We are finishing. Let the message be that this is not the end.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the session about research in rare diseases. I'm very honored to moderate today's session with extraordinary panelists. So I'll just quickly introduce them. We have today Maja Stojiljković, full research professor at the Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetics Engineering from Belgrade. Georges Dubois, research associate at the Biosense Institute. Yanis Mimouni, Senior Project Manager at the European Joint Program for Rare Diseases, and Ana Živković, Senior Manager at Syneos Health. I'll quickly give a short introduction. So with every research, we start with a challenge. And while I was researching and getting into the area of rare diseases, I was shocked that some of the diagnostics of some of the rare diseases takes 5 to 6 years, and in extraordinary cases, up to 20, 30 years. Also, if we talk about the data that is collected over research and over time, we have the challenges of managing that data. And this somehow corresponds to what is the trend of big data management, of machine learning, of artificial intelligence in the data. But we still have a challenge of educating the medical staff and the doctors to simply put the data in the system in order for that to be used in a proper way. Further on, if we want to our research results be applied and get to the patients as fast as they can, we have the whole long road, which is pretty risky and takes a lot of funding on the way. And this is another challenge, or it can be posed as a challenge of where do we get the samples for research, where do we get the funding for research, where do we get the funding for clinical trials in this road that is coming after the lab. And also, once the drug, our innovative therapy is finally on the market, we have a challenge of getting enough funding from the institutions, from the government, to actually cover all those costs for the patients. So I mentioned just some of the challenges that we'll probably address some during the panel, but there are still challenges in the community that everyone is tackling from its own point of view. So I would like to announce Yanis Mimouni and introduce him and just give him the word and a stage to tell us how are they tackling at least some of these challenges. So Yanis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I am honored to be invited to present the European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases. I am one of the senior project managers of the European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases, EGPRD. I am a pharmacist in my background. I worked on rare disease field for setting up several clinical trials, including medical informatics, optimizing them, and then fostering research overall, going through the active involvement of patient associations. So when we look, so I'm going to test it. You see the second slide, right? Excellent. Okay. So when we look at the main blocks of rare disease landscape in Europe, we can categorize the healthcare sector with strong representation from the European Reference Network that have more than 900 units linked from 26 countries. The patient organizations are at the heart of this landscape, ensuring that patient needs are addressed. The research funding block is represented by various funding programs like the past ERANET and the current EC fundings. And there are research infrastructures, some of which are solely dedicated to rare diseases like Orphanet and Solvardi, but also other infrastructures who are having growing activity in rare disease research, such as EATRIS for transnational research, ECRIN for clinical trial support, and Electir for life science bioinformatics. This strategy is guided by the member states of the European Commission, as well as the International Rare Disease Research Consortium, IRDIRC. EGPRD brings all these blocks and stakeholders together to foster international European and research strategy and funding. This is impulsed by the national funders in all the European countries and associated countries, the European Commission itself, and the IRDIRC, the International Rare Disease Research Consortium. The main objective of our program is to ensure a rapid translation of research results into clinical applications by creating a research and innovative pipeline from bench to bedside. So as it was introduced, this takes a long time that we need to speed up in order to benefit the patients on time. So we are not reinventing the wheel, we are building on what is existing already in terms of funding and training programs, infrastructure and tools. We use them and expand them to create new essential ones in order to offer this harmonized rare disease research ecosystem to benefit the patients. The work is organized around 5 core sets of activities that we call pillars. One is dedicated to the funding of research on rare diseases. The other one is for building a network to foster the access and the reuse of data and resources. Another one is for the capacity building with various training programs. The last one is for the acceleration of research translation and clinical studies. And of course, we have an overarching pillar that is dedicated to the coordination and transversal activities, including the ethics, strategy, sustainability, and communication. So we are more than 2,300 persons interacting daily from 35 countries. The 93 beneficiaries or partners of the EGPRD are represented by various stakeholders. This includes research institutes, funding bodies and ministries, hospitals and universities, infrastructures, charities, foundations, and EURORDIS, the umbrella organization of patient associations. All the associated RD networks of these beneficiaries are represented, including the 24 European reference networks. So overall, almost 85% of the European rare disease research community is involved in EGPRD, with a functioning budget of 101 million euros. So I will go through this presentation by answering the question, what is there for me in EGPRD, so that I can present to you all the services and tools that you can benefit from, starting with the funding and training support offices. We have, for the funding, joint transnational calls that enable research teams in different countries to build effective collaboration on a common research project for the benefit of patients. We have several countries agreeing on a single program, and then research teams from various countries, at least 4, coming together in order to apply for a call to perform research. The involvement here of underrepresented countries, whether EU 13 countries or other, is encouraged, notably through what we call a widening scheme, where we allow research teams from these underrepresented countries to join at the second stage. This is a 2-stage evaluation process. The first stage is quite selective, but during the second stage, we allow underrepresented teams from underrepresented countries to join to have a better success rate for getting funded to perform research. Of course, patient advocacy organization participation is encouraged, and for this we have developed a guide that explains how an efficient partnership with patients can be built to perform rare disease research. It contains successful examples that can be replicated. You will find through all the slides links to all the resources that I am presenting, and you need to keep in mind that the next call, the Joint Transnational Call 2023, it will be pre-announced in November for launch in December, and you will find the pre-announcement in the link that I provide at the bottom of the slide. Okay, so if you are looking to gathering experts and patients to discuss and share knowledge on specific topic or transversal topic regarding rare diseases, if you have already a network and you want to expand it in order to include new stakeholders, or you are seeking to find a way to network to build a research consortium to apply for a specific call launched by the European Commission. For that, you have the networking support scheme, that is, whose objective is really to foster knowledge sharing and build networks in order to support through small grants of 30,000 euro per call to organize events and workshops in order to create these networks and to exchange knowledge. You will see that the next application will be on December 1st, and the event, the workshop, will need to be performed next year, starting from February until the end of next year. We provided some selected networking events that are published on our EGPRD website in order to inspire you on building these networks and to apply to this call. And also you have the list of frequently asked questions, and I inserted the link there. So you have this possibility that is already offered, please look at it, because this is something that is dedicated not only for the EGPRD partners, but for every research team that is present on the European continent and worldwide. Okay, so the next slide, if you are, then I think that the next slide is not being displayed. Okay, so if you are looking to train PhD students or PhD degree holders or any medical doctor for having a specialist training in one ERN member institution or going through an ERN member institution, we provide a specific type of training that is the Research Mobility Fellowship. So the Research Mobility Fellowship allows these stakeholders, medical doctors, students, or postdocs, working in an ERN to move to another ERN, or working in ERN to go to another external institution that is not part of the ERN, and the other way around. If you have a person who is not part of an ERN and wants to have a specific training inside the ERN, they can apply to the Research Mobility Fellowship in order to get a small grant to have this specialized training. So either the home or the host institution will need to be a full affiliated member of the European Reference Network, or a full member or affiliated member of the European Reference Network. And we are launching the last round of fellowship that will open on the 3rd of October. You have the link to apply that will be displayed on the 3rd of October, but also the past fellow testimonials that provides you also with example of successful fellowships and the list of the fellowships that were granted. Slide. All right, so now if you are looking to share transfer type of knowledge, for example, going beyond an ERN, or you have an interesting idea and you want to organize a workshop, we provide research training workshops. It's a little bit slow to move the slides. Okay, so this research training workshop aims at identifying organizations who wants to organize a 2-day workshop in order to exchange on a specific topic across ERNs, and this is solely dedicated for the ERNs. We provide a grant of €25,000 maximum per grant in order to allow the ERNs to organize such workshops for knowledge sharing, and there is a current call that is open until the 1st of October, and you will find through the links the list of the calls that are, the list of the workshops that are coming and the past ones that have been organized. So the next slide. Thank you. Then, if you are looking to train members or gain knowledge in rare disease or related projects, we have a full set of other training programs. Okay. So we have training programs on data management and quality. This is relating to cover various topics, including, for example, the variant interpretation of some sequencing data, the data management of the registries and their verification process, the use of ORFA codes in order to characterize the diagnostics and allow patients to be discovered, the biobanking, and solving undiagnosed cases for rare diseases. We have also some other specific trainings on clinical trials, such as those on randomization, composite endpoints, and so on. And all these trainings are being displayed for registration through the link that we have provided. Some of the material of these trainings is also available through our website. We have specific training programs that is focusing on patients with training modules that are dedicated to building the capacity of the patient community, whether in relation to training expert pediatric patients for rare diseases, the trainings on medicine development, the leadership and communication skills, and also on the scientific innovation and translational research. These trainings are belonging to urologists who are performing them through the European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases, and they are open on a continuous basis through several rounds where you can apply through this link that is provided below. There are also other kinds of trainings, and going to the next slide. No, previous one. Okay. We have also other types of trainings, like the online academic MOOCs. We are providing online trainings are massive open online courses on several topics. One MOOC is already available. It's focusing on diagnosing rare diseases, and you can already enroll. It's a MOOC that is for 5 weeks, 3 hours per week, and that can provide accreditations, and it is free of charge. The next MOOC on research translation will be open in November 2022, followed by the MOOC on innovative personalized medicine this year. Next year, we will launch MOOCs on statistical methodologies for clinical trials in order to use innovative methodologies to accelerate them, and another one on the data and ethics in general. Going past the trainings, and now suppose that you have a project or preliminary promising results that you want to develop further into providing a new biomarker or develop new therapy or device. If you are looking for regulatory support or looking for funding or advice on how to interest a potential sponsor, de-risk your project in order to go through the development of the healthcare application or have further financial support, we have a set of resources and tools that are available. We have developed an innovation management toolbox that integrates various resources that guides the researchers into the innovation pipeline in order to carefully plan and see the different milestones that needs to be reached in order to support innovation and develop meaningful healthcare applications. The Innovative Management Toolbox is published online. It's available through this website, and it includes the ERDIRC Orphan Development Guide that goes through the development steps of every orphan drug until the successful marketing authorization. This is accompanied by a support for translation and innovation mentoring. We have a mentoring program, a set of mentors that accompany research projects from their inception or through their organization, whatever the research stage, in order to look at the careful planning, see what needs to be assessed and taken into account to ensure proper translation, and also ensure the follow-up funding for research in order to continue this development. The access to this service is done through our partner infrastructure, Eatris, and you have the link directly there, and everyone can apply for it. Then suppose that you have went further into your research and you have a meaningful therapeutic application and you want to launch a multinational clinical trial. If you are looking for advice on how to advance with such project, carefully plan it, advice on how to put it in place, finding the sites and with a public sponsorship, and an advice on the overall management and solving all the regulatory issues of the multinational clinical studies. We have the Multinational Clinical Trial Support Office that is put at your service through ECRIN, the research infrastructure dedicated to clinical trials, where you have directly a support. When you ask your questions, we will use you with a set of experts in clinical trials or with ECRIN services themselves in order to allow you to move with your clinical trial development. In addition to that, we have developed a clinical trials toolkit to guide researchers from the process of the idea, the inception of the clinical trial to the marketing authorization, and you have the link that guides you through the different blocks of the clinical development. Finally, one set of services that we provide is the one that is relating to the virtual platform or data and resources access and their related services. We want to build a virtual platform that will link all the resources and the data in a federated way. That means that the data will remain at the resource itself. And this slide is not moving. Okay, the data will remain at the resource itself, and only authorized persons are having access to the specific data. We are using international standards in order to ensure sustainability and being quality assessed. And of course, we are GDPR compliant. What we want to do is to enable the fairness. FAIR stands for findable, accessible, interoperable, and usable. So every resource or every research data that is available needs to be findable. When you find it, you can access it and you have the access conditions. Whatever the IT system that is being used, whatever the IT language that is being used, it can be understood by the other systems. This is what we call interoperability. And finally, once you have the access to the data, you can reuse it with the specific reuse conditions. We are building this virtual platform going from the end user perspective, where we have the ERN, RD experts, and patients who are expressing their needs, Then the developers take these needs, they learn from these RD experts and translate them into IT development that are being tested again by the end users and so on. We identified some issues in order to guide this development. For example, we want to count patients with a specific condition across all the resources that we have in Europe and associated countries. We want to explore the use of catalogs such as Orphanet to answer specific questions and foster this use. We want to make the consent of the patient machine readable in order to enable a semi-automatic or automatic access to data. And also, we want to foster the use of multi-omics. These are genomic data, transcriptomic data, proteomic and metabolomic data in order to accelerate the diagnosis through the identification of biomarkers for some diseases or potential drug targets to treat diseases. The solution we provide are translated into some IT developments, going from looking at the existing resources, and making them RD ready, developing some models that will link the different data, developing tools to query, to interrogate these resources and making them machine readable, and also exploiting the pathways that enables the use of the multi-omics data. What we have come with in order to increase the knowledge is with a mind map that you can find on our EGP-RD website that categorizes different resources according to their specificities. You have, for example, a block for the registries, patient registries and cohorts, another one for the biobank, another one for resources to analyze experimental data, and other bioinformatics tools that are organized in the different nodes. You will see short description. When you click on the node, it will expand. You will see short description of each resource, and you will be invited to go to the website of the resource for more information. All these resources are linked together through this virtual platform, for which we are finalizing the version 1 that is under development and guided by the users. When you connect to it, you will see that you will have the access to the mind map that I have showed you in the previous slide. When you click on knowledge, you have an access to the verification support that I will develop a little bit more, and then you can query the resources that are already connected. You have resources such as Orphanet, the knowledge base, some ERN registries, where if you have proper access to it, and the catalogs of the biobanks, where you can type the name of the diseases, and it will interrogate simultaneously all these resources that are connected to bring you with the information, or where are the patients with this disease that you are searching for, where are the biobanks that contain samples with for these specific diseases, where is the cell line or the stem cell that is replicating this disease, and where is the biological pathway, for example, that allows you to test your multi-omics data for this specific kind of disease. Of course, you have the possibility to guide us in this development by providing us with feedbacks. You have a feedback button when you click on it to tell us what kind of other development you need us to develop, if you have identified any error or any kind of new improvement you want us to implement. In addition to these activities of looking at what the resources are being done and to interrogate the resources, we have developed a series of workshops and webinars in order to go deeper inside each type of resource to show you what the resource does and how to use it to answer specific questions. We have a set of resource webinars that presents these resources that is for the lay users and not IT users, targeting clinician researchers and patients, such as the rare disease cohort, the metabolites, Decipher for the gene variant analysis. Then we have other webinars that are dedicated to ERN, but they are more clinician-oriented. So there are non-technical webinars, to present a set of resources and tools that you can use, for example, to verify a registry, an ERN registry or patient registry, and there are technical hands-on workshops that are being published with the material in order to allow you to use one tool or one technology over the other. We are not working alone, so we are having for the verification to make our resources and data findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, linked with other international institutions and international programs in order to exchange on procedures and knowledge and to align on the verification, not only within rare disease, but also in other health areas. And for this verification support, we have a stewardship service that can accompany you if you want an advice or a guidance on the procedures that you need to follow, for example, you are building a patient registry and you want it to be connected already to the network of the virtual platform and to the ecosystem. You want the data to be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, but you do not know how to proceed. What is the different technologies? What are the different standards and the steps that you need to implement? You have this service that is put at through the EGPRD website with some serious games like the Ferricoli or some smart guidance that allows you to generate a data management plan and a verification plan at the same time. In parallel to this, through the work of the virtual platform, we have provided a harmonized information ICF, an informed consent form. This is, for the moment, dedicated to the registries. We have taken the experience from the ERNs submitting their ethics authorization to ethics committees for around 35 countries, various feedbacks. We harmonized all the feedbacks. We also have taken into account the GDPR requirement in order to provide this informed consent form that is common, that fosters research, reuse of data, takes into account all the different specificities. It is customizable at the institution level. So this is here ERN level, but you can consider it at the institution level, at the national level, and at the site level. The aim is really to harmonize the collection of patient data when you are building a registry and allow it to be machine readable, because this work has been done hand in hand with the IT developers in order to make machine readable all the different access and consent conditions that the patient provided. For example, a patient does not want his data to be shared for commercial purposes, for pharma companies, then he can indicate it. And then when the registry is connected to the network...
I'll have to ask you to wrap up the slides and we can discuss maybe a little bit more details because we want to present all the guests. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you. I have to finish. This informed consent form is translated into 26 national languages that you can find here through our website. Also, if you want to know further about the use of multi-omics data and building the pathway, we have dedicated resources and trainings, and the EGPRD achievements are here that I have detailed, but you can have access to it. But where I want to insist is to moving forward. We are building the rare disease partnership while the EGPRD is ending, where we have a set of activities that are overarching. We will have funding activities and in-house research projects that we are performing. And for this, we are building it hand in hand with patient associations and national hero groups. We are in EGPRD fostering the creation of some national mirror groups that are not existing, with the aim to feed a national alignment board that will guide the strategy of the next program and also align the activities of the next program with the current national activities. You see the list of the countries that we have contacted and with whom we had already some exchanges, and that fostered the commitment to the Rare Disease Partnership, the next program. But also, we have published the terms of references in order to constitute national mirror groups that you can consult. You need to know that by July next year, we are organizing a big workshop where we will gather all these national mirror groups in order to allow them to exchange experience and knowledge gained in order to foster more the rare disease research and align it with the national needs and national
Thank you so much. I think we can also send an email later on with all the information about the applications. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think it was very informative, and definitely everyone will get the information about all the details, links, and programs that you presented. So I'll just quickly, and I ask you also to have a quick response, ask you about the applications for the programs and the funding coming from Serbia and the region. Did you have any? And also quickly, what are the trends in research based on the applications and the approved projects that you had?
So for the moment, for the joint transnational calls, because Serbia is not associated already in the European Joint Programme of Rare Diseases, we did not have Serbian teams. But I need to look into the details because Serbia can apply for the networking support scheme and some of the training programs there in order to share knowledge, build networks, and participate to some research projects. We can provide you with the details, but I do not have the figures. But I know that we have many Serbian colleagues who are attending to our webinars, whether they are relating to data or to translational research, and and we have a meaningful participation for the MOOCs from the Serbian patient associations and clinicians.
Yeah, and about the trends in research, where is the field going based on the applications of the grants that you get?
We are seeing that we are having more and more quality of research proposals that are being submitted that is making the scientific assessor work difficult. So, and this, on the other hand, is translated by more meaningful increase in the translation of some research results. So we are seeing a trend towards the development of more biomarkers and having more potential drug candidates and orphan drugs being put for clinical development for the market.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can discuss at the end a little bit more. I would like to announce now Maja Stojilković from IMGG, and I'm curious to hear what is going on in the research in Serbia.
Hello, everybody. I'm coming from the Institute of Molecular Genetics, Genetic Engineering at the University of Belgrade, when I work on a research on rare diseases since 2005. And since 2010, I have been acting together with NORBS to move forward boundaries of raising awareness about rare diseases. And I'm very happy to say that for the first time, we are in that stage of having diagnostics and medical treatment that we are starting to talk about research. So I think this is for the first time that the session about research was included in a rare disease conference in Serbia, other than research conferences that are only based on research. So I am not going to go into the research details, obviously, but I wanted to let you know what is that we are doing and what we can do in Serbia regarding research. Okay. So no need to say what is the definition of a rare disease. Every disease which is less frequent than 1 in 2,000 is by definition put in the rare diseases. But what I want to stress is that more than 80% of such diseases have genetic origin, and that is why molecular genetics is very important. And what is also very important, that more than 95% of diseases do not have specific effective treatment. Next generation sequencing really and truly transformed the way how we are diagnosing rare diseases. Before that, we were using Sanger sequencing, which was direct sequencing, a gold standard. But what did that mean? It meant that a medical doctor had to be really sure what test to order. So we could analyze one gene by one gene. So if one gene, if we do not find variant in the gene, then we have to order the next test and the next test. And that will go on, maybe for years for some patients. Nowadays, in Serbia, we have data that patient waits for diagnosis 7 years, and in European Union, it is 4 years. So next generation sequencing really changed that. We can simultaneously analyze many different genes, and that speeds up the process of diagnosis. This is briefly how it works. We can select several genes to look at the same time, or we can do clinical exome or whole exome at the same time, which means that we are looking at the coding regions of genes that are clinically relevant or all genes in a human genome. And this provides our information that is really relevant and that we can more or less easily interpret. I mean, it is really complicated diagnostics, but it gets, when we get the variant, it makes sense. Also, we can do whole genome sequencing, which means that we are also looking at the non-coding regions of the genes, which adds a level of complexity in interpretation of data. But what I wanted to say to you, that when we are diagnosing rare diseases, we are looking for rare variants. Those variants that are frequent less than 1% in population. So this is some of our experience. When we started to do some genetic testing, we first started with phenylketonuria, which is obvious because there is newborn screening and there is a very standard diagnostic test to do that. We analyzed 100 patients until we found the first new variant. They were all already known. But when we started to do next generation sequencing and started to look at diseases that are less frequent and that were less known at the genetic level, the number of variants that we account that are new, unknown before, began to rise. Sometimes almost all variants that we found are new. And that is why it's very important that we think about it. It is not that we find a variant and then it is immediately pathogenic. So we have a gene, the gene is disease-causing, it causes the disease, but when we find a variant in that gene, it can be pathogenic or it can be benign, or it can be somewhere in between, because it affects on the structure and the function of the protein in different ways. It is not black and white, it is the whole spectrum. And that is why it's really important for us to know what is the effect of the variant. There are ACMG guidelines to help us with that, and every new variant is classified into 5 different categories. Pathogenic or likely pathogenic, meaning that if it is likely pathogenic, it means that we just need some few more scientific evidence and it will be for sure pathogenic variant. On the other hand, we have benign or likely benign variants, and in the between, we have variants of a certain significance. For those, we need more scientific data to categorize them to be pathogenic or benign. That's why we really do need to research. And what we can do. First, we are looking at the databases and some computational predictions. We confirm that the variant is not found in big population databases of healthy people, so it has to be there in the frequency less than 1%, to be completely absent or to be there with really, really low frequency. Then we use many different computational tools and algorithms to predict the effect of the variant. And also it helps if there is somewhere in the world maybe somebody else reported the same variant, so we can use the data from databases or from scientific literature, and that helps because that confirms that it is the evidence that the variant is likely to be pathogenic. Then we can do segregation analysis in a family to test mother, father, siblings, and from those data we also confirm if it is pathogenic or it is benign. What we are doing in laboratory is that we are performing functional analysis. And those are really, really important because if there is no other patient in the world that has the same variant, then the only thing that we can do is to test this variant in experiment, in the lab, in the system. So there are different types of systems that we can use, and I'm not going to go into much details, but what I wanted to say that there are some new methods for disease modeling that we are also applying here in Serbia. For example, we use CRISPR-Cas technology in order to introduce a new mutation in a cellular line system in order to test it, to see its effect and to test what happens with the processes in the cell. Also, what we are just starting to do now here at the EMGGE is to work with induced pluripotent stem cells. And this is really new, amazing field of model systems that we can use to model diseases. Basically, what we are doing is to get somatic cells, to reprogram them, to get induced pluripotent stem cells, and then to differentiate them into any tissue or cell line that we want to. We are basically interested mainly in making hepatocyte-like cells to get two-dimensional, three-dimensional model system for metabolic diseases. So what we want to do is to see what is the effect of a variant, what is the type of variant. It can be splicing. So here you can, for example, see that the length, maybe it is not possible to see. We are seeing if the variant is affecting the length of the protein. Then we are checking if the variant is changing stability of the protein. You can see this really light band. So in comparison to what is normal, stability of this protein and the function of this protein was really low. We can check where the protein is now. For example, in a healthy tissue, it should be in one part of the cell, and if it has variant, it can go to a completely different part of the cell, and that is what causes a disease. So those are all the things that we need to check in order to know how is it pathogenic or it isn't. Then we can check stability of variants, and this particular thing is very important because there is the one class of drugs that is called pharmacological chaperones, which is used to stabilize variants. So if you have a variant that is not stable, but it has some residual function, then you can use a small drug to bind to that protein and stabilize it, to help it to do its function. And for example, this is the strategy that was used in phenylketonuria in Kuvan. They used tetrahydrobiopterin that is binding to enzyme, and it helps it to stabilize, and then it can act, and it can produce, it can convert phenylalanine into tyrosine. So what we are doing here in our laboratory is that we are, for example, when we find a new variant in a patient which have never been tested before, if it is responsive to the drug or not, we can analyze that in the lab. So instead of giving a patient a drug that you do not know if it's going to work or no, we can analyze that in the laboratory. So for example, for this new variant that we found here in the patient from Serbia, we from a laboratory, we could conclude that this drug would not work in that patient because the variant is not responsive to the drug. So to wrap it up, it is really challenging to do functional studies because each protein is different and there are different types of variants, but it is really truly important because it is important for clinical decision making and for prenatal diagnosis, because without really knowing the effect of the variant, you cannot be sure what to consult during prenatal diagnosis. It is also very important to know the effect of the drug, and it is also very good inspiration to design new drugs. So what we have here is different types of variants, and different kinds of drugs can be used to treat specifically each of these variants. So if it is splicing variants, then we cannot use pharmacological chaperone, we have to use antisense therapy. If there is missense variant, then we have to use pharmacological chaperones. Or we can use read-through drugs for nonsense variants. And those are kind of thinking that we have to know what kind of variant there is in order to design really specific and effective drugs. The approach that is really relevant for rare diseases is repurposing of drugs. This is the process in which we'll know that to develop one drug from zero to the market, it takes from 10 to 15 years. And it is a very risky process, and it is a very costly process. If we repurpose drug, which means that we use one drug in order to broaden up its indications to use it for another disease. It is called repurposing, and then we are shortening the time from the idea to getting drug to the market, and it is much more higher rate of success. I will just give you 2 examples of drugs that were successfully repurposed. It is Kuvan, which was first used on tetrahydrobiopterin, and now is also used for phenylketonuria. They are both rare diseases. But there are also examples in which a drug that is used for a common disease can be repurposed for a rare disease. And we have such an example for glycogen storage disease 1B, where a drug for diabetes mellitus type 2 has been repurposed, and now it's some clinical phase, I don't know which one, maybe I think 3rd phase of a clinical study, and it really shows really good effect. So these are the things that we have to think about in research, how to repurpose drug in order to get more drugs to the market for rare disease patients. And this is the general process, and this is my last slide. With this, we are going to wrap it up. There are 9 steps from scientific idea to getting to the market. So first 4 steps can be done in research laboratory, like it is our laboratory here in Belgrade. So we first have the idea, we do some basic analysis, some checking processes in the cell, what is going wrong. Then we can search for what would be the strategy to correct the problem. And we do a proof of concept studies also in laboratory setting, in the cellular models that we develop and that I mentioned. Then that would be the 3rd step. And the 4th step would be to test the same concept in animal model, which could be, for example, zebrafish or mice. So this is what we can do in Serbia and that we are doing. The next process is from step 5 to 9. It is a bit challenging. It involves producing the same drug on a larger scale and according to medical standards, and also to going to clinical studies. And that is the process that Anna will tell you about later. So when we talk about research in Serbia, I just wanted to stress 3 things. The first is that I'm very happy that now we are analyzing patients here in Serbia, because that is really a good starting point. When we see what are mutations frequent in our country, then we can analyze them. We can do functional studies. We can think about what kind of drugs could be developed in order to fix those variants. And it is really a good base to start. So it is very good that we are doing diagnostics in the country. The second thing is that we should think about intellectual property rights, and that we should think more about maybe not publishing scientific data before those data are protected by patent or what other kinds of protection of intellectual property. And the third thing that we really need to talk about more is about research funding, because we have some funding here in Serbia, and there are some European fundings, like we heard in the previous lecture from EGPRD and from European Commission. But sometimes it is really hard to say what is the impact of a rare disease when you say, look, I'm going to find a cure for a disease that has 1 person in a million person. And still, although we are talking a lot about it, and there is really high level of awareness of rare diseases, there is still that problem exists in the process of reviewing projects. So probably we would need more calls for research projects that are really oriented towards funding research for rare diseases. At the end, I would just like to show you the team from the Institute of Molecular Genetics, Genetic Engineering that is really passionate about working on rare diseases. And thank you for your attention.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Maya. We can hear the second presentation on research and then discuss a little bit before we go into presentation on clinical research. So, Georges, the floor is yours.
Okay, but it's not...
Yes, the presentation will be here in a moment. Yeah,
okay,
that's
yes.
it.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present a part of
Sorry, could you please approach a little bit more to the microphone? Yes, thank you.
For giving me the opportunity to present a part of my research activities. So basically, I'm research associate at Bioscience Institute in Novi Sad, which is a research institute which mainly focusing on agri-food application, but let's say we have some projects which are health-related, and I'm coordinating one of them, which is called Heart on a Chip, based on induced pluripotent stem cell technology for personalized medicine. Basically, it's a Marie Curie Action project, which started in 2018. And the objective of the project is to create some kind of artificial miniaturized organ in order to investigate mechanisms of and the progression of cardiomyopathy in rare neuromuscular diseases. So, but first of all, let me tell you which challenge we are trying to address. Basically, you have to know that the drug discovery process is, like it was said, it's a very expensive and long process. And this is mainly due because of the preclinical, when drugs are tested at the preclinical stage, and they most of the time fail at the clinical trials because the model which are used at the preclinical does not predict how drugs will react in a human body. And finally, at the end, there are only 10% of the drugs which are passing the preclinical studies are working on humans, and 90% are failing. And at some point, the pharmaceutical companies have to cover the cost of the drug failure. And that can be critical when it comes to develop a new therapy for rare diseases which affect a small number of individuals. So basically, it's what we are trying to address in that project is to provide preclinical models which can better predict drug effect in human, because the standard model, which are animal models, does not effectively predict drug effect on human. So the technology that we are using, it's a technology called organ on a chip, which combines two kinds of technologies: microfluidic technology and 3D-dimensional tissue engineering. So it's a multidisciplinary project. So the project is built on a consortium that cover all the expertises needed to implement the project. So we have in that project academic from European Union, academic from country, from European Unions, companies, and also partners in US and in Argentina. So now I'm going to explain a little bit more what kind of technology is involved in that organ on chip. So basically we are using microfluidic technology, which is the science of controlling fluid inside at the micro scale. So basically it's a micro device which incorporates a network of channels that allow to reproduce the dynamic of the human inside a small device. And generally those devices are made from transparent materials, so we can see with the microscope how things are going inside the device and how cells reacting to how cells are growing and how they what is their shape and how they respond to drug stimuli. So another important feature in organ-on-chip technology is to reproduce, because in the standard in vitro models, cells are growing, culture in a two-dimensional environment. And it's important to recreate, and it's not the case in human body, so it's important to recreate the 3D architecture of the human in order to better reproduce the function of organs that we are planning to do. And at the end, it gives us that technology that we call organ on a chip, that combines both, that reproduces both the dynamic of the human environment and the 3D architecture of the body. So in that project, we are targeting the heart. So for that, we need a source of cells. Because we need enough cells to make experiments. And we are using human-induced pluripotent stem cells, which are cells which can be collected from the blood or from tissue, and which are reprogrammed in stem cells. And then from that we can generate any kind of cells from any kind of cells, like cardiomyocytes, neuron cells, in sufficient quantity to perform experiments. So additionally, in that project, we need also to better recreate the environment of the heart. So we are developing additional features like electromechanical stimulation, because the heart is an electromechanical organ who has electrical activities and also mechanical activities. And from that technology, we are planning to perform a clinical trial on a chip. So we can test drugs in, let's say, high-throughput microfluidic devices, which are made from cells from patients. And we can capture at the preclinical stage, the heterogeneity between patients and better predict the drug effect at that stage, and consequently to better prepare clinical trials. So also in the future, what is foreseen is to develop what we call body on a chip, so that the objective will be to create several miniaturized artificial organs and to connect them each other in order to reproduce the full body on the chip, and then we can test drug. We can have a better model to test the drug and to investigate potential adverse effects in, for example, if we are targeting how they react on the other organs. So to conclude, basically that technology has a huge potential to solve the problem of drug discovery process, because it can fill the gap between preclinical study and clinical trial, and increase the success rate of drugs. And then consequently so that more drugs, more therapy are reaching patients. Thank you for your attention.
Perfect. Thank you, George. I think it's very inspiring that we have these kind of technologies in Serbia. As while I was at Harvard and doing my own research, this was like state of the art, and I'm very excited that it's actually happening in Serbia. So the question for the both of you, Maya mentioned some of the challenges of the funding and many other restrictions. I would like to ask you about the samples and like resources from which you're starting your research. Is that also one limitation? And also, are all the platforms that you're working on, let's say Heart on a Chip or the solutions that Maya mentioned, could they provide first the variability that there is, or can they provide the solution for lack of samples, let's say, in the research that you're doing?
Just please don't forget Anna, right?
Yeah.
No, we don't have any problems with getting samples. So we have really good collaboration with the different clinical centers, and we have understanding from patient community. We also properly get all ethical permissions and all that is necessary. And the part of our work is forming collections and biobanks of samples for rare disease samples of rare disease patients. And also with these new kinds of technologies, such as CRISPR-Cas, we can actually edit genome. So we can actually start from a healthy person and introduce variant that we want to analyze with techniques of molecular biology. So it is good for now.
Okay, George? And on my side, it's same, because basically I'm working with a university in Poland who has a collaboration with an hospital, and basically they are collecting samples from a patient in Poland, and then we can use it in the frame of the project.
Perfect. So how much time do you envision that it will take until these kind of technologies could be used?
Well, it's not that it can be. I think it will be a little bit long.
Just a little bit closer.
It can be a little bit long because finally we are facing also some barriers, which are, for example, all that process of drug discovery. They are so far done in a standard cell culture model. And can be difficult finally to impose that new model to pharmaceutical companies who are already working and in some other formats. And then, because, okay, we can, on one time, we can create a new model which is better, but on another time, those models needs to match with the equipment which are already used in a laboratory. So that's also that we are trying to do to, let's say, to find a compromise in a way that it's not more costly for a pharmaceutical company to use a new model. And I think it could maybe, I don't know, maybe in, I will see in 10 years, or it could be 5 years.
Thank
Usually
you. Yeah, I think this is a great also.
It's 5 years for a technology to be adopted.
Perfect, thank you. I think this is also a great introduction to our next last speaker in this session, Ana Živković from Syneos Health. Ana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you hear me very well.
Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Nola, for the invitation actually to join this exciting conference. I'm actually by origin from Belgrade, but I'm being employed in Austria by Syneos Health. We're actually a multinational global company with a base in US, and we are currently employing over 30,000 professionals. And I'm actually extremely proud that one of the headquarters is actually in Belgrade, where we employ close to 700 people. And we are actually very much passionate in working as a contract research organization, which means that we actually overtake the work from the pharma companies, and we actually do the preparation and the oversight of the clinical trials until the end, and then together with pharma companies, we apply for the market approval. So next slide, please. So I'm not going to go into a lot of details for the clinical research, as probably many of you already are aware of the process, but I do want, like just to kind of connect, to what Maya said, and starting, with the preclinical research. Just bear in mind, that actually when we start doing the preclinical research, we start with 1 million of potential drugs. And by the time, we go through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 to the market approval, we actually only have 1 approved drug. So then once we have that approval, then the post-market approval, which is called phase 4, is actually occurring. And then you have to think, about all these phases, that we are starting with a small and then growing population of the patients. And then the post-market approval is actually then looking, how this drug actually works on hundreds or millions of people that will actually take it, so that we ensure together that the drug is safe and effective to be used. And with that, the clinical research actually want to investigate following questions. Is the drug safe? Is it effective? Is it better than the standard treatment? Does it have any side effects? And what is the best dose that we need to give to a patient to see the improvement? And all of this, we do to actually measure, is there an impact on the quality of the life of the patient? Next slide, please. So we learned, in these 2 days, and we are aware of that, the research on the rare diseases is extremely important. Majority of the patients actually, somewhere around 95 of the identified diseases actually do not have the appropriate treatment. So all of these are actually targets for us, to have the work done and to find, the cure, to find, the new novel treatments, and to also provide, insight into the advanced therapies. And working on the rare diseases is actually much different, than working on other common diseases, and it has its own unique challenges. As we also know, these diseases actually may exist for centuries already, but only recently we managed to identify the tools and the diagnostics to actually identify them. And even though we still call them rare diseases, if you have 8,000 of diseases, they're not rare anymore. So they're present in our population and moving toward new evolutionally advanced society in this universe. We actually need to find the cure, and we need to find a way how to address the needs of these patients as well. At the moment, I believe, like only somewhere in Europe, we are talking about 30 million of people that are actually facing some of the rare diseases. So we are actually advocating, like for raising the awareness, and you actually have to be, to look, like into this. There are different, perspectives. There is a scientific perspective, there is ethical perspective, and there is, of course, the economic perspective. And we actually know, and everyone is aware, like these diseases are actually mostly neglected by the researchers, and very often they're neglected by the top pharma companies. So it's very rare that you will see a really big pharma company that will actually do the investigation on the rare diseases. So usually these are very enthusiastic small biopharma companies that we actually call emerging biopharmas. And once actually they have a very promising candidates, they're usually being acquired by the top pharma companies. And for that, there are very many reasons actually why this is being done. The top pharma companies are actually very complicated in their own processes. The work in the pharma company, the big pharma companies is actually very expensive. So you really depend, like on this small enthusiastic group of the scientists working in the small emerging biopharmas to actually push for this drug and to see some promising results. Eventually, I would like to raise the attention, that the diagnostic is really required to be done within 1 year. So we know this is not happening now, and we know that there is a growing need for this. We also know that there is need to improve the care and the interdisciplinary research and also interdisciplinary therapy for these patients. And also, in addition to that, the policy improvement as well is needed. At the moment, we have hundreds of therapies which are in the clinical research, but in general, only 35 approvals are actually given approximately per year. So that's actually something, that we believe, it needs to be approved. You can go to the next slide, please. So now, I will just kind of shortly, stay on this slide, to tell you that the rare diseases, they need to need to require the status of the orphan disease as well. And the drugs that are used in this pathway are called the orphan drugs. And these drugs actually, they are having, some kind of accelerated way, of how these are being developed, which is shown on this slide, where we actually try on many of the occasions where possible to actually merge some phases and to kind of get the results from one phase, to transfer the patients to another, to kind of roll them off, to another phase, to accelerate and see with the patients that are positively acting to the new experimental therapies that they can actually receive the full treatment as much as possible. And that's not actually always easy, because the clinical research and the clinical trials, actually, they can last for some years until we acquire enough data from the biostatistical analysis. Slide, please. So what do we actually need to address when we are talking about the rare disease clinical trials? So here I should show you, approximately how the process runs. We need to identify the centers, the sites, the hospitals actually that we will be collaborating with. These sites, they need to have the patients. That's one of the critical steps. And I'm actually a specialist in the startup and the regulatory phase of the clinical trials, which means we actually deal on a daily basis with the hurdle of the different opinions from the regulatory authorities. We are dealing with the putting in place, the contracts and the financial perspective of the clinical trials between the sponsors, the pharma companies, and the sites. And we are also ensuring to do everything what is possible to actually open the sites, the hospitals, as soon as possible, so they can actually start the successful enrollment of the patients. Once the patients are enrolled, the process should go, easily toward, patients getting the needed treatment. And then depending, how this further goes, if the data, we actually pull from there need to be cleaned, and then eventually the different biostatistical analysis needs to be applied, all with that to actually prove the premises that we actually started from the beginning. Is the drug safe? Is the drug effective? And do we see the improvement in the quality of the life of the patient? So at the moment, actually, on a positive note, the rare disease treatments actually have overall success rate of 17%. So I know this sounds really small, but in the world of the clinical research, that's actually really a lot. So we still require, some accelerations, and we also acknowledge that we actually want to work together between the pharma companies and the regulatory agencies to have 100% of the acceptance of the new successful therapies. And we know that time, is not on our side. Next slide, please. So when we are designing for the clinical trials, there is a certain set of the aspects we actually need to take into consideration. And the planning is actually critical for the success of the effective trial and the drug actually reaching the market approval. So in the rare diseases, we are actually facing the limited availability of the patients. These trials are very expensive, they are very lengthy, and we know we need to move faster there. We need to understand the nature of the disease. We need to understand the progression of the disease. And we also need to understand the differences in the population. And specifically, a lot of these trials are actually pediatric clinical trials. And this brings another layer of the complexity in the research. We need to differentiate between the different pediatric cohorts. So we have the cohorts in children between 0 and 30 days being old, 1 month to 2 years, 2 years to 11 years, and 12 to 18 years, or later, depending on the maturity age, per each country. And, each of these groups of children, they actually have the different organ maturation, they have different development, and then we also need to take care, of the doses that are being given and the certain toxicity issues that we don't run into. So, kind of formulating the usage of the drugs for children is extremely complicated. We also know this is a vulnerable population, and the ethics and the regulatory know this as well. So we have really a lot of layers of the additional safety monitoring, which are critical for the efficacy of the product that we are testing. And we are often being requested with really a lot of additional analysis we need to run to ensure that some drug which is being given or a treatment which is being given to the patient is actually effective and safe. And that kind of, when you think about that, we are talking about the risk-benefit ratio. So something, that it's being safe and effective doesn't necessarily need to match with the therapeutic effect that might have on the patients. So we really need to differentiate how something is safe and effective and what's the therapeutic effect on the patient. And then talking about, other factors which are impacting, the research, are the selections for the endpoints, then the limitation, for the blood volume. It's not the same blood volume you need to take from a newborn baby in comparison to the adult, which is getting close to 18 years old. So these are all limitations which are really putting a lot of pressure on the pharma industry at the moment. And we are seeking, to find the solutions, how to work with the smallest possible blood or tissue volumes or tissue samples in order to perform the very good, powerful bioanalytic analysis. And then once you actually are shown, do you have a promising drug? You have to think, in the rare diseases, these drugs are not massively produced. So these are not the blockbuster drugs. So once you see something is effective, you actually have to change the process in the production, in the manufacturing of the drug, to upscale it and to produce it to the larger quantity. And this is very often causing as well issues. Next slide, please. So this is just to kind of sum up, how we work in the startup. We need to identify the patients, select the sites, which are effective, which will eventually bring the patients, and then start enrollment and the execution phase of the clinical trials. And that's actually the only phase that's actually visible to the patients. So the patients may not be aware actually of the big process that's happening before the centers are open and before they can actually enroll to the study. Next slide, please. So we are aware of the time, and we know the timing of the events needs to be set up correctly so that we have a well outcome. So I'm not going to go into a lot of details because I understand, soon will be a coffee break, and everyone might be tired by now. But I want to tell you there are different challenges on the study setup, on the country setup, and on the setup of the sites or the hospitals we are collaborating with. And all of these carry additional local regulatory hurdles, productions, of the drug, and all of these small items actually could cause a delay that we see in the recruitment, in the study outcome, and eventually delivering the best treatment to the patients. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I know this is a busy slide, I just want to show you how difficult it is actually to receive a unique regulatory opinion for a clinical research study and for the tested protocol we are using and the investigated drug. So you can see, for some of the countries, just how the regulatory processes are running. We need to require the opinion from the regulatory authorities, from the central ethics committees, from the local ethics committees, and all of these opinions actually need to be synchronized within the protocol. And then you think actually if you want to have a successful clinical study, you need to run it across different regions. It needs to be multinational, multi-center, multinational trial. So and then you think, you will have the opinions from EMA, you will have the opinions from FDA and from the Chinese regulatory agencies and so on. So you have to actually harmonize all these decisions, all these views on the level of the protocol that will be applicable for that drug, and then so that you can run the successful biostatistical analysis. Next slide, please. So from, all the experience that we actually have until now, we understand there is a certain regulatory complexity. Regulatory agencies know that as well. So what we are trying and what the sponsors or the pharma companies are actually trying is to actually start to engage with regulatory agencies really early enough to be able to start these discussions about the scientific purpose, about the premises that we are testing very early enough, and to implement these ones into the development strategy. As well, it's noted, that on the different regions, the North American continent doesn't really see, in the same way the advanced therapies, the purpose of the trial, the same way how European Union. So all of these actually needs to be leveraged. And the past 2 decades, there were really a lot of efforts that are made, and we see a lot of improvements, but still a lot of work is being needed there. Next slide, please. So this is again just to show you, the regulatory complexity and some of the proposed measures, that we are working on in improving, kind of regulating that hurdle of the opinions that we actually hear. And somehow, with having the same thought, behind enrolling the patients, providing them with experimental therapies and testing the right premises so that we actually see is the quality of the life of the patient being improved once they're on the experimental therapy or not. We also understand, as we are mostly medical and scientific professionals, we also understand, there needs to be the risk management and the mitigation strategies for that risks that need to be applied very early from the beginning to ensure that we don't have any issues during the trial. And then this is something, that might put study on hold and then block the patient from receiving further therapy that might be proven to be beneficial for that patient. Next slide, please. So we know, a lot of these trials actually fail. Actually, a majority of them. Why? Because we don't manage to enroll enough patients. But almost 80% of the clinical trials actually failed because we never managed to enroll enough patients. So we now heard, in the past 2 days, there is a lot of initiative actually occurring in that communication between the key opinion leaders, advocacy groups, patients themselves, ERNs, so that everybody talks together and that we actually ensure that if there is a trial, if there is, a possibility that patient can hear about that and that they can actually be enrolled in one of these studies. But we also have to acknowledge, there are side effects. There is a mid-trial patient dropout rates. There are inconsistent data. There are difficulties in setting, the investigational treatments. And we also have a lot of logical, logistical, and regulatory obstacles we need to fight all around the way until the clinical trial and the clinical research of a certain drug is being completed. On top of that, we have very complicated bioanalytical analysis because we are running very small studies on a very small population, and each population, each patient have their own mindset and their own family situation that we actually need to take into consideration. Next slide, please. So how are we improving the success rate? So we heard a lot about the ERNs, about engaging the leading scientists and organizing the growth of the biobanks for the rare heritable diseases. But we are also talking a lot in industry about, in this era of digitalization, to include actually the artificial intelligence that will actually change the success rates in finding the right patient, informing the patient. So in our opinion, patient is the key, and patient education is actually the key. This is the key for a success of each study. We are addressing a lot of regulatory obstacles. There are a lot of initiatives ongoing. From this year, we started the new EU CTR regulation in the European Union, where we hope, we will have the unique opinions actually received by the regulatory agencies that will kind of speed up a little bit, time in terms, what we need to improve in these protocols. And there is also, kind of a big hope for 2025 when actually all clinical research studies will transfer to this new way of how they will be analyzed within the European Union. At the same time, bioanalytical perspectives are growing, and we also are now already seeing there are some superior analyses that are showing up, and these will be actually applied so that we can actually work and have the good data extracted from all the rest, which we call the data trash, on these small populations, in variances in samples, analytic experiences, and other analyses that are needed to support the biostatistical portion of the study and giving the input on the research. Next slide, please. So I will be closing with this slide actually, and I wanted to give a take-home message for everyone. The key is actually the partnership between all stakeholders, everyone who are participating. We need to design the trials, we need to receive the inputs from the patients, from the advocacy groups, but we also need to work together with the pharma companies that need to align their research and diagnostic and commercial goals to be able to devote their work to the rare disease investigations. We also need to take into consideration the cost benefits and the perspectives from the patient families and early stage drug development. And there also needs to be involvement of the patients, of the sick children specifically, when we are addressing the design of the clinical trials. So we therefore need actually patients, we need families, they need to be present in medical affairs, in legal, in regulatory, in clinical, in commercial. So the visibility needs to be increased. And that's for me the true partnership between all parties and all companies. And that's actually the only way how we will benefit to all both sides, and then this is the way how we can actually make the progress that we actually need to see urgently here. Thank you. I hope I have still a few minutes, if there is a question, I will hand.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Anna. I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions for our panelists. Yes.
Sorry, I think I hear you very, very low. You don't hear the question.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes,
so, does a Serbian patient or Croatia patient, I know that your company working in every country in the region, does patient have a good access to the clinical trial? Can be better? Because I know that it can, for sure, it can be better. And in your opinion, why it is not good as it in Western Union country?
Thank you. That's a really good actually question. And I'm coming from Belgrade, from Serbia, so I'm actually specifically paying attention there. But there needs to be, from the big pharma companies or the small companies, there needs to be an interest when they're deciding to which market they need to go. So actually in Serbia, the more we know, and in the whole region, in the whole Balkans actually, the more we know actually about diseases, the more they are visible. This opens us actually to have better access and be targeted on that map when we are doing the site identification. We are also need to double check, the available therapies, so, and also the companies need to access, does it pay off to them to actually go into small countries? So preferably the companies are targeting the really big Western European countries. But what we can do from our side, given that we are not part of the EU, is that we also need to work internally and improve the regulatory perspective, how the studies are being reviewed. We typically select the countries, because we know we don't have time, we select the countries where we know in few months we can actually get from the site selection to the site activation. If this period is longer than 7-8 months, it's not preferable, because we know along the way there are a lot of issues that might come up, and this period is usually being extended. So in my opinion, Serbian regulatory agencies, they need to follow some of the examples given by the European Union and improve the review of the studies so that we can actually shorten the time there. Also, like on the level of the administration of the hospitals, we spend so much time working on the contracts and the budget and agreeing on everything. And that's not new, like actually this happens, like in all countries, and it really depends. You have some countries, like and some sites, like which are working faster and better, and some which are simply slow. So there are many things, like we actually can improve. Unfortunately, I think Serbia, like when you look, like it's, or like the whole Balkans, actually, like we are not top 5 countries, like you would select when you were applying for the clinical trial. But I think, like there is a lot, like we can learn from the experience we have now and try to improve internal processes within our countries so that we kind of get on that list, like that we are fast enough and that we can actually provide and give a patient in the right time, because this is what the pharma companies are looking for.
More questions from the audience? Okay.
Maybe I just wanted to ask Anna, if there are, so you said that there is regulatory issues, but in hospitals, are there all, I mean, is there a setting that can be used? So are there available all the methods that you need to assess clinical research? So is it just because of regulatory?
Yeah. I understand what you say. So actually, like I was kind of really happy, like that our, like governmental hospitals are also recognizing, like if they don't have specific tests that they need to do, they kind of try, like to collaborate with the private institutions, private laboratories that are actually able to deliver these results. So this is something, like that it's not new. All the countries in the world are actually using that. And, like one cannot expect, like that maybe a specific test will be done on the level of the clinical center, like, or any other institution if it's not, how to say, like profitable for that institution. So again, like in my opinion, the key is collaboration, but we need as well to understand what we actually require and how, if we can actually quickly organize, like if something is not being done at the site, at the hospital, if this can be outsourced to anybody else, like who can actually provide this in a timely manner.
Perfect. Just a short question for the end. Would the databases and the data that we gather assist in research or in clinical research? Anna can also answer, but also it's a question for Maya. Like, how are the databases important for gathering information? And maybe this will also motivate the doctors and the nurses to start collecting and writing the data.
Yeah, and it is crucial. And it is very important for rare disease field. And in this field, I think it is recognized a long time ago, and collaboration is really strong between scientists in the rare disease field. There are many projects that were devoted to that, like EGPRD or RD Connect or SolveRD. So there, people for many years thought about how to connect all the data for rare diseases. And there are many, many different databases, biobanks, registries, databases to collect genetic variants, many different kinds of useful databases. And of course, we need to make this kind of databases at the national level. That is something that we should probably do in the next period now that we have a diagnostics here. So to make genetic databases and to connect it with health registers.
Perfect.
Yes, and maybe I would like to add, like as well, I think that's a really good point, Maya, like, so I think, like this is something that really needs to be done on the level of each country. So it's not something, like we can expect, like the big pharma companies that they will actually dedicate, like any work there. What is also really important is the development of the biobanks. But when we are talking about the biobanks, we need to take into consideration the ethical perspectives. So that's a field that's not completely still very well regulated. And something that I think we will see a lot of changes that will occur in the next decade.
Thank you so much. Just a take-home message for the end. Something that is actually Anna's take-home message is that for final impact, we need to involve all the organizations to actually impact the lives of patients. Thank you so much. With this, we're closing the session on research on rare diseases, and good luck in your research. Thank you.
Dobar dan svima, dobrodošli na panel Rare Diseases and Mental Health. Ovom prilikom govorit ćemo o značaju mentalnog zdravlja u kontekstu retkih bolesti. Moje ime je Lana Nikolić i danas razgovaram sa sjajnim osobama koje su upravo u ovim oblastima stručnjaci. To su Vukašin Čobeljić, psiholog Univerzitetske dečje klinike Tiršova i Danica Vučić, psihološkinja, koordinatorka NORBS-ove linije pomoći. Dobar dan i dobrodošli. Ja sam sigurna da ćemo da otvorimo važne teme danas. Počet ću, Danice, sa tobom. Ti radiš direktno sa korisnicima i korisnicama na liniji pomoći. Šta je ono što uobičajeno dobiješ od njih kao komentare, osjećanja? Šta oni dele sa tobom kada zovu liniju?
Da, pa dijagnoza predstavlja jedan proces koji sa sobom nosi značenje gubitka, pre svega fizičkog zdravlja, a kasnije i nekih drugih aspekata doživljaja sebe. Potrebno je da se redefinišu nove sad uloge, da se prilagodi novonastaloj situaciji. Ono što predstavlja problem kod retkih bolesti jeste sama priroda retkih bolesti, gde se jako teško neke bolesti dijagnostikuju, pa to traje godinama, to nazivamo dijagnostičkom odisejom. Za sve to vreme osobe doživljavaju stres, prolaze kroz razne procese i faze prilagođavanja, Zatim tu je i nedostatak stručnjaka koji u oblasti retkih bolesti, koji naravno utiče na to kašnjenje u postavljanju dijagnoze ili postavljanju adekvatne dijagnoze, jer se oni retko susreću u svojoj karijeri sa retkim bolestima, neki nikada u toku svog radnog veka, i teško im je da ponekad poveruju i pacijentima da zaista osjećaju neke tegobe i simptome, da to nije samo sve u njihovoj glavi, da ne umišljaju i da ne dođe do tog momenta da im se pripiše neki psihosomatski poremećaj ili da budu okarakterisani kao hipohondri. Ono što obolelima takođe otežava situaciju je to što za 95% retkih bolesti ne postoji terapiji. Sad možete da zamislite neko kome saopšte tešku dijagnozu, neizlečive bolesti za koju ne postoji terapija, u kakvom stanju uma se on tada nalazi. Sa tim je povezana i nedostupnost i nedovoljno adekvatna nega, znači ne samo u oblasti zdravstvene zaštite, nego i socijalne zaštite, sve one usluge koje bi propratile, ajde da kažemo, taj konvencionalni način lečenja, dakle i usluge ličnog pratioca i palijativne nege i tako dalje. Sama bolest smanjuje kvalitet života obolelih, zato što onemogućava im kretanje, oni doživljavaju bolove, doživljavaju odvajanje i od porodice i prijatelja i to ih sve vodi u neku izolovanost i doživljavaju i prepreke fizičke, da kažem, barijere i ne mogu da nastave normalno sa nekim svojim aktivnostima. Postoje istraživanja koje kažu da osobe obolele od retkih bolesti češće doživljavaju anksioznost, depresiju i slična stanja, što je razumljivo kada se uzme u obzir.
Danas, izvini, samo malo bliže mikrofonu. Sad će biti bolje.
Da. Kada se uzme u obzir njihovo stanje,
Sad to sve što si pomenula, meni nekako sasvim prirodno ide ka pitanju koje sam pripremila za Vukašina, a to je dakle kako cijela ova priča o kojoj si ti govorila utiče, kako se manifestuje na porodice i na decu i na mlade, koje se možda prvi put suočavaju sa tim, možda su živeli sa tim, a nisu znali kako se zove, pa je sad to odjednom dobilo ime, pa su saznali neke dodatne informacije i sad treba sa tim nastaviti dalje. Ili, dok se još uvek ne zna ime bolesti, kako se sve to manifestuje. Da li, recimo, ne znam, ovo što je Danica govorila, da li neko postane depresivan, da li je uznemiren. Šta govori to iskustvo?
Pa, ja sam pre svega kliničar, govorit ću iz ugla prakse. U Tiršovoj suočavamo se u radu sa roditeljima i vrlo često, znači, sa najmlađom decom, kada je ta prva faza, znači kada postoji sumnja, na primjer, na dijagnozu, znači to je faza neizvesnosti kroz koju roditelji prolaze. Suočavaju se sa nečim što će se verovatno desiti, a možda nisu 100% sigurni i ono što je vrlo važno, to je ta prva faza kada roditelji mogu potpuno na različit način da reaguju. To je vrlo važno. Kao psiholozi, jako je bitan individualizovan pristup. Znači, svakom roditelju, detetu ili tinejdžeru pristupati kao posebnom svetu. To je ono što je vrlo važno. To znamo iz prakse da roditelji neko brže prihvati kada dijagnoza postaje izvesnija, znači kada ta neizvesnost se smanjuje, neko od roditelja prihvati, neko praktično nikad i ne prihvati. Velike su individualne razlike šta tako teška dijagnoza znači za pojedinu osobu. Za nekog to može da znači iskušenje, izazov, za nekog kraj svih snova i nešto što govori o toj samoj osobi. Imali smo na prvoj sesiji spomenuto pitanje osjećanja krivice, negde lične odgovornosti. Znači, sada pre svega pričam o roditeljima i o toj prvoj fazi. Ono što je karakteristično za prvu fazu je pre svega proces prihvatanja. Znači, negde prihvatiti da se to zaista desilo, da to nije ružan san. Kada se prihvati, onda ide faza negde upoznavanja potpuno nečeg novog i nepoznatog. Šta je to sa čime se suočavamo? Sama reč retko, znači govori o nečemu, a suočavanje sa novim i nepoznatim podrazumeva anksioznost, strah. Strah se smanjuje tako što to što je nepoznato postaje poznatije. Naravno, pored stručnjaka, čija bi uloga bila da se daju osnovne informacije, znači negde umirenje, mogućnost da se predvidi, da se anticipuje, što je jako bitno u psihološkom smislu, time se vraća negde osjećanje kontrole, pre svega kod roditelja, je jako važna podrška u tim trenucima osoba koje imaju veće iskustva, na primjer, sa takvom vrstom dijagnostike. To je nešto što je nemerljivo i što se apsolutno preporučuje i savjetuje u toj situaciji. Znači, negde ne osjećate se tu potpuno usamljen. Znači, sada pričam malo o roditeljima, onda ću se kratko vratiti na decu i na adolescente. Srednja faza koju se kao kliničari suočavamo, to je najčešće dolazak kod lekara usled neophodnog primanja, terapije ili pogoršanja. I zapravo, iskren da budem, mi u praksi najviše učimo od roditelja i od dece, ne toliko od literature. Jako mi je važno prosto to da navedem, 90-ih kada sam bio u srednjoj školi, tada je, na primer, na psihologiji smo dobili kao informaciju da vrlo malo ljudi radi sa decom, na primjer, sa posebnim potrebama, sa retkim bolestima, iz prostog razloga što je povratna informacija od strane te dece minimalna, tako se tada tvrdilo. Čak i 90-ih i 80-ih profesori na klinikama su, kada bi saznali da postoji ozbiljna genetska bolest ili neurološka neka patologija, savjetovali roditelje da dete ostave, na primjer, u instituciju, da bi to bilo najbolje za njih, da što pre to preseku, da se emotivno ne vezuju, jer bi to uticalo na celu porodicu, na ostalu decu, braću i sestre. Međutim, praksa pokazuje potpuno suprotno i savremena istraživanja, što se tiče teorije, imamo teoriju o afektivnom vezivanju, istraživanja Winnicota o odnosu sa bebama i tendenciju u neonatologiji koliko je važan kontakt sa kožom, bez obzira, to sad istraživanja pokazuju, da li je dete urednog razvoja ili kod dete postoji kašnjenje. To su, da kažemo, dragocene stvari i to je ono što se menja negde u praksi, a mi kao stručnjaci smo tu negde da edukujemo roditelje, ali negde i javnost. Naravno, treća faza, definitivno to je ona da kažemo, negativnija, to je faza palijative, palijativne nege, gde kao stručnjaci moramo da budemo uključeni negde, ali se ne završava, da tako kažemo, gubitkom deteta, nego se nastavlja i dalje. To je faza tugovanja kod roditelja. Znači, opet kažem, to je idealna situacija, a jedno je teorija, a drugo je praksa. Znači, ali ako ništa drugo, barem da kažemo šta bi trebalo da bude. Zašto to govorim? Skoro smo imali primer na klinici roditelja koji su bili posvećeni, koji su u startu prihvatili dete sa ozbiljnim genetskim poremećajem i palijativa je obavljena u kliničkim uslovima, iako je tendencija da više bude u kućnim uslovima, jer se dete tu bolje osjeća, sigurnije, sve je detetu blisko. Međutim, ovde je zbog medicinskih nužnih uslova ta situacija bila u bolnici. Nakon gubitka deteta obavili smo razgovor kao tim na klinici sa roditeljima. Oni su rekli da je dete koje je jako kratko živelo u velikoj meri uticalo na njih, njih promenilo kao osobe, da su oni od deteta toliko toga naučili, prosto dobili i razmenili da to, da kažemo, budućim roditeljima ili ono što je spomenuto na prvom predavanju, svakome od nas može to da se desi. To nije nešto što se tamo nekom drugom dešava, daje smisla i snagu za rad. To je bilo malo o poziciji roditelja. Što se tiče dece i adolescenata, to je naravno krajnji individualni pristup, znači negde procena u kojoj meri, da kažemo, sama vrsta dijagnoze utiče na kvalitet života, na svakodnevno funkcionisanje. Da li se negde odražava u fizičkoj sferi, da li negde u intelektualnoj. To je isto tako u praksi često vrlo bitna uloga psihologa, znači procena nivoa psihomotornog razvoja, procena inteligencije i slično. Isto tako različita pitanja vezana za socijalizaciju dece, što je jako bitno jer potrebe dece su i tekako važne, znači bez obzira što postoji retka bolest, deca imaju vrlo slične potrebe koje će se možda na drugačiji način manifestovati ili u drugačijem trenutku, ali to je nešto što je vrlo važno.
Ali ima nešto na što treba da obratimo pažnju, sad izvini što sam te prekinula, kad posmatramo, na primjer, dete ili mladu osobu, kao roditelji ili kao stručnjaci, šta su signali na koje specijalno treba da obratimo pažnju?
Pa, ono što je, tu bih dve stvari spomenuo, a da ne ugnjavim. Znači, prvo i najvažnije, opet iskustvo iz prakse. Kada nazovu pedijatri i jave, na primjer, da je nova dijagnoza, šta mi prvo uradimo? Odemo na internet, pošto mi smo psiholozi, mi nismo lekari, onda brzo pogledamo čemu se tu radi, onda nam pedijatri daju brze informacije. Sve to nestaje onog trenutka kada upoznamo dete i roditelja. Prosto svako dete je svoj svet. To dete ima osjećanja, ima reakcije specifične. Znači, tog trenutka sve, da kažemo, pada u vodu. Šta to zapravo znači? Ne posmatramo nikad ni dete ni roditelje kroz tu dijagnozu. To je ono što je spomenuto. Znači, put nije sažaljenje, već ljudski, krajnje ljudski ravnopravan odnos. I to je ono što i deca i roditelji mogu da osete, s jedne strane. S druge strane, šta bi bili, da kažemo, negde možda granice ili znakovi otprilike kada se uključuje psiholog kao tim, kao član tima. Idealno bi bilo čim prije, što bi rekli. Znači, negde bi tu Novi Sad bio idealna sredina, znači da svako odeljenje ima psihologa koji bi se uključivao kada je nova dijagnoza u pitanju, bez obzira da li se roditelji suočavaju sa time ili dete kasnije saznaje nešto što je potpuno novo i nepoznato i onda se ono što smo rekli suočava sa osjećanjem neizvesnosti. Kako podneti neizvesnost, kako izaći negdje na kraj sa time. Na krajnjem polu ekstremno nalazi se proces patologije i to je sad već, da kažemo, ono što je koleginica spomenula, to je zapravo negde pitanje anksioznosti i depresivnosti, znači gde je opet negde cilj što je moguće više sprečiti, znači pre svega prevencija koja bi podrazumevala savetodavni rad, pre svega umrežavanje, povezivanje što je moguće većoj meri, a ako dođe do ozbiljnije patologije, onda timski pristup.
Sad, ovo što ti govoriš, meni sve vreme nekako zvoni u glavi samo jedna stvar, a to je, dakle, podrška, zbog koje smo na kraju krajeva ovde danas. I Danice, to je ono što ti radiš. Ti stalno podržavaš ljude, samo slušajući ono što ti oni govore. Šta je ono što ti njima kažeš? Rekla si mi šta ti kažu, koliko ima prepreka, ali šta je ono što ti nekako uspevaš da njima kažeš kao povratnu informaciju u društvu gde još uvek ne postoji na mnogo nivoa adekvatna podrška kad je reč o retkim bolestima?
Pa, Vukašin je rekao da psihološka podrška je u stvari...
Samo malo napred, malčice.
Ja ne znam više koliko da se približim, mislim ja kratka.
Super je, hvala.
Vukašin je rekao da psihološka podrška svakako je jedna individualizovana podrška i ja ne volim one generalne savete. Šetajte, hranite se zdravo, povezujte se s ljudima, družite se kada je to u slučaju osoba obolelih od retkih bolesti jako teško, ponekad i neizvodljivo. Oni zbog nekih fizičkih prepreka ne mogu da nastave svoje redovne aktivnosti i zaista je potrebno pružiti im podršku, po mom mišljenju, od samog momenta saopštavanja dijagnoze i zato mislim da je potrebno da postoji taj integrisani sistem psihološke podrške u same zdravstvene ustanove, gde će, po mom mišljenju, biti i prisutan psiholog prilikom saopštavanja dijagnoze, jer nekako lekari to odrađuju na neki svoj, ajde da kažemo, mehanički način, ali razumem i njihovu stranu, jer ipak su i oni samo ljudi i svakodnevno doživljavaju te neke teške stvari, moraju i oni sebe da odbrane. Zato je tu psihološka služba koja će od starta biti podrška, možda ne u tom momentu, ali kasnije kada porodica proceni da je spremna za to. Šta ja njima govorim? Nikad nemam unapred spreman odgovor, nego slušam šta je to što je toj osobi u tom trenutku najvažnije i svakoj fazi ovog procesa što je Vukašin pričao je potrebno prići na individualizovan način. Znači, stvarno nema nekog gotovog rešenja kada je psihologija u pitanju. Slušate i pratite osobu šta je to što vam priča i u skladu sa tim reagujete.
Ti si kazala malo čas da ne daješ one uobičajene komentare, idite, šetajte, a imaš li možda nešto što bi volila da kažeš kolegama? Ne mora se nužno raditi sa nekim koji ima retku bolest. Postoji mnogo nivoa, kako da kažemo, ozbiljnosti na kojima može da radi neko ko je psiholog, psihoterapeut. A ono što moramo da imamo jeste pažnja i to što ti kažeš, slušanje onog ko je sa druge strane. Šta su tvoje preporuke možda za nekog ko se time bavi ili ko razmatra tu, ajde da kažem, profesiju, oblast kojom bi mogao da se bavi?
Misliš na stručnjake,
doktore, lekare? Da, znači kada bi govorila sada, ne znam, kolegi, koleginici, psihologu ili psihološkinji, u odnosu na sve ovo što si mi rekla, a da izbegnemo taj pristup koji si rekla da nikada ne činiš, da nikad ne govoriš stvari koje mogu da budu i vrlo osetljive.
Da, pa ja nisam u priči o retkim bolestima iz ličnih razloga i onda mogu možda malo i da se izdvojim iz toga, da kažem, a psiholozi naravno prolaze razne obuke kako bi radili te pomagačke struke. Meni su više tu doktori, da kažem, lekari koji, opet kažem, tokom samog obrazovanja i fakulteta nemaju toliko dodira sa oblasti retkih bolesti ili edukacija u oblasti psihologije, pa je možda potrebno da sam zdravstveni sistem malo više osmisli neke edukacije, da njih senzibiliše, na koji način, eto, hajde, tu traumatičnu stvar, saopštavanje dijagnoze detetu koji neki saopšte na toliko grub način da roditelji prosto ostanu zatečeni, kao što je Gordana u prvoj sesiji rekla, u tom momentu nisam znala ni gde sam, ni ko sam, ni potpuno sam bila pogubljena i ne možete nekom prilaziti sa tako jednom ozbiljnom stvari na tako, ajde da kažem, nesenzitivan način. I možda, eto, edukovati malo više pažnje tokom obrazovanja, posvetiti medicinarima u toj oblasti ili bar da oni sami, ako već to nije, obrazovanje ne omogućava, da oni bar saslušaju predstavnike udruženja obolelih od retkih bolesti, nacionalne organizacije koje rade na podizanju svesti o retkim bolestima, da bar malo saslušaju šta je to, na koji način će se suočavati, sa čim će se suočavati i oboleli i njihove porodice u nekom budućem periodu. To su stvari koje predstavljaju tektonske poremećaje u životu i obolelih, bilo da su deca ili su odrasli pacijenti u pitanju, nešto što vam remeti potpuno život i okreće ga na opačke i zaista jedna senzitivna tema koja treba pristupati na takav način, na senzitivan.
To što si rekla, opet ja nekako moram da se vratim na tu podršku, ali vas dvoje ste tu danas zato što direktno podržavate ljude svakog dana. I vi radite u onim oblastima u kojima mnogi veruju da ne bi mogli da rade nikada. A opet je tu, kako da kažem, tu se dešava ključna promena na neki način. Sad razmišljam prosto, Vukašine, koliko je zapravo tvoj posao naporan i težak? Meni se ne čini kada ti pričaš o tome da ja osjećam neku težinu. Mislim da je dobro možda i ohrabriti, hrabro je za roditelje, odnosno njih ohrabruje da znaju da imaju takve stručnjake na raspolaganju kao što se vas dvoje, a možda ohrabruje i vaše buduće kolege da razmatre, da se time pozabave i da temu mentalnog zdravlja slobodno spoje sa nekim kompleksnim zdravstvenim stanjima i temama.
Pa, definitivno ima smisla, kao i koleginica, znači ja lično nisam bio uključen u tom smislu, znači da smo imali u porodici. Sa druge strane, na fakultetu u Beogradu, na psihologiji, dosta je bilo teorije. I prirodno sam na 3. i 4. godini osetio potrebu za praksom. Prva praksa mi je bila u okviru dečjeg srca. Znači, negde rad sa decom ometenom koja kasni u razvoju, i pre svega rad sa kolegama, sa defektolozima. I tad je interesantno da nekako tada su trenuci sa tom decom, znači tad sam bio mlad, još nisam bio diplomirani psiholog, neki od tih trenutaka ću pamtiti celog života. Znači prosto neki momenti sa tom decom, uveče žurka, A opet sa druge strane i svoje granice sam upoznao negde. To je dobro za psihologe negde da shvate da mi nismo svemoćni, da mi nismo ljudi koji u svakoj situaciji uvek i svakome mogu da pomognu. Nema ništa od toga. Jer je tu bilo je takvih zaista situacija, frustracije, kako se zove. I to je negde, jedan moment mi isto odredio u određenoj meri karijeru. Kupali smo se sa decom u vodi, na moru smo bili, i onda je jedan čovek prišao i rekao je, odakle ste? Pa moje dete je ovako, samo smo mi dete ostavili u instituciju. Moja reakcija je bila, sve je u redu. Nemojte da se opterećujete, pogledajte, vidite šta radimo, kako radimo, znači negde da se potrudim da ga razumem, možda i ako se ne slažem sa njime. Došao je kolega defektolog, on je sjajan stručnjak, godinama radi, njegova reakcija je bila malo drugačija. On je rekao, ja bi sad njemu nešto objasnio. Tada sam shvatio da negde mogu da podnesem, da različita, da kažemo, ta stanja. I ovde je za našu struku jako bitan pojam empatije, o kojem smo pričali u toku prve sesije, ali empatija je da smo sposobni, znači, da saosećamo sa time kroz šta prolazi dete ili roditelj. Znači, to je onaj moment kada nam je apsolutno jasno koliko je sve to teško, ali da nas to ne preplavi. Znači, za empatiju mora da postoji granica. To je ključno za, da kažem, struku i za volontere. Ako nas to preplavi, onda i naš rad više nije u potpunosti adekvatan i kako se zove, ne bismo imali kapaciteta za naše, da kažemo, porodice, supruge, decu, kuce, znači sve ono što je za neke naše potrebe. Znači, to je tanka granica. Gde je ta granica? Kad je empatija u pitanju, to je isto individualno, to zavisi od osobe do osobe. Ključno je da to nije sebičnost, to nije sebičuk. Prosto, to je onaj trenutak, saosećam i naravno nama se dešava u struci neke stvari, nas pogode, mi to zovemo kontratransfer. Pogodi nas nešto, podsjeti nas na druga, na našeg člana porodice i naravno krenu osjećanja. I rasplačemo se ili kasnije odemo svoj kući sa sadržajem koji je težak. Ali se onda negde trudimo da pogledamo odakle potiče taj sadržaj, gde ide, ili ako nam je teško da ulazimo u kontakt sa time da se negde izventiliramo ili da podelimo sa osobom koja može da nas za to razume. Znači, šta je granica sa sebičlukom? Teško je to što se dešava, ali ovo se ne dešava meni. Jer to daje snagu da onda godinama radimo to iznova i iznova. Mi nemamo ideje da ćemo sad promeniti to neko dete. Znači, mi nismo medicinari, lekari, mi ne težimo tome. Mi težimo tim kontaktom, možda nekad je dovoljno samo biti tu uz tu porodicu, samo neverbalno saosećati. Nekad prava neka intervencija koju čuju na pravi način kao određenu vrstu podrške koja će biti njima vetar u leđa.
Mnogo ti hvala. Mislim da ako su i razmišljali da li bi se time bavili, sad će verovatnije da razmotre opciju. Ja mislim da je uvek potrebno da imamo još ljudi koji pružaju podršku i koji stvarno razumeju važnost toga, tako da mi je drago što si toliko toga podelio. Sad, na neki način me ovo asocira sve što si pomenuo, dakle to je rad između psihologa, porodice, a tu su i lekari. Ono što se često dešava je to nepoverenje u pacijenta, u ono što on govori. Ono što si ti, Danica, pomenula, da li je ovo sad hipohondrija ili stvarno to osjeća. Da li si možda imala iskustva sa tako nečim? Da li ljudi koji za ovu liniju pomoći dele momente kada im neko nije verovao i kako ti razumeš taj fenomen? Jer je on vrlo prisutan uopšte u zdravstvu, ne samo kod nas.
Pa da, jeste. Priroda retkih bolesti je, kao što sam rekla, takva da se teško otkrivaju i simptomi se mešaju fizički sa psihičkim poremećajima, kao na primjer kod Huntingtonove bolesti, gde imate i psihičkog poremećaja i sad teško je jednom doktoru da razluči, zato često traži konsultacije sa kolegama psihijatrima da se ustanovi da nije stvarno samo neka hipohondrijaza ili psihosomatski poremećaj. Važno je da shvate da ta osoba prolazi kroz zaista različite procese, da im je potrebna podrška, da oni bez obzira što se ne susreću sa tom bolešću ipak malo porade, ipak malo poveruju pacijentu ponekad. Razumem da im je teško, kažem, malo obuke oni imaju kada su retke bolesti u pitanju i onda je potrebno da i oni sami sednu i posvete vreme pored svog obimnog posla da sednu da istraže o čemu se radi i to nepoverenje je ono što treba razbijati. U stvari, trebalo bi da imaju više poverenja i pacijenti u lekare i lekari u pacijente i malo više i razumevanja, a ne stalno da se gledaju kroz nišan, jer pričalo se o toj empatiji jutros u prvoj sesiji. Da li je ima i zašto ne, ali mislim da ima empatije, samo što, mislim, psihologija zaista ima objašnjenje za to zašto se razbeže najbliskiji članovi porodice i prijatelji, zato što su oni u ličnom odnosu sa osobom koja sada ulazi u taj novi proces života sa dijagnozom i nekako ili ne žele da preuzmu na sebe taj teret ili prosto nemaju način i pristup kako da adekvatno pruže podršku tim ljudima i zašto ne pružaju adekvatnu podršku? Zato što se povezuju ljudi sa sličnim, odnosno istim problemima i zato su vrlo značajne ove grupe podrške i sama udruženja za određene retke bolesti gde će se naći ljudi sa istim problemima na jednom mestu, lakše razmeniti iskustva i brže doći do nekih informacija i tako sebi skratiti put neki, recimo, u potrazi za dijagnozom ili stručnjacima i slično.
Sad ne znam koji od vas dvoje želi da odgovori na ovo što ću da pitam, ali kada pričamo o tome, kako da ohrabrimo ljude da iako možda im neko ne veruje u to što govore da je istina ili su uplašeni, uznemireni, a ne mogu to da iskomuniciraju sa svojim lekarima, kakav pristup bi oni trebalo da zauzmu, jer je to jedna vrlo emotivna i teška situacija i prva prepreka je dovoljna ponekad da obori čoveka u tom trenutku, da ne nastavi dalje da, što se kaže, gura. Kako da izađu na kraj u situaciji gde znaju da nešto osjećaju, znaju da nešto nije u redu ili žele da se na neki drugi način izbore za bilo koji segment svojih prava u oblasti retkih bolesti. Vukašina, ćeš ti da preuzmeš? Vidim da Danica gleda u tebe, pretpostavljam da bi...
Pa ne, nego...
Ili možete i zajedno, kako god želite.
Pa ne znam, iskustvo sa linije pomoći kaže i imam takvih pozivaoca koji zaista osjećaju tegobe i izveštavaju o tome da ih doktori ne slušaju. Istraživanja pokazuju, nema mnogo istraživanja koje se bave povezanošću retkih bolesti i mentalnog zdravlja, ali ono što ima kažu da zaista vlada jedno nepoverenje kod lekara kada su u pitanju simptomi i tegobe koje oboleli osjećaju. I imam, kažem, takvih pozivaoca, zaista je moj neki predlog da budu uporni. Ako i psihijatar proceni da nije u pitanju psihosomatski poremećaj, da onda prosto traže druga mišljenja ukoliko je izvršena, da kažem, ta psihijatrijska procena, da se ne radi o nekom psihičkom poremećaju. Jer, kažem, teško je otkriti tu dijagnozu i naći pravog specijalistu koji će prepoznati to. Jako je mali broj ljudi u našoj zemlji koji mogu da sa vrata prepoznaju neku dijagnozu i to nam se dešavalo. Nije da ih nema, nije da ne poznaju oblast retkih bolesti, ali retko zaista dolaze u susret sa njima i onda im je potrebno vreme.
Slobodno dodaj ako želiš.
Ja sad opet na svoju vodenicu, na struku, na psihologiju, postoji pojam naučene bespomoćnosti. To znači situacija utvrđenja na eksperimentima sa mišićima, a zapravo jako dobro funkcioniše i kod ljudi. Kad neko ne uspe, na primjer, 1 put, 2 put, 3 put, vrlo lako se dešava da 4. put i kad postoji mogućnost da se reši problem, odustaje. Zato bespomoćnost. Znači, ja mogu da zamislim samo kakvi su bili počeci negde, pogotovo ako je dijagnoza deteta 1 u milion, dete jedino na Balkanu, koja je to tek vrsta osjećanja i tereta, što baš mi, što baš u ovom trenutku i šta sada raditi. određena tu vrsta pasivnosti, naročito ako su stvari van naše kontrole, a van naše kontrole su ako ne ilazimo s polja na određene ograničenja, nemogućnosti, to je poruka prosto uz to osjećanje, koliko je god moguće, frustracije, bespomoćnosti, gurati dalje. Pokušati ići dalje, vidjeti ako nije uspjelo na kucanje na jedna vrata, na druga vrata, na treća vrata i slično. Šta drugo reći? Znači, istrajnost negde i koliko god je to moguće. Da nije bilo, da kažem, opet, proagensnih, proaktivnih, jel tako, taj smo termin iskoristili, ljudi koji su nekako preokrenuli sve te teške procese svoje u nešto skroz pozitivno, ne bi kasnije to možda bio vetar u leđa i za druge roditelje, i za slične situacije, naročito ako se podeli takva vrsta iskustva. Naravno, to je individualno, to zavisi od ličnosti do ličnosti. Mi to nikako ne smemo da generalizujemo. Znači, prosto postoje strukture ličnosti, to opet iz prakse znamo, jako mnogo brakova, primjer malo pre isto samohrane majke i tako, i to znamo iz prakse, da vrlo često ostaje jedan od roditelja sa decom, jer drugi roditelj to nije mogao da podnese, nije prosto mogao negdje da izdrži. Znači, tu treba biti fair. Neko može, neko ne može, onaj ko može, dokle može, to je okej, poštovati negde svoje granice.
Sad, kako roditelj jedan koji uporno kuca na vrata i koji ne odustaje, kako on da pronađe u tom celom procesu snage i energije da bude dobro i za sebe i za dete ili omladinca, mladinku, mislim tinejdžere, koga god imaju u porodici, sa kojima treba svakodnevno da rade, ponekad u vrlo kompleksnim uslovima, jer znamo da je roditelj u ovom slučaju često i neko ko je personalni asistent, neko ko se brine o medicinskim stvarima, ko daje terapiju, dakle ko preuzima na sebe ulogu koja nije u potpunosti roditeljska, već bi trebalo da bude rešena na neke drugačije načine i da postoji podrška na nivou institucije. Kako je roditelj da, što kaže Danica, prošeta malo, da ima vremena za sebe, da bi mogao da bude dobar i sebi i drugom?
Češ ja?
Možeš, Danica, ako želiš, samo izvoli.
Da ja sad ne ulazim u neke previše freudovske analize, ali ono što sam videla radeći na liniji pomoći i komunicirajući sa roditeljima obolele dece, njihova snaga crpi se iz nekog početnog osjećaja krivice. Zašto se to desilo mom detetu, zašto sam ja preneo svom detetu bolest i na sebe preuzimaju jako veliki taj teret svega što si sad rekla, postaju sve i doktori i negovatelji i roditelji i sve, osim oni sami. Prestaju da budu oni sami zato što iz tog osjećaja krivice žele da podnesu tu žrtvu, da preuzmu svu bol i tugu svog deteta na sebe i ja mislim da odatle se crpi ta snaga i to je nešto što za njih ne prestaje ni izlečenjem deteta, ni pronalaskom leka, ni nakon što se, nažalost, oproste od svog deteta. Znači, to je nešto što za njih traje ceo život i to je nešto iz čega oni crpe energiju i zahvaljujući tome su pomerene mnoge granice u oblasti retkih bolesti, u zajednici obolelih od retkih bolesti. Nekad i ta bolest i prevelika tuga umeju da pokrenu ljude na aktivaciju, da se oni povezuju i razvijaju tu empatiju ne samo za svoje, nego i za druge ugrožene kategorije, pa se tu često u oblast retkih bolesti uključuju i osobe sa invaliditetom, jer je jedna od trajnih posledica retkih bolesti upravo invaliditet. I to je način da oni nekako iznesu tu tegobu koju su doživeli, taj što kažem uvek tektonski poremećaj, to je veliki životni događaj, retka bolest koja na različit način pogađa ljude, ali kažem, nije sve toliko negativno u bolesti, koliko god to paradoksalno zvučalo, postoji i taj moment i povezivanja i udruživanja i videli smo jutros i primere, dakle, deca su im se izlečila, deca imaju terapiju i sve to, ali oni ne prestaju sa svojim radom, jer, kažem, za njih taj traumatski događaj ne prestaje tog momenta, on će da traje dokle god su oni živi i ja mislim da je to ona snaga.
Da, i mislim, ta snaga je na neki način nešto divno, jer ona, kao što si rekla, pokreće mnoge druge dobre stvari. Sad u celoj toj priči dete ili mlada osoba često na sebe preuzima taj roditeljski teret ili krivicu ili pokušava da nekako olakša roditelju što postoji i što otežava sve te životne uslove i što je baš on ili ona taj uzročnik, uslovno rečeno, tektonskog poremećaja. Vukašina, ti radiš baš sa decom i sa roditeljima vrlo direktno, u vrlo kompleksnim zdravstvenim situacijama. Šta je tvoja preporuka kako da zaštitimo decu od tog osjećanja da su oni krivi ili da bi oni trebalo da budu bolji, da ozdrave, da olakšaju roditelju, da kompenzuju to što otežavaju?
Sjajno. Sjajno pitanje, da. Pa definitivno tu se vraćam na ono što sam malo pre rekao, ta poruka da tu niko nije kriv i da prosto ono što je spominjeno, ok, postoji nekad jasna genetika, ali nekad i de novo nastaju stvari. Znači, prosto imamo i takvih situacija. Vrlo je jasna ta poruka, znači, to je jedno od prvih pravila u struci, znači u susretu sa roditeljima ili sa detetom i tinejdžerima, da definitivno tu niko nije kriv i da zapravo se ne opterećuju tim pitanjem i da onda više pređu na situaciju sada i ovde. Šta sad mogu da učine i na koji način, a opet ne previše i u budućnosti, jer zbog te neizvesnosti i zbog, da kažemo, određenih vrsta negde strahova. Ono što je vrlo važno, to je opet, tu se vraćam, da je u svemu tome najvažniji kontakt. Znači, to što možemo da dobijemo, i to je sad vrlo često u praksi kod roditelja, znači ta je dijagnoza, znači na primjer nema izlečenja, moram da se sa time suočim. I onda prolazim kroz veliki proces. Šta u tom procesu meni kao meni, moje ličnosti može da nekako da ima smisla i da me ispunjava? To je sad jako bitno. Vrlo često je to odnos sa detetom. Naravno, šta je bitno psihološki? Gledati širu sliku, ne zanemariti i svoje druge neke potrebe, jer mi nismo samo roditelji, mi smo i nečija deca, nečija braća i sestre, i imamo nekad i profesionalnu ulogu, znači sve su to neke stvari i naravno, kada su ovako ekstremne situacije, ako je samohrani roditelj koji je skoro ceo dan sa svojim detetom, sa 1001 obavezom, teoretski, taj roditelj ima prava negde na neku vrstu svog mira i oduška. 5 minuta. Šta je to, ja ne znam. Za nekog je to da spremi kuću, za nekog je da odspava, za nekog je da pusti muziku, za nekog je da obavi razgovor. Nekad je to kulturološki različito. Naše majke, na primer, kad je dete u fazi lečenja, se jako identifikuju s detetom i onda ako dete ne jede, roditelji slabo spavaju, mame u Italiji nekako drugačije, nema problema, dete je bolje, ne sve naravno, ali ima tu razlika, znači, ali i ono što je vrlo važno, hvala ti na ovom pitanju, tu bi se samo nadovezao na onu priču danas o osvešćivanju, edukovanju javnosti negde i slično, koliko god je to moguće. Šta je neko iskustvo, na primjer, kada dođe roditelj u parkić sa detetom koje je drugačije, na bilo koji način drugačije? Šta je poenta? Većina dece se zbuni, ona priđu, ali nastane negde neko komešanje. Vrlo je važno negde edukovati roditelje i to se sada menja nekako. Postoje već crtani filmovi, na primjer, sa igračkicama koje su drugačije. Pa, na primjer, kako se zove, stripovi, na primjer, gde je Meda, gde Meda, na primjer, ima nešto je drugačije nego obični Meda, ali njega baš to dete voli posebno, tog drugačijeg Medu. To su jako bitne stvari, znači to negde ide od edukacije roditelja, pa da se to prenosi na decu, znači da se dete pripremi. Šta pokazuje praksa? Kod dece kao kod nas, ključan je kontakt. Znači, postoje primer u, mislim, Britaniji, gde je dete koje je imalo ozbiljan problem i gde je bila palijativna nega, sa timom stručnjaka je dozvoljeno, znači, da dete bude upisano u vrtić. Zašto? Rasplakalo se dete kada je stariji brat došao da obuče uniformu za vrtić. I onda su rekli roditelji, pa ajde da vidimo da li postoji mogućnost u saradnji sa stručnjacima i osobljem iz vrtića da dete makar nekoliko meseci ide. Uz sve rizike, da detetu, ne znam, ispadne stoma, da dođe do nekih komplikacija, da se neželjeni, najstrašnije, smrt desi pred drugom decom. Kakva će to biti trauma za drugu decu, za roditelje? Ne. Timski je odlučeno, složili su se u vrtiću, dete je išlo u vrtić, kad se pogoršalo stanje, palijativa je obavljena u bolnici. Dete je fantastično se prilagodilo, nikakvo nije postojalo, da kažemo, zadrikivanje ili nešto. Kad je dete preminulo, onda je bilo neophodno davati podršku zaposlenima u vrtiću, kako se zove, i nekako pripremiti druge roditelji kako se detetom da razgovaraju. To je jedan primjer. Drugi primjer, znači, isto iz prakse, dečak koji je imao neurohirušku intervenciju, njemu je lobanja malo drugačijeg oblika, znači to je vizuelno nešto što je upadljivo. Naprimjer, nikad u vrtiću iz njegove grupe ga nismo zadrikivali. Neprijatno iskustvo je imao od strane starijih dečaka iz druge grupe. I to je strogo bilo kažnjeno, sasečeno odmah u korenu. Nekad su prosto dečji refleks je, i to znamo iz prakse, da kad je nešto drugačije, da u nekom trenutku zadirkuju. Nema kosicu ili ovako ili onako. Ima isto crtani film, na primjer, ali dobro, to je za decu koje su se lečile na hemato-onkologiji, Petar i zmaj holandski. To su smernice, na primjer, negde o kojima treba razmišljati. I to prosto edukovati roditelje da su to stvari o kojima treba pričati, jer onda je drugačija situacija u vrtiću. Onda deca ne ustuknu odmah, a kasnije kad uspostave kontakt sa tim detetom, onda sve nestaje. I to je zapravo poruka zašto polako što više decu voditi u vrtić. Naravno, ne po svaku cenu, ne na silu, ali naravno biti spreman na situaciju svih tih drugačijih pogleda, jer ljudi koji nisu edukovani, oni ne znaju šta da rade sa time. Prosto, neko bi da pomogne, neko se zaplače, neko se skloni i pobegne i to je nešto sa čime se roditelji i deca suočavaju.
Ovo što si rekao je sad super, jer sam se ja setila da u cijeloj ovoj priči nisam pitala kakav savjet bismo mogli da damo široj porodici. Ti si, Danica, rekla to, tektonski poremećaj, mnogo ljudi se razbeži, mnogima bude to što si ti u kašnjenju rekao preteško, preemotivno, ne mogu da podnesu i to je isto u redu, nemamo svi iste kapacitete. Kogod od vas dvoje želi može da odgovori kako sa širom porodicom raditi, taj nivo koji si ti opisao sa decom iz vrtića i taj mikrorad koji čini velike promene, verovatno u nekom obliku moguće preneti i na rad sa širom porodicom, ali kako, to samo vas dvoje znate, pa kogod želi možete i oboje da se nadovežete.
Ja bih rekla da tu nema razlike, znači kada objašnjavate o čemu se radi, objašnjavate svima jednako, sad na koji način će oni to prihvatiti vi ne znate. Ali takođe objasniti kakva je priroda bolesti, kakav je tok, šta mogu da očekuju da će se dešavati u budućnosti, ali isto tako da porodica bude jasna da iznese šta je to što će njima prijati u narednom periodu i biti im potrebno, da i oni budu otvoreni i da prihvataju podršku, jer neretko se dešava i da se same porodice zatvore u svoj problem i kao to je sad samo moj problem i niko ne razume i ne može da mi pomogne. Nije tačno, mogu svi, ali opet roditelji, ja sad često roditelje spominjem i decu obolelu, ali naravno ne zaboravljamo ni odrasle pacijente koji su u nekom kasnijem dobu počeli da pokazuju simptome i kasnije oboleli. Kažem, roditelji nekako se zatvaraju i potrebno je da se i oni otvore, da prihvate i da traže podršku. Spomenuli smo taj osjećaj krivice i neku ulogu žrtve i taj moment za sebe da nemaju ni 5 minuta ni da odu na frizuru, ni na kafu, da sednu na miru, a sve su to normalne potrebe i sva osjećanja koje se jave u toku da kažem, samog bolovanja od retke bolesti su normalna, razumljiva i prihvatljiva i potrebno je i da roditelji sami shvate, ali naravno to će oni svojim tempom odraditi, da prihvate i oni podršku sa strane, jer dobro, kod retkih bolesti je malo specifično zato što neke bolesti zahtevaju primjenu određenih medicinsko-tehničkih pomagala za koja su recimo obučeni samo upravo roditelji i onda roditelji imaju strah da ostave i dete sa nekim drugim, sa babom, tetkom koji nisu prošli tu proceduru prosto primjene neke terapije ili nisu obučeni za rad na nekom ventilatoru ili ne umeju da primene, da plasiraju neku terapiju i odatle strah neki da roditelji ostavljaju decu Sad kako to rešiti, to je stvarno onako škakljivo pitanje, da li... Nisam sigurna da roditelji mogu taj deo da prepuste nekom drugom i ja, kažem, potpuno razumem, jer ipak će tu onda, ako nastane neki problem, biti još većih problema i osuđivanja i još veće krivice i svega, ali, kažem, da bar na neki vid podrške pristanu ipak i oni sami da se...
Da, to je sasvim dovoljno što si rekla. Mislim da je to možda i ključno za naše društvo koje je nekako koncipirano na trpljenju i na tome sve ću sam da radim. U ovoj situaciji mi stvarno moramo da se oslanimo jedni na druge i to je odličan savet koji se nadam da će da koristi roditeljima, mladima, mislim budućim stručnjacima koji će ovim da se bave ili onima koji se već time bave, da nekako budemo fleksibilniji i da više jedni drugi osmeravamo upravo jedne na druge. Sad kad bi vama neko dao ovde čarobni štapić da vas pita pa dobro šta biste vi volili da promenite da sad budu stvari najbliže idealnom što je moguće u odnosu na prepreke kojih je milion, šta biste uradili? Vukašina, možda ti da kreneš sa... Kako bi izgledala tvoja lista želja? Da stvari izgledaju bolje, da budu bolje. Neke od tih stvari mogu da budu i vrlo stvarive kad je reč, na primjer, o tehničkoj podršci ili učešću države i podršci države u celom ovom procesu.
Pa, definitivno bi išlo u smeru negde, ono što smo pričali, osvešćivanja pre svega, edukacije o tome, informisanja i opet isto ono što smo rekli, znači neka vrsta umrežavanja, znači koja bi podrazumevala naravno ljudi, da kažemo, iz različitih oblasti koji bi na različit način, multidisciplinarno, da kažemo, mogli negde da pomognu. Znači, jako je važno to osjećanje da neko nije sam. Kad se desilo već nešto što se desilo spolja, znači ono što smo rekli, to niko nije kriv, iz nekog razloga je to tako moralo da se desi, da se neko ne osjeća tu negde sam, da postoji određena vrsta podrške, jer kažemo, svi se mi jako mnogo razlikujemo, nešto što je za nekog podrška, za drugog nije dovoljna ili makar, eto da kažem, da ne odmognemo, ali taj bi čarobni štapić bio, da kažem tako, da možemo da to podnesemo, da prihvatimo i da to postane nešto što nije ni tabu tema, ni negde što se samo drugima dešava iza ćoška, da to bude vidljivije, da može sa time da se, opet i da poštujemo granice. Znači, kod nekog ko to ne može da podnese i da izdrži, jer to, kako se zove, nekad prosto to, zato što u osobi budi lične strahove, da se to njemu ne desi, da se njegovoj deci to negde ne desi, nekad je preemotivno, neko to ne može da podnese, prosto da vidi određenu vrstu patnje kod osobe ili kod roditelja i prosto ga to preplavi. Znači, nekako da sve to poštujemo, a da nađemo neku sredinu. Eto, čarobni štapić.
Da ti kažem, ovo što si ti rekao nije baš toliko nemoguće da se uradi. Ja verujem da nas, koliko ima u ovoj sobi, samo svako od nas da ovo prenosi dalje, to će napraviti dovoljnu razliku, da ne govorimo o tome da vi radite već na tome i tekako svakog dana. Danice, šta bi ti uradila, šta bi ti promenila u sistemu, u cijeloj ovoj situaciji kad bi mogla sada sa cijelim svojim iskustvom, bilo da imaš neki savet, bilo da želiš da vidiš neku sliku za koju znaš da možda nije moguće sada, ali želiš da se nadaš da će biti moguće u budućnosti?
Pa, otkad postoji Nacionalna organizacija za retke bolesti Srbije, svest o retkim bolestima se značajno podigla i priča se o njima sve više, međutim, nažalost, i dalje ne postoji taj integrisan sistem psihološke podrške u naš zdravstveni sistem, gde bi od samog početka, i u svakoj zdravstvenoj ustanovi, kao što je rekao, i na svakom odeljenju postojao psiholog, to je idealno, ali ne verujem da je ostvarivo.
Jeste u Novom Sadu.
Pa kažem, ali nije svuda. Vidimo da se i skrininzi za retke bolesti ne sprovode svuda jednako, a kamoli psihološka podrška. Ja bih volela da se ta psihološka podrška zaista integriše u zdravstveni sistem. Za sada je to samo na nivou nevladinih organizacija i udruženja koje se bave posebnim retkim bolestima. Imamo mi i lepih primjera psihološke podrške i od strane Zvončice na Institutu za majku i dete, za decu obolelo od raka i njihove roditelje. Zatim tu je i naša linija pomoći Nacionalne organizacije za retke bolesti. Tu je od skoro i usluga palijativne nege Bell Hospice koja je dostupna i za decu obolelu od retkih bolesti. Za sada samo na teritoriji Beograda, ali dobro, nadamo se da će se razvijati kako se šire kapaciteti. Tu je i podcast koji je pokrenut u okviru baze retkih bolesti, gde se priča na najrazličitije psihološke teme i od toga šta ćemo sa braćom i sestrama od dece obolele od retkih bolesti, šta ćemo u slučaju da dođe do razvoda braka i što je Vukašin spomenuo, neki roditelji ne mogu da prihvate tu situaciju i dijagnozu i sad izvinite muškarci, ali muškarci su ti koji češće napuštaju porodicu upravo zbog toga što ne mogu na adekvatan način da se izbore. Znači, u tom podcastu obrađuju se različite psihološke teme. Nadam se da nekog nisam zaboravila, ali kažem, ima tih lepih primjera, a i svako udruženje ovako za sebe stalno radi na podizanju svesti i podizanju svesti o toj potrebi za jednom konstantnom podrškom porodicama, ne samo osobi oboleloj, bilo da je dete ili odrasli oboleli, nego prosto potrebna je svima podrška.
Eto, mislim da možemo da i da završimo sa tom željom da podrška bude konstantna i da bude na svim nivoima, bilo da govorimo o tim nekim zdravstvenim ili psihološkim, bilo da govorimo o našim međuljudskim. Hvala vam najlepše na ovom razgovoru, ja se nadam da smo inspirisali mnogi, da smo neke ohrabrili i da će odavde otići sa nekim novim idejama. Može, naravno. Nismo planirali pitanje, pošto malo smo probili termin, ali za jedno može, kažite slobodno.
6.
Samo jedno.
Samo jedno.
Ok, možda 2. Da ne budem ja sad ovde.
Ovo je bio test, nisam rekao 6 pitanja. Prvo, samo kratka digresija od trenutka kada sam bio svestan da će se desiti podcast Rare and Share, Vukašin mi je bio fotorobot onoga s kim želim da pričam. Sad, ja zaista mislim da postoji snaga zajednice koja može da promeni stvari. I sad imamo udruženja pacijenata i sad imamo tamo, znači, neko ko se već pomirio, suočio se sa činjenicom, znači, u tom je okruženju. Da li postoji način da se članovi udruženja motivišu da budu proaktivniji? Da li, ne očekujem da mi sad date recept, to ćete mi u podcastu reći, ali da mi kažete da li, znači, to su neko se suočio, potpuno je svestan, znači, prosto, i kako da li postoji način da budu proaktivniji i da artikulišu svoju volju, snagu, da se neke stvari promene? Hvala.
Hvala najlepše.
Čekaj,
može još jedno kad odgovorim na ovo. Hvala.
Pa u suštini, meni se čini da razmene iskustava kao što je bila danas prepodne, to je stvarno nešto što je jako motivišuće. Mogu da pričam sad iz iskustva jednog udruženja, kako se zove, Nurdor, to je dece obolele od raka, zato što sa njima baš usko sarađujemo dugi niz godina. Naprimer, oni su krenuli tako što je bilo 7 roditelja čije su se deca lečela 90-ih i tada apsolutno nikakva podrška nije postojala. Njihov prvi motiv je bio samo da nešto krene. Jako mi je bilo teško, sami baš nisu mogli, imali su ogromnu podršku, kako oni to zovu, sestrinskog udruženja iz Italije. Znači, nekoga koji je imao malo više iskustva, duži niz godina, da kažemo, s jedne strane veći broj dece i slično. Znači, to je bilo onako da se pomogne s jedne strane. S druge strane, imamo slučaj Zorinog zakona o kome smo pričali. Znači, nešto je i do nas, lično. Znači, ipak, opet da spomenim Italijane, oni imaju nekako svoje karakteristike, znači mora da se da neki lični da se unese nešto lično, nešto što je i odrazi naše ličnosti, a malo i kulturološki. Znači, sad, to je opet negde od osobe do osobe. Znači, jako je teško priču nositi sam, znači, to je izuzetno, znači, negde motivacija, ne mislim da je motivacija samo negde u cilju, znači, negde u rezultatima. Mislim da je motivacija negde u procesu. Znači, ono što je malo prečeno, 1%, pa to je sad ono u našoj struci. Ako krenemo od toga da ćemo dete koji ima ozbiljne tegobe, da od tog deteta da neće imati nikakve tegobe, nema ništa od satisfakcije. Ako je naš kriterijum, to je dete imalo jedan susret koji je smislen u tom trenutku, mi spavamo fenomenalno. Eto, to je moj odgovor. Znači, nego prilike.
Hvala ti mnogo. Može još jedno pitanje, pa zaključujemo. Ko je želeo da pita?
Bilja.
Evo mikrofona, iza vas. Evo.
Hvala. Ovo je više komentar. Znači, moje dete boluje od Dušenove mišićne distrofije, znači jedna bolest koja počinje da je dete zdravo i postepeno, znači, odumiru mišići. Moj sin sada ima 20 godina i u njegovom razvoju je jedna od ključnih prvih stvari bio upravo ono što je pozitivno uticalo na njegov razvoj je psiholog koji nam je pomogao. Znači, ja sam sa ćerka imala 6 godine, Vuk je imao 4. Ja sam otišla kod psihologa u vrtiću gde je moja ćerka išla, jer je ona bila dosta povučena i htjela sam da vidim kako da pomognem, šta mogu da učinim. A njega sam držala u krilu ne pomenuši uopšte da on ima tako ozbiljnu bolest. On je na izgled tada bio potpuno zdrav. I psiholog je malo po malo, došao do toga, procenio da će s ćerkom biti sve u redu i bilo je kasnije, ali je za sina rekao zašto ne ide u vrtić. Mislim, on je imao respiratorne probleme, mi smo sve to odlagali, ali smo i očekivali da krene progresija, da on počne da pada. I prosto je to, bili smo kao roditelji, ne da nismo hteli u vrtić, nego prosto smo bili, ne znamo šta ćemo. I psiholog je presudio i rekao, sad ćemo u vrtić. Pa je onda upisao i problem je bilo upisati dete, pa je onda pratio narednih par godina dete dok je bilo u grupi i onda se ispostavilo, znači, da je to toliko bilo dobro za njega, da su nama naši prijatelji komentarisali kako je Vuk napredovao, znači nesvesno je on bio razmaženo dete koje je sedelo u kući sa majkom, tako da psiholog je taj koji je to presudio i onda hendlovao vaspitačice koje su opet na neke njegove reakcije imale svoje loše reakcije jer su ga gledale kao zdravo dete, što on nije bio. Tako da psiholozi možda nemaju tu povratnu informaciju koliko su negde pomogli, ali mogu i pomažu stalno. Hvala vam.
Hvala mnogo na ovom divnom komentaru. Ako neko od vas dvoje želi kratko da odgovori na komentar, slobodno.
Vukašin je spomenuo da bez obzira na bolest deca zaista imaju tu potrebu za socijalizacijom i to je što njima ne prestaje. Znači, na bolest na to ne utiče. Nažalost, oni zbog prirode bolesti često su osuđeni da ne prisustvuju školi, da ne idu u vrtić, ali njima je ta socijalizacija potrebna i super što je taj psiholog procenio da dete treba da ide. To je njihova u tom momentu osnovna potreba, da kažem, pored one hrane, ljubavi roditelja i ta potreba za socijalizacijom.
Samo kratak komentar. To često imamo u praksi, to je zapravo pitanje granica. Kada kod deteta postoji nešto što je drugačije, gde je ta granica između prezaštićivanja negde, a sa druge strane da ga ne prezaštitimo, opet da nekako dete učestvuje. I to je vrlo važna negde uloga zbog mogućih različitih roditeljskih stavova. To često imamo u praksi. Neko od roditelja bi čak i dete da izlože riziku, a drugi roditelj je možda, što je opet legitimno, mi ne možemo da znamo. Zapravo, zato je vrlo važan negde tu proces komunikacije ili ne mora da bude psiholog, uopšte neko ko je pomagačke profesije, gde može da te situacije izbalansira, da ne pređe na nivo sukoba između roditelja i njihovih, da kažemo, tih problema, ali to je posebna tema. Pitanje granica, znači kod dece, što je u ovom slučaju ispalo fenomenalno. Hvala vam puno na komentaru.
Hvala najlepše svima, hvala vama na razgovoru, hvala na komentarima i na pitanjima. Ja sam se zadužena samo da vam prenesem da nastavljamo dalje u 14:30, da svi budete tu na vreme. Još jednom hvala i nadam se da se vidimo nekom drugom priliku.
Hvala i tebi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to everybody who's filtering back into the room after another delicious lunch. And thank you to everybody who is joining us online for the afternoon sessions of the Caring for Rare Regional Conference on Rare Diseases. So our session now is all about rare disease policies in Europe. For those of you who've been here from the start of the conference, we will probably pick up on some of the issues that we touched upon yesterday morning when we were thinking about the prioritization of rare diseases in public health policy. But we're going to cover a few topics this afternoon, and I've got excellent panelists with me today. I have Anna Cole, I have Derek McCaig, and I have Ivana Badnjarovic. And we have a mixture of presentations and panel discussions and questions for you all. We'll get going with our first presentation from Anna Cole. So Anna is joining us virtually. We'll do each of the presentations all together, so be thinking about questions for our speakers, and then we'll do some questions and shape those into some discussions around some key points relative to policies. So Anna is a public health professional with over a decade of experience working in rare disease. She was heavily involved in a landmark study over a decade ago, actually now, which was kind of mapping the diagnostic odyssey for rare diseases, and I still go back to those statistics over and over again. She was also project manager on Rare 2030, the Foresight study, which she's going to tell us about, so it was a pleasure to work with her on that. And she's recently started a new post at UCB as a European Patient Engagement Lead. So Anna, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you, Vicky, since Rare 2030, and nice to see you all since last year, I guess, since the last regional conference, where I presented some of the same background and hopefully some new updates today. So let's see if these remote slide transitions are working. I'm just going to click and test. It looks like it's good. Okay. So before I begin, yes, thank you, Vicky. My CV's, I guess, outdated. It has been more than 10 years. But I guess there have certainly been, and I'm sorry not to be there with you today, and certainly have missed yesterday's presentations, a number of advances, I guess, as you've discussed together in European policy and how those have helped put greater transitions in countries in terms of their national plans and local strategies. But there are certainly a lot of opportunities still and some work to be done. So as Vicky mentioned, I have just recently moved to UCB, a company that's just entering the rare disease market. So I'm very excited to help really put into practice a lot of the policies and recommendations that I worked so hard with colleagues at Eordis, with Vicky, and with a number, of course, dedicated partners in the field of rare diseases for some time now. So today, as mentioned, I'll be giving you just a real wrap-up of why we did the Rare 2030 study. I'll give you some highlights just to recall what was done. It's always sometimes inspiring for those to hear it for the first time that it can be repeated, really in every field of rare diseases, as in any country or in any clinical area, really in any industry at all, because it's a methodology, Foresight, that's actually used originally in future-looking industries such as automotive, gas, really areas where you need to project many, many decades at a time. And healthcare is certainly catching up, so it's been a very helpful tool. Then I'll give you some updates on the campaign for European Action Plan. I know you've heard probably many of those yesterday as well, but just to make the link there. And finally, just a quick example of how our work in Rare 2030 and the campaign has inspired kind of, local stakeholders, if you will. So I'm including UCB, but I know that many of the countries where you are have been looking at this guidance as a way to help shape your own national and plans and strategies as well. So a bit of the background. Certainly rare disease public health policy was put on the map probably even before the orphan drug regulation. But the first piece of legislation that was really very holistic in nature in terms of trying to make a real public health strategy was in 2008 and 2009 with the Commission communication on rare diseases and the Council recommendation. After that, there was an implementation report that evaluated how it was going. And alongside or in parallel that holistic framework, there were a number of policies, directives, strategies, action plans that were kind of topic specific, as you know, but really pulled together in this Commission communication. Now, as you can see, that happened some time ago, and for that reason, it was really evident that we needed to update our thinking on policies, given the new science, given our new values, given all of the ways that the world has changed since then, and hence the foresight study of Rare 2030, which led to the 30 Million Reasons campaign. So before I go into greater detail, I'm really, presenting on behalf of my old position in leading this project and the campaign that came after. And as I'm new to UCB, I'm just learning its kind of practices, and certainly in this region, but I am glad to see that it is active. So I will certainly take questions about that, and hopefully I'll be able to answer a few as well. Now, the Commission communication to start with and Council recommendations, they essentially did one thing. So in addition to putting all of these siloed policies under one umbrella, what it also very importantly did was allow the member states to mandate for themselves really the implementation of national plans. And at the time that Council recommendation was published, there were only 5 plans at the time. And following the Council recommendation, and this is very much thanks to Vicky's work, in addition to other colleagues at Eurodis, we mapped that as many as 25 member states had adopted plans by 2020. Now, of course, as you well know, and as I'm sure we'll hear about just after my talk, and has been discussed, I'm sure, extensively yesterday, there's still major room for improvement, and having a plan doesn't mean that it's satisfactory, and certainly doesn't mean that it is updated or active, and that's the case, I'm sure, for many of you. So nevertheless, it was a first step in making sure that these strategies were put on the map, but as I said, many of them were outdated and certainly not caught up to current times. The implementation report that reviewed these 2 cornerstone documents certainly illustrated and recognized how much impact it had, and really set the stage to upgrade some of the policies. And most directly what it meant was maintaining rare diseases as a public health priority and funding a number of actions in the health and innovation programs. So just to use that as an example, that these sort of policy cornerstone documents really did have tangible results. Now, as I mentioned, one key piece of European legislation historically following those 3 or 2 cornerstone pieces in the implementation report was a Court of Auditors report on the cross-border healthcare directive. So there's a lot of work going on right now in terms of updating that directive, and I won't go into the details of what was highlighted in the report. What I will focus on was that not only did this report mention that there needed to be improvements to the cross-border directive operationally, it wasn't working up to the standards and ambitions that were set forward, but the report went on to say even further, really, we just need to reconsider the whole strategy. So just as I said in my own words, it was obvious that we needed an upgrade. And so this was very important in our work for Rare 2030 and in the following campaign, because it was really the basis upon which we were springing all of our efforts to try to advocate to the Commission to consider renewing a European plan. So I won't go into the details of this slide, but I'm happy to share it, and it just highlights the pieces of the report that mentions all of the steps and processes that the Commission had mandated itself to do to consider whether a strategy needed to be updated, and very specifically the fact that that assessment would be based on the work in Rare 2030. So just a few highlights about Rare 2030. It was a foresight study, as I said, a methodology that's used in many industries to be able to really plan ahead for the future when things require significant anticipation. I mentioned the rationale already for the study. It was the first in rare diseases and actually one of the very few in healthcare, so we were kind of pioneering our way through that process. And it lasted 2 years, and as you'll see in this next slide, really involved a number of the most, that one doesn't seem to be advancing. There we go, oops. Included really some of the most dedicated names in rare diseases. So although it was led by Eurodis, I could have not done this project without Vicky and colleagues at Newcastle. but also, of course, partners at Orphanet, Teleton Italia, Isinova, our experts on foresight, our colleagues at Imperial College of London, and 2 European reference networks, that on metabolic diseases and on rare bone diseases. So together, what we did was really put a governance in place that included not only 12 members of what we called a research advisory board, but more than 200 members of a panel of experts that really served as a core consultative body. And we organized ourselves into 8 groups across themes, really for sake of sanity. And what we did, in addition, was to really emphasize the point of view of 2 special groups, the European reference networks and a panel of young advocates, to make sure, obviously, the European reference networks really becoming the core, the center where patients are being treated, and a kind of nexus of where a lot of these activities are coming together. And the young citizens, of course, to make sure that we were staying young at heart and really trying to come up with new ideas. So these groups together moved through 4 steps, essentially first considering the status quo, where are we in all of these different areas, diagnosis, research, drug development, access, patient engagement, etc., social care, and I'm sure I've missed a few, data. And we put together a status quo. We then considered trends. We used where we think trends are going to put forward 4 different scenarios. I'm sure there could have been many, but the whole premise of foresight is that we can really go in a number of directions. Of course, there are a series of factors that are out of our control, but mostly speaking, the policies we put in place today really shape the way that we live tomorrow. So we considered 4 ways that might happen given how things are going. And finally, backtrack to say, okay, we have these scenarios, let's pick the one that we think is most favorable for people living with rare diseases, and what policies do we need to put in place to make that happen? And that's how we ended up with our 4th step of a set of recommendations. So again, the panel of experts included a long list of multi-stakeholders, and the outcomes, as I said, was a status quo that we called the knowledge-based summaries. These are all still available and a really nice resource for anyone who's just beginning to advocate in rare diseases, or who kind of needs to get the big picture on the topic, highlighting, of course, key actors, key players, key policies, and key challenges, of course. Then trends in terms of where we were going, anything from economic, social, scientific, legal trends, and really highlighting a number there that we thought were really, influencing strongly the way that rare disease policy and that the way that people were living with rare diseases were being shaped. And finally, the scenarios, of which we chose the one in the right top corner as the favorable one, with then recommendations to help us achieve that goal. So the recommendations really ensured that we were moving beyond the status quo, proposing updates and adaptations, as I said, to the current strategy. As I mentioned, much more fit for purpose than what we had, not only in the council recommendation, but also in some of the siloed parallel policies. Bringing them all together under one umbrella, that was really key to maintain, obviously, as we all agree, these things can't happen in silos. And I think probably the most important new aspect was that it was very outcomes-based. So I think all of us probably in this room have been working and advocating for better outcomes for patients with rare diseases, but we've been doing it for a long time. So sometimes, I guess, there's a moment where you recognize that you need to maybe set standards a bit higher, start getting much more concrete and quantitative in your objectives, and start really ensuring some sort of accountability so that you achieve them faster. And that's really probably one of the most innovative aspects of the recommendations that we hope will help move things forward. So these recommendations are, of course, available. It's a quite long report. For that reason, we organized it into 8 different chapters, as I said, based on these different topics. But again, I think the overarching recommendation was that indeed, all of us involved in the project, the hundreds that were there, agreed that we do need to update the strategy, and it was very much a basis for what I mentioned was the upcoming campaign. So that campaign at the end of the project in 2021 was launched solely by Eurordis, and the 30 Million Reasons was a kind of additional layer and really purely advocacy piece of work to ensure that the Commission was receiving the messages from Rare 2030. Now, the strategies that we used to do that were certainly multi-layered, and I'll describe them for you quickly in a second. But we wanted to repeat really the high-level conclusions from Rare 2030 and why the current investments in rare diseases are just and still aren't enough. So once again, this underscore that we need to set more measurable goals, and that really having this European strategy is maybe not the only way, but certainly an imperative piece of making sure that there are national plans and actions at the local level. So the idea being that a Rare 2030 recommendation could be considered as some sort of a blueprint for a European action plan, and then that could ultimately lead to these measurable goals. To give you an example, we considered, of course, first of all, aligning ourselves with the existing IRDIR goals of reducing the delays of diagnosis. We even pushed our expectations further, so IRDIR goals being 1 year at the point of contact with a physician, whereas we aspired to make that 6 months by 2030. We also aligned, of course, with the number of orphan drugs that we hope to see on the market, but we also made as much as possible measurable goals in all of the other categories, reducing the impact and burden of rare diseases on individuals and their families, and so on. So as I said, we had a layered strategy. I don't know if you can see the slides very well in the room where you are, but at the very center of the slide, you'll see the European Commission, and these are our tactics really to ensure that they were getting the messages loud and clear. And of course, as with any policy activity, the influence of the Parliament and all of us in our individual member states are really how that happens. And so our efforts were not only directly to the Commission, as we traditionally do at Eurordis, and I'm sure many of you do as well, but also relying on the institutions of the Parliament and the EU Council presidencies to move that forward. So very quickly, in a nutshell, since I last presented to you, we had a number of opportunities, but probably the most notable one in terms of the Parliament was the organization of a debate in the form of an open question, in which during which time we had a number of MEPs who presented the case to the Commission with a response. And we also had a number of progress with the French presidency of the EU Council, culminating in a ministerial conference on rare diseases, in which case the demonstration of support for this EU action plan was coming directly from that audience. Of course, we had an international crowd, but the focus was in France. Now, as you know, the Czech presidency has followed, and I hope, yes, you can see in red, save the date or keep your eyes and ears peeled for what happens in October during a similar meeting in the context of the Czech presidency. And we hope to see the same momentum followed in Sweden and in Spain. And finally, in terms of the Commission, I hope many of you were present with us during the ECRD, during which, of course, the focus was very much how to achieve a new European policy. And an open letter was sent to the Commission, really summarizing not only the volume of all the partners of that conference, but the messages repeated over and over again. So what I wanted to end with was, unfortunately, we still don't have any concrete promise or feedback from the Commission, as far as I'm told from my colleagues at Eurydice, for an action plan. But if you remember on the slide of tactics, what you might not have noticed is at the very bottom, I had an arrow mentioning business as usual. And that just exemplifies the fact that, well, whether we get this European action plan or not, we're all very busy in our own roles, no matter what our position, continuing to advocate and to make sure that we move forward for rare diseases. So I wanted to quickly highlight a piece of work at UCB that was done before I joined. But I was very inspired while at Eurydice to see that not only many of my colleagues in the national alliances were using the recommendations to help move forward national plans and strategies, but also companies like UCB were considering the framework of Rare 2030. So what they did, as I'm sure many companies do, of course, as they're entering rare diseases or a specific rare disease field, they want to understand the unmet needs, as of course treatments are going to be just one piece of how that can contribute to better outcomes for patients. So they considered the recommendations of the Rare 2030 as really providing a powerful mandate for those living with myasthenia gravis. That's the therapeutic area, or one of the therapeutic areas that UCB is entering, and helped families and other stakeholders to advocate for a new future that was specific to them. So throughout the report that was published, with the help of a handful of myasthenia gravis specific disease associations, they really went through and picked a number of recommendations in Rare 2030, highlighted the ones that were applicable for MG, and translated them into what that means concretely for their disease and for the challenges that remain for them and their families. So I'll end with that. I know we have questions probably at the end of the three presentations, but thank you for your attention, and I hope this was a nice illustration of how Rare 2030 will probably be able to serve many of us for the long, long future, whether we convince the Commission to have a European action plan or not.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. That was a really, really nice and clear explanation of what the Rare 2030 Foresight study does, what that's created. I think there was a nice example at the end about how a particular community has started to use that. And thank you for bringing us kind of bang up to date with where all of these discussions are at a high level. A really important angle of policy and topic within rare disease policy is, of course, around therapy development, which is intricately connected to research. So we are very lucky to have with us this afternoon Derek McCaig. Derek gave me permission to introduce him as an industry veteran. He's worked in industry for all of his career. He's been with Novartis for 3 years, and he is currently the head of Central and Eastern Europe for Novartis Gene Therapies. So Derek's going to talk a little bit about the policy arena and what that needs to look like for some of the really innovative therapies that are coming along. Derek, over to you.
Thanks very much, and I'd like to thank the organisers for the chance to talk to you this afternoon, but also actually for the chance to listen.
Oh, if you just talk a little bit closer to your mic.
Yeah, okay. Is that better? Everybody's smiling, so that's good. Okay. So yeah, thank you for the chance to speak, but also for the chance to listen. I've heard some inspiring stories today, and also it's been interesting to listen to the multifactorial view of how rare diseases can be improved in their management for patients and families. So I want to talk specifically about cell and gene therapies. We've obviously got some experience of that. And the reason I wanted to be introduced as an industry veteran is because I couldn't imagine when I started my career that we would be dealing with medicines now that could fundamentally address the genetic root cause of diseases. And what that does is bring excitement, obviously, for new treatments. It brings opportunity to address diseases that have never been addressed before, but it also brings a whole raft of challenges that nobody's really thought about until these therapies arrived. So we're moving from a world where most therapies are repeatedly dosed. They're probably dosed over a lifetime. They really address more of the symptoms than perhaps the genetic root cause of the disease. to a world where we can provide a single infusion of a functioning gene that will have long-term benefit, perhaps even lifetime benefit for patients. And that is a completely different paradigm to where we were before. But the challenge that comes from that is, well, how do you value those medicines? How do you have payment models that support those? Because healthcare systems are designed around that chronic therapy and long-term treatment and annual budgets, compared to a world where you pay once and you get the benefit over a lifetime. And they're not built to do that. And so that's the challenge of change that both the industry and the environment that we work in has to come to terms with. Oops. So society has very high expectations of these types of therapies, cell and gene therapies, sometimes high beyond reasonable expectations in some ways. But at its heart, they want effective and timely treatment so that the benefit is maximized. They obviously need the correct balance of efficacy and safety, just like all medicines. But the difference with cell and gene therapies is that sense of durable response from an individual treatment, from a single infusion, and how can you demonstrate that over the long term? And obviously, by definition, gene therapies, cell therapies are very targeted. They deal with a specific disease in a very specific way and correct the expression at a molecular level. And that, again, is a new change in therapy. So what are the challenges that come from that? Well, regulators and payers have very different perspectives on these things. So obviously regulators are fundamentally interested in benefit risk, but how do they get that in very small populations and potentially very small numbers in clinical trials? Payers are generally interested in what more they get, so relative effectiveness compared to what they have now, and they see uncertainty because they can't see data now, and what will it look like in the future, and are they paying for something that may not actually come true in the future. From an economic point of view, we have to negotiate the price. The pharma companies have to negotiate the price before we get market entry. And those tend to be very narrow discussions around budgets rather than the wider benefit for society. And that's not unique to gene therapies, but I think it comes into sharper focus with gene therapies. So that short-term view versus a long-term outcome is a challenge we have to overcome. And fundamentally, healthcare systems are built around finances and budgets. Those budgets are generally annualized. They tend to be short-term. So how do existing payment systems and how do we as companies find innovative ways to address those challenges so that budgets can be managed, but equally innovative medicines can come to market and treat the patients for whom they were designed? So what that means is we need to find some new solutions across the board for these therapies. So evidence, we spoke a lot about that in the second session today. Evidence has to adapt, and regulators have to adapt to different types of evidence and begin to consider different types of evidence than they would previously have done before. You saw before that clinical trial programs are adapting. We don't necessarily always do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 anymore. We're adapting to that. And perhaps giving registration where a small data set is enough, and then we do phase 3 clinical trials after registration. There needs to be a broader assessment of value. So how does it work in wider society as well as just in the narrow patient population we're talking about? So for example, if you dose a patient once with a gene therapy, you don't necessarily have to go back to the pharmacy all the time. You don't have to necessarily go back to hospital as frequently as you might have done otherwise. And innovative payment models, and that is something where the industry has a responsibility to innovate and be flexible and find ways to balance the needs of the system and their budgets, which are constrained, but the need to get the product to patients and deliver the value clinically that they're designed to do. So what we're seeing is progress, actually, principally from the regulators. So regulators are now completely aware, as many of you will be, that there's a whole raft of gene therapies in development for various different diseases. We now see different pathways emerging that allow innovative gene therapies to move through development quicker and get to market quicker. I think there's a recognition that we can't do the same types of studies and the same extent of data that would necessarily be provided for a traditional small molecule, and the use of real-world evidence. And we have to design evidence so that we can both manage the benefit-risk equation, but also manage the market access equation and the value that comes from that without having to go back and do additional clinical trials, which often delay the access to patients. So, essentially, flexible evidence requirements, recognition that pre-market trials can't address all the theoretical risk in the long term, new pathways, more use of real-world evidence, but also, on the other side, the payers have to begin to adapt their frameworks. They don't like uncertainty. They don't like proxies and surrogates, and actually in many of these diseases, proxies and surrogate markers are very difficult to develop and take time. And they are not always happy with real-world evidence because that creates as much risk for them because it's not a proper, well-designed, double-blind clinical trial. And so they're not used to using that in evaluating the value of medicines. And again, some good examples. We've seen ICER in the US begin to confer lifetime value on gene therapies. We've seen NICE in the UK provide 40-year benefit analysis for gene therapies. In Germany now, they've recognized they need a completely different process for evaluating these therapies in the real world, in the clinic, as patients benefit from them. And they're defining that now in terms of data collection in the centres that can be involved to make sure that they have the best data set from the real world to decide on the value of therapy. But ultimately, for the industry, for everybody, patients are at the heart of this, and I think the more we can do to get the patient experience, the patient journey at the heart of these discussions, then the better off everyone will be, for sure. So I just wanted to give you a couple of examples from my world as to where I've seen things change recently and quite significantly for access to rare diseases. The first one comes from Russia. We call it the Circle of Kindness, Krug Dobra in Russian. And this was an initiative of President Putin in 2020. He put in place a fund by taxing people who had a particular earning above 5 million rubles, 2% extra in income tax. And he put that into what's an independent entity. It's set up as a charity, in fact, in Russia. And it's built around what they call nosologies, so therapy areas, diseases, rather than individual products. And that fund has some supervision, but it also has this expert council that makes the decisions about whether patients should be treated or treatment should be funded in those patients. And then they have the Circle of Kindness organisation, which does the administration and the payment and everything that goes with that. And that has revolutionised, I would say, the treatment of rare diseases in Russia. If you go back 2-3 years, it was very difficult to have rare diseases funded in Russia. Many patients, frankly, went without treatment, and now that has changed, dramatically, with many types of diseases now being funded by, effectively, the Russian government. So again, that's an example of I guess what I'd say is a real shift in policy, but also just giving some money to rare diseases and having it administered without necessarily the need for health technology assessments and those kinds of things. The other country, just to talk about a little bit, is Poland, which has taken a slightly different approach. It's set up what it calls a medical fund. It has 4 basic priorities, so infrastructure, facilities, prophylactic medicine, but particularly innovative therapies. And what they do is they say, we will have an independent body decide what the most innovative medicines are. and then we will go through a process of reviewing them, doing health economic analysis, and negotiating the market access of those medicines. And so actually for the industry, that's a great opportunity and a challenge, because our job is to deliver innovative medicines. Our job is to be on that list because we are addressing diseases that haven't been addressed before with new technologies. And from personal recent experience, this is not an easy process. You know, we worked on this for over 2 years in Poland through heaven knows how many meetings and discussions and negotiations. But very recently, we managed to come to an agreement to have gene therapy available in Poland through this process, which I don't think we would have done through the regular process. So the 2 examples only. I know there's more work to do in many other countries, but things are changing and they can change, and we have to be part of that discussion. So I think that's my last slide. It says thank you. So thank you for listening, and I look forward to any questions as part of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Derek. That was really insightful, and thank you for following up there with a couple of, it's always nice to bring it back to, I think, back to real world examples. Maybe it's just me, but especially the sort of regulatory space and the, that landscape, I always find one of the most challenging topics to really get to grips with. So it's good to see those practical examples. I have a few slides, so I'm going to take us back a little bit to the RARE 2030 recommendations, but not too many, because actually Anna Cole's done a fantastic job in summarizing the project. But what I will do is just touch a little bit more back on the topic, what I think is a really important topic, but you might disagree, we'll talk about this. The important topic of national plans and strategies and what their value is, what their role is. And that will then kind of segue, lead us in very nicely to Ivana's insights from, we say in Newcastle, from the coal face, which means you're working, right in the center of things, and she's going to talk about the Serbian experience. So let's see where I have to point this.
Over there.
This way? Yeah, perfect. So Anna has already described the RARE 2030 project. Hopefully, at some point, if you haven't already had a look at these recommendations, I don't know if the pointer works, but that doesn't need to. If you haven't already had a look at the recommendations, do take some time to do that. We intentionally, this was an EU-funded project, but we intentionally made it so that a good number of these recommendations should be applicable to countries anywhere in the world. Some of them are very EU-specific, but many are not. And that reflects the fact that actually our big panel of, as Anna said, over 200 experts who were helping to build these and design these recommendations. They came from all over the world. Actually, Ivana is one of our experts on the panel of experts. So, coming from a country which is no longer a part of the EU, this does not stop me from taking these recommendations to UK actors, to UK government, to UK clinicians, and saying, this is a good practice which people, all around the WHO Europe, which is huge, like 56 countries or something, and beyond have said is a good thing. So what I was going to do is very quickly highlight a couple of chapters which are most relevant to our panelists this afternoon. So we have a whole chapter which is around available, accessible, and affordable treatments. And the way these chapters are written is you have these kind of very high-level goals up here, which is the kind of thing you would give to, a policymaker. Somebody in the ministry is not going to read 100 pages, but if you have them in an elevator or on a staircase for 5 minutes, these are the kind of messages that you give them. And then we have some slightly more specific policies. And if you read through the chapter, there are activities in there which are recommended for the European level, but also things that are recommended for countries to do, because that's really the heart of the RARE 2030 foresight study was, what should different actors be doing? What do we want Europe to do? What do we want national governments to do? And what do we want all of us as citizens to be doing? So there are a number of policies or recommendations in here, for instance, around, which I think are particularly relevant when we start to think about more innovative treatments like gene therapies, which, as Derek has explained, is really very different to what we've seen before. So we've talked in here about the need for, developing the research and innovation for these products. It has to be really a sort of a whole lifetime experience. We need a very integrated and interconnected ecosystem all the way through the R&D process, but all the way through the rest of the patient's life to see how they're going to deal with that. So we have to think about how we collect data in registries, how we collect long-term data, how we use that. There's always the issue around how countries can afford or will not afford these therapies. So we've had discussions in the past around things like, can we get collaborations of countries coming together to do negotiations with companies around access? Can we get at least, if not pricing discussions together, can we at least have, countries looking more at the evidence, at the HTA process? So there are various ideas in here for all the different actors, for the regulators, for the HTA bodies, for the payers, to try to make sure that these therapies, which offer, life-changing progress, life-saving progress for some of these diseases, this first round of gene therapies is so important that we get this right, because I forget the numbers, but there are so many gene therapies in development. I think at the moment, certainly I tend to see, the gene therapies coming out, and they're almost like novelties, but it hasn't quite dawned on me that this is going to be the future, or this, if we can get these first ones right, and we get them out there to the people who need them, this is the way forward for many of the genetic diseases. So we have to get these right. I think a really important question for this panel, but actually for the whole conference, is around where the boundaries lie in terms of European responsibility, what can happen at the European level, and what has to happen at the ground level, at the national level, or even within countries in the, the regions. We saw Domenica's presentation yesterday about newborn screening in Italy and how you have to not just have a national law, this has to be implemented in all the separate regions. So actually, linking that and getting that balance is really at the heart of our first chapter in those recommendations, which is all around long-term, integrated European and national plans and strategies. And Anna already showed you the status quo. She showed you that actually, from a very small handful of countries that had a national plan or strategy in the early days, I think it's fair to say that that 2009 Council recommendation played a really key role, because certainly if I think about the UK, which was a member state at this time, we probably wouldn't have adopted a national strategy if it hadn't been for this request in that document from the Council saying, actually, all European countries, this is a really good thing to do. You should be defining this plan and strategy, and it should be anchoring everything that you're doing. So I'm going to reinforce Anna's point, which is actually having adopted a plan or strategy does not mean that you have one today. So these are slightly more recent figures, but they're still not completely up to date. They're not perfect. But when you looked, about a year ago at the 25 EU member states that had adopted a plan or strategy for rare diseases at some point, we have a real mixed bag. So there were around 6 countries that had either started off or eventually ended up with what they would call ongoing, not time-bound. So they're basically there forever. They're not kind of, 2014 to 2018. Most countries did do that time-bound plan, so Serbia is one of these. This is not on the slide because this data was purely about the member states, so the UK is out of the picture here too. But I think the figures are important. So out of the countries that did adopt a time-bound plan or strategy,
only 5 of them were actually still technically in date a year ago. So that was 14 countries which had basically, those plans and strategies had lapsed, they'd expired. That doesn't mean that nothing is happening in those countries, it might be the very opposite. But in some cases, some of those countries, they expired way back in 2012, 2013, and there's been nothing to replace them. And that raises a lot of questions, I think, about where we want to be. What is the ideal situation for national plans and strategies? What is our utopia here? For instance, is having a national plan better than a national strategy? Usually a strategy means that a country has just kind of outlined some of the issues. And even that is important. You have to start somewhere. But how far do we want countries to move from saying, this is the definition of a rare disease, these are some of the challenges, to actually coming up with concrete, tangible actions? This is what we're going to do, this is when we're going to do it, and this is what budget we're going to put against it. We know that very few countries have actually dedicated real extra money to fund the things that they say they want to do in their plans. Is it important still in 2022 that we have plans and strategies standing alone? Because what we've seen in the past is that sometimes rare diseases are being included in broader genomic strategies or in broader national health strategies. Maybe this is a good thing. We heard Domenica talking yesterday, the new Romanian plan is kind of nested within a national public health strategy. Are there benefits of this, but are there also disadvantages? Does it mean rare diseases becomes somehow, loses that visibility, or does it gain visibility? Does it gain strength? So we're really in a really important crossroads with regards to national plans and strategies. I'm not going to go through all this text, but because of these issues, in the Rare 2030 recommendations, we came up with some quite specific things that we think that countries should be doing. So we think that actually the national authorities, the national plans and strategies that have been there, they should be thoroughly updated and evaluated before doing this to see what's actually happened, what's actually worked. Ideally, you should have that intersectoral collaboration. So what does that mean? It means actually you should have a mix of actors, and we're going to hear about how this happens in reality in a moment. But ministries of health alone are not enough. We know that rare diseases carry a lot of social and psychological and economic and educational issues. All of these areas are important. So ideally, all of these ministries, all of these actors should be engaged in shaping the plans and driving them forwards. There should be designated funding to implement what's actually in that document. There should be objectives which are smart, so they should be specific, they should be meaningful. And then we thought about actually, that's for the countries, but we also came up with some things that Europe should do, whether the European Commission or something else. Because I've heard people say that actually nothing will ever happen in my country with our expired national plan unless there is a new request somehow. The Commission can't make countries do anything in this space, but if you think about that 2009 recommendation, that was just a recommendation, but it's kind of enough. Sometimes if you see that all the other countries are doing what's been recommended, it's a good pull for your country to update your plan or strategy as well. So those are a few of the suggestions, but actually our ambition there is that by 2025, all of the European countries should have an up-to-date and active and healthy dynamic action plan that is actually being pushed forwards. So that's kind of the ideal, and those recommendations were developed out of a recognition of some of those challenges and some of those statistics around actually what's happening in countries and where these documents, which are supposed to sit at the heart of everything, where they're actually falling by the wayside. So it's a good moment to introduce my last panelist, last but not least. So actually, she probably needs no introduction because Ivana Banjanovic will be known to, I think, everybody in the room and probably most people joining us online. Ivana is the founder of the Little Brave Association. She is a former president of NORBS.
And she is also part of the working group for implementing Serbia's national program for rare diseases. So, Ivana, I know you haven't got slides, but that's because I intentionally wanted you just to talk a little bit about your experiences of the Serbian plan. So, what are your first thoughts on this? How are things going?
Well, firstly, thank you for the really nice introduction and explaining like a few hats that I'm wearing. And that actually sets the scene, what is my place in this session, as this conference is organized by a patient organization, and we speak about how patient engagement and advocacy is important, not only in supporting families and people living with rare diseases, but also supporting national policies and documents which define the specific activities should be implemented for those who are affected with rare diseases. So you started with a really broad question, like where we are at the moment. And I remember when National Program for Rare Diseases of Serbia was firstly announced, and we were so happy to announce it in a conference 2 years ago. And we said that it is really good plan, actually program for rare diseases. It has its own activities, and it is said, like you mentioned, who will do, what will be done, and we have the timeline. And we set the working group to follow the activities. And it started very well. I can't complain. We managed to push all the stakeholders to bring their own activities on, to say, okay, we have to do it. So, for example, in member states, it was a request. In Serbia, as non-EU country, it was not the request, but it was a really strong intention of all involved to bring those activities on. So, and it covered pretty much everything. It covered health issues, it covered social protection, and we thought about everything and everyone. And now I come to a point. From all of those activities, we can say that all were done. No. Some good activities are implemented. For example, Ministry of Health pushed forward with the providing information and bringing this group alive and pushing to its activities. But on the other hand, for example, Ministry of Social Protection didn't do much. So there are some benefits, there are huge benefits of the program, but there is also visible space for all of us to keep working on. And what I'm really looking forward to is the implementation report, because National Program for Rare Diseases of Serbia, well, first program, will end this year. And I'm looking forward to see the report, to see all the gaps. You know, when you have it in the report, it's visible. And then, as promised yesterday in the opening session, I'm hoping that we will together bring new program and new strategy and, you know, say, okay, what was well is perfect, but let's see to those activities that are not touched upon, to see where were issues, and to try to move it forward, because the last thing that we want to say is that we have a national program that is not active anymore, and then we can't rely on that. So that's like first impression that I have in regards to national program of rare diseases from the point of view of a patient engagement and a country which is non-EU country, so no formal request.
Do you think, Ivana, that Serbia would have, there would have been a quest, and I know that NORBS was a huge driving force in getting there, but, you know, it's the fact that European countries were asked to embrace this and to adopt national plans. Would that have happened, do you think, if the EU countries hadn't been doing that? Was that a good, is that why, you know, countries in the region started to do that? So was that a benefit, or do you think this would have happened anyway? How beneficial was that an initial European good practice for countries to do this to you, do you think?
It was a good starting point. We wouldn't be able to do it without a starting point, without the recommendations. So actually NORPS and all organizations started to work after we have seen some recommendations. So it was a good starting point, but it was not enough. So without engagement, without working with all different stakeholders, it wouldn't have been possible. So we were speaking how society have expectations of gene therapies, and we were speaking about different perspectives. And actually, I think in your presentation you mentioned that patients are the heart. So I agree with that, that in Serbia, patients and patient engagement were the heart, but we wouldn't be able to move it forward without bringing all the stakeholders in and then doing mutual forces to do activities together.
Who is producing the implementation report, Ivana? Is that something that your working group is doing, or somebody completely externally, or is it somebody in the government alone? Who is doing that? Do you know?
It is up to a working group, but it is defined in a way that the working group is only following the implementation. So the working group cannot do activities by itself, but we can just follow and remind, like, you have this in timeline, please take action, and to see who is responsible for the role. So after the program ends, a working group should provide the implementation report, and after that it is up to the ministries and main stakeholders to take into consideration that implementation report and then provide the recommendation for the following program afterwards. But what is difficult, and I'm really hoping that in next program we will have more precise actions after. So in this program we have just noted that there will be implementation report, but there is no a must after that. Yeah. So it will be only by the recommendation, and it is difficult to follow, it is recommended, perfect, but who will do it, when it will be done, so yeah.
There's a saying, isn't there, you can, it's easy to lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, or her drink. And I think that's probably quite true for a lot of this. So we've had some excellent presentations and some really great insights across a range of policies. We've talked a bit about the national policies and around the European policies and the intersection. I have lots of questions for the panel, but maybe the audience has some questions for anybody. Bojana, we'll bring you a microphone, I think.
Thanks. So my question is for Ivana, concrete. One of the crucial parts of the national plan is register. So believe it or not, we are still we have it, but it is near empty. So I think 500 patients in registry, and we are speaking about 500,000 patients in Serbia in total. So it is a huge, huge difference. So we all know that the problem now is in hospitals. Why doctors, why hospitals, institutions don't put data, who allowed them not to follow that national recommendations, and who allowed them not to put patient data in registry? Why, in your opinion, why we are still don't have a registry which we can use, actually? This registry we cannot use. Nobody can use it now.
It is an excellent question, and it does not have a simple answer. So from my point of view, one way of thinking is because it is based on the recommendation. There is not a must in the national program. It is recommended that we have a registry, and it is recommended that a hospital enters. So there are no explanations what happens if someone doesn't do it.
So maybe that is one. Maybe we need another law. Is that necessary to start the campaign for another law?
Maybe not another law, but just a sentence in existing national program, or a sentence that will be added in next national program for rare diseases, I think would be helpful. And also it is up to mutual work. So it is said that hospitals should do it, but there are no resources for them how to do it. There is a lack of human resources, lack of administration, lack of technical support. So it should be provided for someone, and then say, okay, now you have staff, equipment, and everything, and this is your task to do. So probably we should put more effort from many different sides, not to leave it just patient, Ministry of Health, and hospital. So there needs to be some more involvement of the Ministry of Finance to say, okay, there is a gap, we need some budget. It is just few additional activities to cover this important registry. And maybe it could be one of the ideas for next program, because if it is only up to additional human resources, I think that it is possible to do it. And maybe other panelists have some other perspective and maybe some good practice to share with us. But yes, this is an amazing question and still an issue in Serbia in regards to registry, who should provide data that are like up to date, correct, and we can use it. So yeah, it would be like on the top. So.
Anna and Derek, I mean, Bojana's question was around, laws, and it's a really important question for all of this broadly. How far can we achieve the progress that you would individually each like to achieve in your own respective areas? How far can we achieve that through, recommendations, robust good practices, policies, and how far do we need, legislation, cold, hard laws? I don't know if either of you have any thoughts on that.
I'll have a little stab at it.
Or if you speak as close as you can, Derek, that would be
Sorry,
super.
keep forgetting. I mean, Poland's a good example. I mean, that was driven by legislation, but behind that lay the political will to do something. So the recognition that rare diseases were not being supported as well as they should be in Poland, and so legislation drove that. And so in that sense, I think that is helpful. When it comes to things like registries, I think from a legislation point of view, that's quite a hard thing to push. The idea that patient data should be mandatory in registries may create some discussions, to say the least. So, I think it depends. The role of legislation depends what you're talking about.
Yeah. Anna, what do you think when you think about the division between sort of so-called soft laws and real laws? What's needed for what kind of activities that you want to see happening?
Well, I can only just echo your analogy of the horse and water. In my experience, and it's been a while, and so I think, the activities and the slowness at the European level is absolutely mirrored in everything that you've mentioned, Ivana, in Serbia. And from my point of view, there's really two ways of, motivating change. It's either incentives or regulation, whether it's soft or hard. So regulation.
Speak up a little bit louder, Anna, that would be super.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks.
So regulations, we've seen a few of them mentioned at all levels and for different stakeholders in this panel. But maybe incentives is where we can start to consider more realistically about how horses or humans can be more motivated to enter data when they actually see the fruit of their labor. So Vicky, you'll remember, and many of you maybe also will, that throughout Rare 2030, or at the end of Rare 2030, of course, we heavily made parallels to our COVID experience. The pandemic hit us right in the middle of our reflections, which was obviously very problematic, but it was in the end a blessing in disguise, because we demonstrated really how some of the cooperation that you alluded to, Ivana, led to much faster drugs to market and public health solutions than we could have ever imagined. And there's really no reason why this couldn't be applied in other therapeutic areas like rare diseases that really have, obviously in our point of view, the same urgency. Now the trouble is making sure that those messages are conveyed to public health officials, but as we know, they're driven not only by data, but sometimes also by stories. So that's where advocacy, fortunately or unfortunately, still plays a huge role.
Thank you, Anna. I've heard people say that, you know, the way forward is absolutely to have one high level that we want everybody to achieve, and we set the bar really high in terms of policies and what countries should be doing, and that gives people something to reach for. I've also heard people saying that if we think about our second wave, what we're hoping is going to be our new framework across Europe, abroad Europe for rare diseases, to reflect, as Simone was saying from your orders yesterday, new policies to reflect the different situation that we're in today compared to 14, 15 years ago. I've heard people say that actually the way forward is not to divide, but to think about, different types of policies for different types of countries. We know that, what works for Germany will not work for Malta or for Luxembourg, just purely based on obvious things like population size. And over the years, we've heard people saying that actually regional collaborations are the way to go. So I don't know, Ivana, I mean, the fact that we have a regional conference here today, I know it's not, we don't have as many people physically as we had in the past because of the pandemic, but I remember, there's always been very close collaboration with Croatia, of course we have represented, but also Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Ukraine colleagues in the past, shared amazing progress. So for Serbia today in 2022, is building that regional collaboration and looking at what works for, this region of Europe, is that a good way forward? Is it a good way forward for us to look at what the Nordic countries are doing, the Scandinavian countries, and for them to continue to share resources and share registries between them? What do you all think about our way forward? Ivana, you first maybe.
Yeah. Well, first of all, we have to understand that we are starting from different starting points. So, for example, issues in Serbia are different from issues in Germany, but issues in Serbia and issues in Bosnia and issues in Montenegro and our neighboring countries are similar. And I would agree that our collaboration, regional, would be helpful. We are stronger when acting together, but we are acting on the same starting point. But also dreaming big and looking towards, the implementation that is at the moment the best. Yes, this is something that we should be striving for, but we have to figure out how to solve our main and basic issues and then to move forward. So yes, bringing together strengths would be, it is a good point. That is my understanding. And I will just rely on the previous session where it was a topic of psychological support and how patients, when finding their place in their association, how they feel better, how they're stronger, and how they can act better, it is the same in this arena. So we should come together, bring our strengths together, and move forward easier and, achieve more. And that would be my opinion.
Thank you, Ivana. Derek, any thoughts from, I was going to say from the sort of therapy and the regulatory space, but from any topic, of course, that you would like to comment on?
We're just kind of building on that, I think. I was fascinated by the slide. I think it was 25 countries that started in sort of the same place, and actually they've all ended up in different places. And I think that illustrates a couple of things. Firstly, the shift in healthcare policy is generally incremental. So you tend not to get very big jumps on anything in healthcare policy. And secondly, it is quite country-specific. You're subject to the political cycle, whatever's happening in a country at any given point. And I think, for me, the answer is that coordination locally of all the stakeholders to be incremental as well, and to keep pushing and to keep trying, to keep finding new ways, because it's that agenda that keeps the incremental change coming.
Yeah, thank you. Anna, anything you want to add there?
Maybe just quickly to add from an EU perspective, I referred to a sort of lack of accountability and how one of the key aspects of the Rare 2030 recommendations and campaign for an action plan was to introduce some sort of measurable goals. So we've had, I think, great comments and positivity in terms of the ground-up approach, regional approach, and that, of course, is absolutely necessary. But in terms of accountability, I really can't think of another institution other than the Commission, the WHO, that really is the best placed to help have that bird's eye view, that bird's eye coordinated role, and encourage and provide the incentives and the infrastructure really for that regional cooperation to happen. That's, after all, why those institutions, or one of the reasons why those institutions exist, and why we think that a common plan will really play that role above all.
Yeah, that's a good point, Anna. And actually, we said in one of the sessions yesterday, this is obviously an excellent example of stakeholders coming together from different countries. But it's largely, I think, sort of, patients and clinicians, and rarely, I mean, this is maybe oversimplifying the situation, but everywhere you go, you have the, the policymakers, the people from the ministries, from the departments of research. They tend to come in at the start for the openings, but they never stay for, the whole day or 2 days. And I think we rarely see, I think somebody mentioned Scandinavia is maybe an exception, but you rarely see policymakers sort of sitting together around the table talking about, where they are with their countries with rare diseases, comparing and contrasting their orphan medicinal product access policies. It's usually the patient organizations, and then the national alliances are pushing this and pushing the learnings and saying, let's, collaborate together on a regional helpline and things like this. So somehow, that won't happen magically, but wouldn't it be great if our new policy framework could kind of embrace some of this? In the past, we used to have some of these European expert groups where you would get the member states and the countries that were planning or wishing to join the EU would all come together, and you did this sort of tour de table where every country would say what they'd been doing. And it was good because it meant that, countries were turned up and they would know, Austria, Bulgaria, Sweden, they would know that they were going to be asked to say something about what they'd done in the last 6 months, what had moved forward. And that doesn't really exist now. So it's whether having it at that big level is appropriate today, or whether we need to think about some smaller levels to reflect the reality while still having that grand, this is where we really want to go, is maybe helpful. Because I think your dream big comment is important, Ivana. Yes, we want to be realistic in our countries, but we also want, every patient in every country should be able to access the same as a patient in the best countries, the richest countries, the more research active countries. So we want to eradicate those differences and those inequalities, but also keep it realistic. Does anyone have any other questions? Yes, gentleman here. We'll bring you a microphone. And please tell us who your question is for, and do introduce yourself as well.
Hello, my name is Marco. I have a question for Ivana. I want to go a little bit back. Can we, like a patients, do something to motivate doctors to get us in register because of to be better for us and for them?
Well, absolutely. Every patient who is aware that there is a register and who comes to his physician and say, okay, I have a rare disease, would you please sign me up for the registry or any other, service that is available, it is bringing up the awareness, and it is like you are asking for a service. So that is one and main thing that every patient who has a rare disease should do. So maybe one of the issues with the registry could be in the lack of information on the healthcare service. You know, maybe they are not aware of this. Here we have, you know, people who are from advocacy groups, from industry, but very few physicians that are following these activities. And those who are amazing, and they're doing their job. But every physician who has a patient with a rare disease should be aware of the registry and should provide the service to apply with the patient. So I absolutely think that what we as patients can do is to raise awareness and to ask for a service. And then if they don't do it, we should find a way to report it where it's seen as the issue, and then, you know, it will be done forward from them. So that is something that I believe all of us can and should do. I hope you agree, and in case you have any suggestions apart from them, please share with the audience, and maybe we can all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Derek, maybe I can ask you, thinking about the innovative therapies and thinking about, you know, we're always on the lookout for pockets of good practice. So you presented at the end there the kind of case studies from Poland and from Russia. Just out of interest, what really, where did they come from? What led to that? Was it sort of a grassroots? Was it a patient organization pushing for something? Was it a politician deciding that we need some, not to be cynical, but that we need some good press, some good news stories? Where did they come from, would you say?
I think the Russian example is an interesting one, because that came from the advent of a gene therapy, which created a huge spike. I mean, nobody can be unaware of, you know, the product that I'm talking about. You know, that spike of publicity, that recognition that patients then in Russia with any therapy were not really being treated, became such a public discussion that action was then required. Now, to be fair, I think everybody was truly surprised when something happened, but equally delighted. I think Poland, as an example, is more a recognition that the difficulty of balancing the management of medicines in general from a budget versus what you do about rare diseases and small patient populations with potentially more expensive medicines became, again, that discussion for policy, which said, well, we need to do something different. And they didn't just do innovative medicines. Obviously, they found other things that they felt they needed to invest in outside of the regular healthcare budget, and they allocated new funds to that. So I think those two are different. But what I can also say is that we've seen, particularly in Eastern Europe, you know, a real desire to find new ways to balance those difficult decisions, rather more than you know, in some other more Western countries. And to take your example of newborn screening, I think there's no question that, you know, we've got newborn screening in Serbia and we don't have it in the UK for spinal muscular atrophy. And I think we have seen leadership and we have seen things happen in some, as you say, the smaller countries, the less countries you would expect less than compared to the bigger countries.
I think that's a great point, because it's too easy sometimes to think that, you know, some countries have got everything sorted and other countries really don't, because I think, you know, the more, and this is where, you know, national alliances who work together and have conferences like this are so powerful, because you can spot these good examples. Newborn screening is a great one. I went to a conference in Slovakia years ago, and, you know, their newborn screening program, I think at the time was about 20 diseases on their newborn screening program. And yeah, the UK's at the time was like 6, France's was 5. It's not the case. You know, France is always the one that I look to. I mean, Anna, you're obviously based there now, and we always say France really started a lot of the rare disease activities, and that's true. But I think, you know, even you would probably say the same, that it doesn't mean that necessarily even France has got everything, you know, sorted out. Everything works perfectly in practice, and we have so much. The countries have so much actually to learn from each other, and good practices if we can just get them onto the, you know, away from the small meeting rooms and into the government meetings and into the health systems. I wonder, it seems that a big jump in progress in terms of policies and laws naturally tends to happen whether there's some sort of a bad publicity incident. So you were saying there, you know, in the instance of Russia, Derek, the recognition that there was a gene therapy, nobody was getting it, that's bad news, and it makes the news. The amazing work achieved through Zoya's law, I mean, you know, would that have ever happened if not for the tragedy that's happened with Zoya? And you think, surely that shouldn't be the way, but the reality sometimes seems to be that actually it takes either a failure of the system, or sometimes you see like that happened in the UK where David Cameron, one of our former prime ministers, he had a child with a rare disease. Actually, we had 2 prime ministers who had children with rare diseases, and I think, you know, that was a big impetus for him to actually set up what we called the 100,000 Genomes Project, and to invest in rare diseases. And you do see that sometimes where if you have a political leader or an important figure or a celebrity who has this, you know, a personal encounter with rare disease, or if there's something in the country that is just so terrible and it can't be hidden anymore and it makes the news, you get progress. But, you know, how do we get it to where we don't have to have these tragedies and have these failings? And how do we get it to where actually all of our policymakers are always on the lookout for how things can be better? It will be a nice world. We're nearly at the end of our session, so just in the last 2 or 3 minutes, maybe I can ask each of you, if you think about, we all think about 2030 because of the project, but it's also the next kind of logical horizon. What is the most important action or policy that you would like to see launched, whether for a particular country like Serbia, Ivana, or another country if you wish, or at the European level? What's the single most important thing that you want to see happen? Anna, maybe I'll go with you first.
Well, I think mine's an obvious answer. I'm still fingers crossed for a European action plan, or at least some sort of updated strategy that goes beyond drug regulation, cross-border healthcare, data, or any one of those areas individually. I really strongly believe still that we need a policy that brings all of those areas together. And as we said many times now, kind of brings a mandate, whether it's actually hard law or not, that gives incentives to countries to do it, whether they're part of the EU or not, because as we know, on a human level, benchmarking really goes a long way. Yeah. So I could just go back to Rare 2030 and the scenarios we put in place, and underscore the fact that in that schematic of 4 scenarios, if we don't really come up with this overarching EU strategy, we really risk going into one of the unfavorable scenarios in our thinking, and that is either very siloed plans across countries, or siloed plans in terms of the emphasis often on treatments, and really leaving behind the millions of people living with rare diseases that are just scratching the surface in terms of getting access to care.
Beautifully put. Thank you, Anna. Derek?
I think, coming back to something I touched on in my talk, I think more joined up thinking between regulators and payers for innovative therapies. I mean, we know that there will be more gene therapies coming, inevitably, and so I think creating a pathway which balances the need for safety and efficacy and risk-benefit with rapid access to patients, whatever that looks like, would be incredibly helpful, because that way the industry can think about what it needs for the full process, not just for different bits of the process.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Derek. And last but not least, Ivana.
Yeah. Well, my thinking goes like this. It's not about the policy, it's about its implementation. So, you know, if we implement well the policies we have, it would be, you know, we would be in a better place. So that would be one, like to really implement what we have. And then if we should improve the policies and, you know, adapt new, I would really love to see more stakeholders, more policymakers in the sessions like this. Yeah. So, you know, being a patient representative is amazing, but I wish in this chair was, you know, someone from Institute for Public Health or maybe Minister of Health, or I don't know, who should understand all the points we discussed today and then bring them into a new policy whose implementation would be for all people living with rare diseases.
I think that's a great closing point, Ivana. I mean, all of you who work and live as patient advocates, whether you wanted to do that in life or not, but have taken on that challenge, I actually think you do an amazing job, and probably a better job than some of the policymakers out there, because you just are experts in every way. But absolutely, sometimes it would be nice to have somebody there to shoulder that burden with you, I think. Thank you all so much to my wonderful panelists this afternoon. It's been a real pleasure talking with you all. We have about 15 minutes for those in the room now to quickly grab a coffee before we go into our final session of the conference. Thank you, Anna, for joining us virtually, as always, and see you all soon.
Hello, everyone, once again. Welcome to the last and closing session of the second day of the National Rare Disease Caring for Rare Conference. We will be speaking today about patient advocacy call to action. Today with us, we have Danielle Drachman, Executive Director, Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, and also Black Pearl Young Patient Advocacy winner. Natasha Angelska, Regional Patient Advocate, HIE International. Erika Stariha, President of SATB2 Europe, and Olivera Jovovic, President of National Organization of Rare Diseases in Serbia. So we will hear each and every inspiring stories. Danielle, let's start with you. Hello, and thank you again for joining this conference.
Of course, it's an honor to be invited to speak at this conference. So first of all, thank you all for having me. I'm so glad to be able to share our story today and my way into patient advocacy. I think my journey might be similar to many other patients, but I will share my story and I hope you will enjoy. So first of all, I would like to explain our disease or our condition, because we suffer from something called idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. And ketotic hypoglycemia is actually just rare symptoms. We still don't know the cause of it yet. So ketotic hypoglycemia can be caused by a range of rare metabolic or endocrine diseases. But when they are all ruled out, ketotic hypoglycemia can be categorized as idiopathic. That has also been categorized as accelerated starvation. So we are simply starving. So idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia is the most frequent cause of low blood sugar in preschool kids. However, the incidence is still unknown. Most commonly, it debuts when the child is around 1.5 years old, and then most often they grow out of it, you say. So around 6-7 years of age, the symptoms will simply start to fade away. But this does not account for all, and that is something that I want to talk about today, because idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia has recently been divided into 2 subgroups, one of them being the physiological part. That part and that group of patients only experience symptoms of ketotic hypoglycemia when they have an infection or they are ill. And then we have the other group, the group that I and my children belong to. We are in the pathological group of IKH. It's much more severe and it presents even when we do not have an infection or an illness. So, what is ketotic hypoglycemia? The ketosis simply means that we have an accelerated fat burn. So we will experience ketosis. Ketosis is something that some might know from the low carb diets when you try to get into ketosis to lose weight. That might work for some, but it do not work for patients suffering from ketotic hypoglycemia. So hypoglycemia simply means low blood sugar. So pathological idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia is thought to be an umbrella of and a range of yet not identified rare diseases. So when I'm sitting here today as a rare disease patient advocate, I'm actually sitting here as an undiagnosed patient and patient advocate, because we have rare symptoms, but we still do not know the genetic origin of our disease. So I would also like to tell you a little bit about my way into this disease. So the first step into this, I got pregnant. I gave birth to a little boy when I was 23 years old. That's 7 years ago. I gave birth to Noah. And when Noah came out, he was shaking all over his body. And that was the first time ever I got familiar with the word blood glucose. The midwife said, this child has to have the blood glucose checked when he gets into the mother and child department. However, in Denmark, we have protocolized procedures for when to check blood glucose. That wasn't very good in my case, because I did not have diabetes. I was not overweight, and Noah had he didn't. Usually you check blood glucose if the child is very big, But Noah, he was perfectly fine. He was just shaking all over his body. But we asked for the blood glucose to be checked. I guess it was registered 14 times in 2 days. And when they finally checked his blood glucose, it was 0.8 millimoles, meaning he was very close to dying from low blood sugar. He was taken to the NICU where he was struggling to survive for 4 weeks. He stabilized after 4 weeks because he was suddenly able to breastfeed. And he was discharged with the note that he was fine. When he came home, he was constantly eating. Every time he didn't eat, he was screaming. And then he became a big brother to Savannah when he was 1.5 years old. And a few weeks after Savannah was born, my husband found Noah in full-blown seizures in his bed. He was having seizures because his brain was simply being damaged from low blood sugar. So Noah was admitted, and then he finally got into the hospital, a specialized hospital who was specialized in complex hypoglycemia. And after 1.5 years of investigating every disease in the world, they categorized Noah as suffering from unexplained ketotic hypoglycemia. So that was the first time I realized, okay, we have something and it's a real problem because the doctors has no clue why he's suffering from this. When Noah got his diagnosis, I had Savannah with me. She was breastfeeding just like Noah. She was so fat that she had fat rolls down to her feet. And the doctor said, that's not normal. She's 1.5 years old. She shouldn't be breastfeeding like an infant. And I was like, every time she's not breastfeeding, she's screaming like someone hurt her. And then he said, try to not breastfeed her just one night and check her blood glucose and her ketones in the morning. And I did that. And Savannah was picked up by an ambulance in the morning because Savannah also suffers from idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. But it wasn't like I was taken in and then she was giving a diagnosis. No, our local hospital received her and they said, why haven't you fed her? And I was like, have you seen this fat child? Does she look like someone who's being starved? And they said, well, all of her blood test shows that she's actually not getting any food. And I was like, look at the brother. The brother has a diagnosis of ketotic hypoglycemia. Could it be that this child also suffers from ketotic hypoglycemia? And I asked them, please transfer us to the specialist center. However, I wasn't that fortunate that they wanted to do that. So I had to fight to get her to the specialist center. Luckily, I got there and Savannah was diagnosed very quickly. And they found that she was so severe that she could not survive the night without breastfeeding. And because of her size, they decided that she needed to have a gastrotube placed. So that was the diagnosis journey for my children. But when my daughter was diagnosed, they said, oh, this must have a genetic origin. And then I was asked, have you ever had any symptoms of ketotic hypoglycemia? And I'm like, no, I have ADHD. I do not have ketotic hypoglycemia. I have never been in seizures. And then they investigated me and they found that all of my symptoms of ADHD was actually symptoms of severe ketotic hypoglycemia. So I was diagnosed as an adult. And that was one of the first times in Denmark that we had an adult diagnosed with IKH. Because just like in all over the world, it's considered as a disease of the childhood, something that you outgrow. But suddenly they found it's actually not. And today in Denmark, I guess we have around 10 parents who are now diagnosed with idiopathic ketotic hypoglycemia. So there we were. We were diagnosed with something unexplained, and I asked, so where is the patient organization? There was none. There were the diabetic patients, and then there were the patients suffering from hyperinsulinism. And I reached out to both communities and I found a great deal of support. However, they did actually not suffer from the disease I was suffering from. So after I was invited to speak at a conference in Vienna, I was speaking about a website I built. I built a website to blog about how life is with ketotic hypoglycemia, with the hope that someone would find me and say, we have also ketotic hypoglycemia. And at the conference in Vienna, I met so many families who suffered from hypoglycemia. It was not ketotic hypoglycemia, but it was hypoglycemia, and it was amazing. When we came home, I was invited to speak at a pediatric emergency department meeting where I was simply presenting about life with ketotic hypoglycemia with my children's doctor. During this presentation, my son, Noah, he was admitted in the morning due to severe hypoglycemia, and he was just discharged. So while I was presenting about life with ketotic hypoglycemia, my son comes in and then he collapsed on the floor in a hypoglycemic attack again. So suddenly all of these doctors started to realize, okay, this is actually hardcore business. And my children's doctor, he was standing up and said, and now the mom has to tube feed this child because he is in severe hypoglycemia. Mom knows what to do. And then I simply started to treat my child who were experiencing an emergency situation in front of all of those doctors who probably thought that this is just a minor condition that some children experience once in a while. It's not. After that presentation, my children's doctor said, Danielle, to figure out what you and your children suffers from, we need to unite the families. And that's where after I united Ketotic Hypoglycemia International, which I thought would be a few families around the world, but today we have more than 1,700 families united from 89 countries in this patient organization. And unlike many other patient organizations who know what they suffer from, we couldn't start with fundraising. We couldn't start with social gatherings. We had to start uniting the knowledge from the families, because the understanding of this condition, it was so poor that what was actually written in the papers was actually wrong. And we were able to identify all of the gaps in the medical knowledge because suddenly we had the largest patient group in the world united around this disease. Luckily, we had amazing experts from all over the world who gathered with us, and we started to write scientific papers. So that was our way of starting the organization, and that is where we are continuously pushing for more research. We are simply doing patient-driven research in Ketotic Hypoglycemia International.
Thank you, Danielle, so much. We will continue our conversation later. Today with us also is Natasha Angelska, Regional Patient Advocate, HAE International. Natasha, tell us your story. Feel free to share with us.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here with all of you and to be able to speak on this regional conference. So I will start describing myself, who am I, and I will tell you about two of my roles actually. One is a mother of a boy with a rare disease, and the other one is a patient advocate. And the first one actually, being a mother, for me it was not an easy thing to do because I didn't give birth to my son, I actually adopted him. And even expecting that he will have some health-related challenges, I didn't expect that I will face this kind of challenges that I faced when I got him. So he showed his symptoms immediately after the adoption, even in the early onset of his raising. Although the illness that he is suffering, hereditary angioedema, are specific, that symptoms actually are showing up a bit later in teenage or adulthood. But even early as before he's turned 1 year old, he started swelling on different parts of his body, and I didn't know anything what causes this, and I started to search for diagnosis. And like by the book, I was going through all different hospital departments in order to find out what's wrong. And he got actually several diagnoses. First one, epilepsy, then different kinds of allergy and food intolerances, but nothing was describing the whole situation of the symptomatology that he suffered from. At the age of 5.5, 6 years, we got the diagnosis with the name hereditary angioedema. And actually, that gave me the name, but no answers of what can I do and how can I improve raising him in a healthy person. So I remember the session that was discussing about mental health and rare diseases. I have gone through all the different stages actually of giving and getting the diagnosis, and the first one of them was being afraid, being in fear constantly, then suffering from depression and closing myself and wanting to be alone and go through this whole situation alone. I also got divorced at the same time when I got the diagnosis, so I was left alone. And I thought that this is the end of the story. But then something actually happened to me. And that was, a moment when I thought myself, should I do nothing or just do nothing? It is impossible to do anything to help him because there was no treatment available in my country, and everybody that I talked to said it is so expensive, you will never receive treatment for your child in this country, so better go abroad. Where to go? I mean, I was alone. And I was coping with managing life finance situation and also raising a child that had these all health related issues. But then I thought that it is better if I shift my thinking. So I've decided that I can do something and that nothing is impossible, actually, if you want to do something. And this shift in my thinking helped me to go out and reach out to other patients, as our another speaker before me explained. I tried to find other families, other patients that are suffering from the same diagnosis, because I thought I was all alone in this situation. I have never heard about this kind of diagnosis, but it actually happened that there are two sisters, they are twins in my country, and they reached out to me because I started speaking in the media publicly, exposing my privacy and intimacy in front of the public in order to call and alert the authorities that I need the treatment for my child. And the story started actually then, that I became a patient advocate. I was not longer only a mother of a child suffering from a rare disease, but I shifted my role and I became a patient advocate. So I had to go out of my comfort zone, out of my home, and be more publicly exposed, as I explained, but I also find out many allies that helped me go through my ordeal. And I was lucky enough that my son had this diagnosis that is actually having an international umbrella association that is really active, and I believe it is one of the largest worldwide. We have presence in 95 countries worldwide. And this diagnosis is specific because it doesn't choose whether you are a male or female, or what race or what kind of genetic background you have, because it happens in Africa, America, in Europe, Australia, everywhere. And I'm lucky that we are organized, and I was invited by the international organization to serve as a regional patient advocate for the patients in Southeastern Europe countries. So I cover 13 of the countries in Southeast Europe, but not traditionally Eastern countries or Southeastern countries. I also take care of countries like Greece, Cyprus, Turkey, Romania, Serbia, patients with this diagnosis, then North Macedonia, Kosovo, Albania, Slovenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Croatia. I think I name all of them. And what we do. First of all, I have to tell you that we do not do things for money. We do things because we have intrinsic motivation to do something, to fight for better quality of life for the patients. I'm not a patient myself, but I am a caregiver to a patient. And our organization is actually gathering patients, physicians, and pharma representatives to advocate all together in order to secure more available, effective, and efficient modern therapies available to patients who unfortunately only treat the symptoms, not the disease itself. So we don't have a cure for now, but we hope to have with some gene, maybe therapies improvement, etc. And we have a personal fight, but we also fight for our community together worldwide. We raise awareness at all levels, but at the same time, we advocate for change in countries in which there is no access to diagnosis, first to secure that accurate diagnosis is available to patients, and then therapies that can be available for patients, because immediate response when symptoms arise are very important. So this diagnosis is very specific. In a time period of 30 minutes to 1 hour, a patient can receive a swelling in throat and can suffer from gušenja. I don't know that term. Okay, it doesn't matter. But it is life-threatening. And so it has a high mortality rate, 30%, if you don't have accurate diagnosis and immediate treatment available to you. So that's why we advocated to receive home treatment, and we are, most of us as caregivers and patients themselves, are actually trained to self-infuse the therapies that are available in order to help our patients. And then we advocate to the general public. We speak, we go in media, we speak to conferences, and we do a lots of advocacy activities. We also advocate to targeted audiences. So we target physicians who don't have enough knowledge about this diagnosis to educate them. We also approach pharma representatives in order to better understand the condition and the need for the treatment. But we also, first and foremost, important, advocate towards the governments, the ministries, the parliaments, in order to get the rights that we have to accurate diagnosis and treatment available. A little bit less, but it's coming on our priority list that we have to advocate in social care service institutions, then educational institutions, and also the employers, because one patient, for example, my son, can suffer, can have symptoms, and be unable to go to school or at work now because he is older now. It's up to half a year. So more than 160 days per year, he has symptoms. So if this is a reality, so half of the year he is incapable to go regularly to school, to enjoy his social life, etc. So the burden of this illness is very huge. And actually there were some researchers in United States that have discovered that PTSD symptoms occur in patients with hereditary angioedema in higher level than the soldiers that fight in battlefields because of the burden of this illness. So there is a lot of work we do, but we often said that we didn't sign for this. So we didn't choose this life. Life chose us to do all these things, but we are lucky enough to meet people like you all here, to meet and to see and hear how many different rare diseases out there and how can we support and help each other in our battles. And I strongly believe that when you focus only on problems, you will have more and more problems. But if you focus on possibilities, then you can find solutions in different ways. So this is what motivates me to continue working in my work. And I will share, I like that I have only 2 roles. I will share my 3rd role actually. So I'm pedagogist by profession. And I work a lot of educative activities with teachers, with students at faculties, etc. And I strongly believe that education will help us a lot in all of our work. And I was inspired to write a children's book about a rare boy and a talkative balloon. This book is actually available in 12 languages so far, and I receive demands to be translated in more. It's available in Serbian and in all languages spoken in the countries in Southeastern Europe, but also in Polish and Danish and a lot more. And this book is actually explaining how a friendship between a balloon and a boy raised because rare disease patients often feel alone and isolated, and they suffer alone and they hide themselves. And even a balloon or a toy can be a comfort zone for them. So this is what I tried to explain in this book, because I saw this in my child. He's the only child because I said I have adopted him. And he was very alone. And because he was absent from school, he didn't got too many friends from school. And his social life is very low quality. So having something to describe this situation in many occasions in families helped me open the discussion. And also parents tell me that it helps open the discussion in many occasions, even when they speak with children in the same class where their child is going, in order to explain that this boy is suffering or this girl is suffering from a rare disease, but it's not that difficult to be around her and to give her comfort or give him comfort and help him go through this, not being alone. And actually there is a second part, the second story that was released this year. It's about discussion between the rare boy and the talkative balloon about happiness. So what makes you happy when you have a rare disease? There are a lot of different small things that can make you happy, although you suffer, and you should not abandon all your dreams. So I invite you, if you have time to visit, just write rare boy and talkative balloon. I think you can find the link to read about these stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha, so much. Today with us is also Erika Stariha, President of the SATB2 Europe. Erika, welcome and thank you for attending the conference. Tell us a little bit about your story.
Yes, thank you. Hello to everyone. Lijep pozdrav svima. I hope you can hear me. And I would like to thank you to inviting me to this great conference. So I come from Slovenia and I'm a mother of a rare disease boy and also a clinical pharmacist. And I actually worked with patients with hereditary angioedema in my previous job. So it was interesting to listen to to the presentation before me. So today I would like to answer this question that I addressed on my presentation. You will see in a minute, can patient advocates do wonders? And I think all the speakers before me already answered this question, but let's see if we can say yes to this after my presentation. Yeah, maybe I can also say that I'm a co-founder and president of SATB2 Europe Foundation, and I will tell more about that, how it started during my presentation. So I hope the remote control will work. Okay, so how it all started. In 2013, my son was born and he was a perfectly healthy boy. But in 2 months' time, I noticed that something is not quite okay with him because he was having strabismus that gets worse every day. And also he was asymmetrical in movement. So our diagnostic journey started on the ophthalmologic clinic at the age of 3 months. Hope we'll go next. Yeah, okay, so as you know, the patient journey is demanding, long, curvy, and also this was no exception for our families. Like I said, we started at 3 months of age at ophthalmologist, and then continue to visit many different specialists, especially neurologists and endocrinologists, but no answer was found for his difficulties that were being seen more and more during the time. And well, this is not working really. Okay, now it started. Okay, so mitochondrial cytopathy was the main possible diagnosis all the way. But with many tests, they couldn't confirm it. He had a MRI of the brain 2 times. He had a lot of blood tests to rule out neurodegenerative diseases. And this time particularly was very difficult for our family because it meant that we waited for months to get answers from abroad. So waiting for those results was really, really devastating. And then the sequencing of clinical exome was done and still no answer. And then they've done muscle biopsy and do the genetic testing of mitochondrial DNA and also no answer. And then we said, okay, we should not give up. And so I gave the suggestion that we send all the documents to Undiagnosed Disease Network in US to get at least a second opinion. And we did it, and they suggested some other tests. And among them, all of them were quite invasive. And then we decided to do the lumbar puncture. And they have done many tests from the liquor, and there was still no answer to his challenges. At that time, he was already 5 years old, and still no answer. Okay, let's wait if it will go. Okay, so yeah, this is my son when he was 5. So as you can imagine, all this testing was quite frustrating for us. And on this journey, I asked myself many times, is this status of being undiagnosed even recognized as an issue? And well, it was not, at least not in Slovenia. And there were many questions that were not addressed. Like families have different challenges, and actually no one is really helping them, especially on the psychological side of it, because if this is the first child, you don't know if it's going to happen again or not, and what the future will bring for your child. Is this a progressive disease or not? And then also I felt that I was very persistent in getting the diagnosis, but that is not the case for all the families. And I realized that there is no system in place that would actually identify who in the society is still undiagnosed and who will actually pick them up. And since the new generation sequencing is available, and will check at least, or check the genetic testing for them, because the advances in medicine are huge, also for the treatments. And there are smaller changes going on this area in Slovenia. And I also participated in roundtables and talk about this problem. Also, I started the Facebook close Facebook group for parents of children without diagnosis. So at least we could share our experience, and I could share what I learned and all the resources that I found where they can go abroad to test or get second opinion, or like to introduce them SWAN UK, Syndromes Without a Name, an organization that has done a lot of materials to educate parents, but also other rehabilitation and medical doctors about what means to be undiagnosed. And also then I wrote a blog about what undiagnosed actually means for the family. So they published it on the National Rare Disease Info Point that this portal is taking care of, is kind of placed in the pediatric clinic in Ljubljana. On the endocrinology department is taking care of this portal. And so now if any parent is searching for undiagnosed community, at least they can find my contact and these Facebook groups, so they can share their problems. But it's really just a start. So this was all done while we didn't have a diagnosis. But then after 7 years of active search, finally the whole exome sequencing was done. And this really changed a game for our family. It started a new era. My son was diagnosed with SADB2 associated syndrome, also called SAS. It means that he has a missense mutation, like a point mutation in SADB2 gene. And these are all the common characteristics of those patients. And I must say this syndrome is fairly new. I mean, the cases started to occur after the year of 2015, when the whole exome sequencing actually become available. And to maybe point out what is more different than with other neurological syndromes, we can put this with acronyms. So speech, there is a lot, the majority of children is nonverbal, as is my child as well. They have a cleft palate, majority of them at birth. They have teeth anomalies, like different shapes, or not enough teeth, or too much teeth, or late growing of adult teeth. And then they have, of course, changed behavior. A lot of them is in ASD, so autistic spectrum disorder. They have low bone density. The brain imaging can be changed. And two can represent that this gene is located at the second chromosome, and also that the symptoms usually are recognized before the age of 2, because the development doesn't go as it should. Currently there are around 650 cases in the world, and half of them in Europe, and 3 patients were diagnosed in Slovenia so far, my son being the oldest. But despite these challenges that our children face, they all share a unique smile and really a jovial personality, and this is really described even in medical papers, that they're really extremely happy children. And this is also the case with my son, and I must say he's very dedicated and determined. So we reached many goals that we haven't expected we will, like we can now go hiking, and he's riding a regular bike, and skiing, and well, still being non-verbal, but using alternative communication. But of course, this was all hard work, and he had a lot of motorical issues when he was young. Like he started to walk around 3 years with orthosis on his feet, and he was like not in this world, not present. So yes, it was a lot of rehabilitation done. But after the diagnosis, I still was thinking, what more can I do? Well, for the first thing is that diagnostic journey should not be that long as we experienced. And clinicians and therapists never heard about this syndrome. There is no specific treatments available for this syndrome, no clinical guidelines, no reference center in Europe. And of course, the syndrome is extremely rare. So it made me realize that there is no point of creating a national association for, let's say now, 3 patients. But for sure, we need to do something internationally. And that is how I reached out to Jenny Orsell. She is a Swedish mother of a SAS girl. And she started the Facebook research group about this syndrome, and she was the most active in this field. And also I reached out to another family in Vienna that also were interested to make a difference, and we started the European Foundation, and it happened in July 2021. It was less than a year after we got a diagnosis. And our vision is to significantly improve quality of life for individuals with SADB2 syndrome through discovery and development of targeted treatments and enhanced availability of appropriate care. And how we aim to do that? Through 2 main initiatives, Care and Cure SADB2, for which Care is focusing on improving management within healthcare system, European healthcare system. And in the Cure initiative, we act as a driving force to develop treatments and cures for this syndrome in close partnerships with researchers, clinicians, and companies. So to go more into details, what exactly we want to do in the care part, we are creating a network of clinics and clinicians in Europe and globally. To at the end, we aim to create clinical guidance for SAS and encourage collaboration, so there are not scattered researches for each country for 2 or 3 patients, but they collect data on a bigger scale, and then it gives much more valid outcome. Also establish a European reference center within ERNs. We made already first step towards this, and also create all this, we feel, can create a foundation to initiate clinical research and trials in Europe as well, not just maybe in US or somewhere else, but we need to do something in Europe as well. On the cure part, we want to create a network of researchers and connect them with clinicians, promote and inspire scientific collaboration from all segments, and also host virtual roundtables and conferences in Europe. So what we have accomplished in 1 year, we already presented our mission through virtual meetings to families in 20 European countries, and also helped them to connect locally, because many of them were not really connected. Then we identified and connected 14 clinical geneticists from 11 EU countries, and also with 1 from Australia and 1, the leading researcher from US. So they all are familiar with SADB2 patients and interested in research. And also we connected so far 5 dentists for common research for SAS. And this year we visited the Vienna Congress of Clinical Geneticists, and we organized a semi-formal meeting, like first time ever, that 5 geneticists and 1 researcher sit down on the SADB2 topic. On the cure side, we have organized a very successful research roundtable. There were a lot of participants listening to this, and most importantly, 13 researchers that are studying SADB2 gene and protein introduced their work to each other for the very first time And we already planning for the next one with the topic on resources on the SEDB2 research, or SEDB2 agenda that is all over the world, but we're trying to reach out to all the researchers that have some of them, and to see what we should do next, what we should invest and fund in the future, like animal models, what type, brain organoids, and so on. So we also feel that international partnerships are very important to be successful in such, let's say, extremely rare condition. So we have connected all existing European SAS organizations, there are 5 of them, and established good relations with US and Australian foundations, become members of Eurordis, ERN Ithaca, and Global Genes Alliance, and all along we are raising awareness among general and professional audiences. And we also felt that parents doesn't feel involved if it's all just in English. We know that in Europe language is a barrier, especially because not all families are educated or speak different languages. So we made an effort and find volunteers to issue newsletters in 7 European languages. We made three of them so far. And plans for the future. I mean, there are many plans, and one of the most important one that we need to do quite soon is to formalize the Scientific and Clinical Advisory Board. We also want to see how we can encourage inclusion of patients into the registry that is in US, or either we should start the European one so that also clinicians from Europe have an access and can do research. We want to encourage collaborations as much as we can among different clinicians and researchers to shorten the time to get some results and to see what are the options for treatments. And of course, there are many more plans, but let's say it's enough for today. And we strongly believe that parents or patient advocates are the ones that are collecting all the puzzles and encourage or inspire that they come together, really, because hope becomes real when we come together. I mean, as an individual, you cannot do much, but if all the parties come together, then miracles can happen. And parents, we are definitely the most dedicated and motivated to do so, especially in the rare disease area. So can we answer the question, can patient advocates do wonders? I think we can all agree that yes, it's possible. Just you have to find a way and be very persistent and not to give up, because it's of course not an easy journey. All along you still have a special need child or so, and it's definitely not an easy way. And to conclude, so we can all agree that all these initiatives that we all do for each rare disease, we're actually creating new, easier paths for next generations, but we also hope that we work fast enough to help our children as well now, because they need help now, not just after 20 years. So thank you for listening, and happy to answer any questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika.
Thank you, Erika.
A sa nama danas je i Olivera Jovović, predsjednica Nacionalne organizacije za rijetke bolesti Srbije i Udruženja za spinalnu mišićnu atrofiju.
And the organizations for spinal muscular dystrophy. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Good day to all, and I would like to excuse myself to our guests that I will be speaking in Serbian, but when I speak about this story, I like it to be so, because the emotion and everything that led me on this path is easier to say in my own language. My story, in fact, started not right after Matija was born, because Matija was born, or we thought he was born as a healthy child. This is my second child, my younger child, and absolutely as a mother who already had a certain experience, I could not say that Matija differed in any way from his sister or shows symptoms in any sense of the word. However, now, when I look at his pictures or recordings, at 4 months, I can see there's a tremor in his hands, in his tongue. The pediatricians did not see this, and then that's the reason why I like to tell this story, because it's a way of calling attention to this issue. And the fact is that the doctors in the primary healthcare must be those who need to see the symptoms and who need to react on time. Matija has spinal muscular atrophy. In 2016, when we learned the diagnosis, he had 8 months. Our diagnosis was told us by phone, because his results finished up with one of the doctors, because we had about 5 months of searching for the diagnosis, and my motherly instinct told me from the very pregnancy that something is not as it should be with Matija. And I had this feeling from the moment when I learned the diagnosis, and at that time I sort of became calm, because I finally found out what was the matter. As I said, results came to the wrong place, because for months we were in a tertiary level institution. I will not mention this institution because Matija was born as a child with hypotonia. Physiotherapy was done by us in our home, and actually the doctors didn't think he even needed that. The doctor in child's neurology did think it might be this type of atrophy, muscular atrophy, but I needed to go to all the doctors in Belgrade hoping for the right diagnosis, and this diagnosis ended up in the wrong place, because on the phone the doctor, actually Dr. Miloš Bakušanin, told me this, and when I see this doctor even today, I remember that particular day. I remember his voice when he said, "Call your doctor, the results are in." The doctor said, "You have a very sick child, simply take him home, spoil him, he cannot live very long, just love him, that's it." This happened in June 2016, when there's many research already for treatment, when there is indeed hope for spinal muscular atrophy. This doctor didn't know that. He didn't even care about this. He didn't even care to tell us that something like that existed. At that time, my husband got into the car, went to the doctor to get some sort of explanation about the diagnosis of our child, because we were simply told your child will not live long. You don't know anything about the diagnosis, because at the time there is only one text in expert literature in Serbian about this issue. Absolutely no text in media or anywhere else. There is no association for spinal muscular atrophy. Of course, I was prepared when I was giving the blood analysis that we are facing something, and at that time I didn't understand what was type 1, type 2, copies of genes, what's in fact going on. I needed someone to explain. Of course, the husband got absolutely no explanation from the doctor. The next 2 weeks of our life I cannot even remember. I just know that we were with my husband's mother mother that it was a good thing that we had a lot of our family around us. And I actually remember that it was more difficult for me to give this diagnosis to my older child, to tell her what's going on with her brother and to prepare her for the worst possible outcome, because that's what they told me. And how to tell this to the people who are nearest and dearest, the family, what we're in fact facing. After these 2 weeks, I decided, I sort of woke up and I said to myself, you have your mother, you have another child, you have this child, you have two possibilities. Either you will sink or you will swim and fight. The first thing I did was I got on the internet trying to find someone with spinal muscular atrophy in Serbia. I found a group of parents of affected children in one of the social networks, and that's how things started. Something that was indeed important for me was the information I got from them, is that there are therapeutic options, that therapies will be approved, that there is hope for my child. And I knew that I had a reason to fight. And then the idea appeared, having in mind that a friend of mine is in the media, that my aunt is also in the media. We recognize that the media are that which can help us. Because in this, the data from the people on the internet, there were some 20 children suffering from spinal muscular atrophy. There was a list, and my idea was to bring together all the people from Serbia to form our own database, to first of all to know how many of us there are, then to come together and to begin the battle. My advantage was that I had full assistance, support from my family. I had enough time to fight, to form an association. Davor helped me a lot because Davor was the person, or Norbs, in fact, was what I contacted, and at that time I learned how to form an association, how this functions, and the diagnosis was set in July 2016. In November, we already had the association. I wrote the statute myself, and us, a few parents and a few of the people who were in fact affected were on TV already in August 2016. I can remember this first TV appearance. I really didn't know anything about spinal muscular atrophy, but I strived to look very wise on TV, of course, as if I knew a lot of things. Something that we did know we had to do was to approach all institutions, have meetings with them, because quite simply the drug will be here very soon and we need to act. Something that was also something that defeated me more or less on this path was that at one point I learned that one of the clinics in Belgrade rejected a study for one of the treatments, the first treatment that was approved. And for me, this indeed defeated me, because as an experience, because I already knew children who could have been part of the study, and they ended up very poorly because somebody simply didn't want to test whether a therapy will in fact have an effect. In 2016, the first therapy was approved. We started our meetings already at the time. I think maybe we were even aggressive with our approach to the media. We lacked experience, of course, but we knew that the media are the ones who can lead us to those that we needed to approach, because you need to make a difference whether we are scheduling a meeting or we're invited to a meeting. Because if we're scheduling the meeting, nothing will change. But if somebody else calls us to a meeting, then more or less it's guaranteed that something in fact will happen. We did manage in 2017 to have a series of meetings with the Ministry of Health, and I can say that the first treatment came to Serbia in 2018. In the meantime, we managed to work to have a study that did in fact exist, but something was always being waited for. It was postponed, and we expected to have this in record time because we did push this through our agency for medicines. We met all those that we needed to meet. We created friendly relationships that we also have today. And we had an activity which was an activity on social networks, and there was this question, why is there no drug in Serbia? This became viral. On social networks, we created various videos, and we already had a sort of promise that this drug will appear in Serbia, but this was not happening. It was late, because everyone said we need time to resolve these issues, and then we created a website. That was, in fact, a story of my son, and it was written in a child's type of speech. He was asking for help. He was, for example, speaking to his friends who also had spinal muscular atrophy. And at the end, he was asking, please, the older people to click and to send a message to the relevant people so that he could get his therapy. In one day, we had over several thousand mails to the presidency, and their email servers were blocked. We were invited to the President of the Republic of Serbia for a meeting, and in spinal muscular atrophy, we were recognized. We recognized today as well. And I must say that I'm very proud of this, because we were a small group of people, and when I listen to the stories, we have 3 registered and approved treatments now. 2 are available in Serbia currently, and we are working on getting the 3rd therapy, because then we can say that we are equal to the most developed countries in the world. That is something that we really do need. This is indeed a different story than the story of those who don't have a diagnosis, who don't have a therapy. We belong to the 5% of the lucky ones who can be treated, and not only with 1 therapy, there are 3. So this is the reason why I say this is not a sad story of a mother with a severely sick child. But this is something that I realized when I entered into NORBS. I thought the spinal muscular atrophy was something that was the worst in the world, and then I saw much more difficult diagnosis, much more severe diagnosis, and then I had the wish not only to work with spinal muscular atrophy, but to sort of exit this story and to fully work with rare diseases comprehensively. The most important thing was to work on this pilot product of neonatal screening. That was, in fact, presented yesterday, and this was one of the more important topics for all relevant institutions. This is a project, pilot project now until the month of April. And as of April of next year, we will have screening throughout the country. With our efforts, with our work, we have managed ourselves as an association to have 2/3 of those who are affected in Serbia to be in treatment, and each newly diagnosed child immediately gets treatment. There was a bit of tardiness at the beginning. Now it does not happen, and this is indeed a tremendous success, and I'm proud that we did manage to be the first ones who only 1 year after the approval of the treatment in America and in Europe to have this treatment also in Serbia, and also helped others in this manner because we were loud, and maybe even gave an example of how these things need to be done.
Thank you very much.
So we've all heard your inspiring stories, and thank you for sharing them. What do you think? Why do patients usually have to advocate for themselves? What are the reasons that you go into advocating? Whoever wants first to answer. Maybe you, Danielle. Ne čujemo. We can hear you. Just wait a second.
Now you can hear me. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I think I'm pretty sure it's a question about resources and not a question about will. So sometimes I'm seeing this graphic popping up on social media that you should not consider your one lecture at medical school and convince it with my 20 years with this rare disease. And we have to fight up against these doctors. They are trying their very best, but they can't know all of the rare diseases out there. And for example, in our case, the current literature out there on IKH, it's a very broad, unclear etiology. So when these doctors, they might seen one child with this rare disease, some might have never seen a child with that specific rare disease. How can they know? Like, I became an expert by necessity, not an expert by choice. But I guess when we are facing doctors who are trying their very best, can we actually ask for more? They're doing the best they can, but what we can with advocacy is teaching that sometimes listening to a mother, you might not know the etiology of the symptoms or the reason for the patients presenting like this, but sometimes simply just listening and handing over the patients to someone else to have a second guess or a second opinion, that might actually be everything we need. Someone listening. And what we can see in our patient group is that a lot of our families are actually being investigated for Munchausen by proxy because the doctors can't find answers to why the child is suffering from low blood sugar. So they are looking into all kind of options, but that is causing PTSD in these families and also being a big obstacle when you're trying to advocate, when your advocacy is actually causing these doctors to believe that you're harming your children. How can you advocate then? When you're so afraid, when your advocacy suddenly becomes the symptoms of a mental illness that you do not have, you're simply trying to get through the barriers to find an expert on a rare disease. So it's very, very complex, and I surely believe that all of the doctors are doing the very best they can. But when we are then uniting our advocacy in patient groups, then suddenly we are not just one hysterical mother, we are a group of families and we're a group of stories, and we have the powers in the numbers. So even though we are rare, it's easier to listen to 100 families than just listen to one mom who thinks she has an idea about something. But when we have 100 families experiencing the same, it's suddenly much easier for healthcare professionals to take seriously.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to answer the question? Erika or Natasha?
Yes. I think Danielle really said it well. I mean, this is the important thing, that in rare diseases, we really need to connect with other families. We need to collaborate, and also we need to find the ways that also doctors are collaborating and exchanging let's say, experiences, because we cannot expect that in every country there will be an expert for our syndrome, because there are 7,000 and more rare diseases, and even more will be in the next years. So it's very difficult to be seen and to be recognized amongst all of them. So what we can do is, yes, to connect and to be very dedicated and never give up. That's why I think parents or patients themselves are the most effective ones to change things, yes.
Thank you. Natasha, do you want to add something?
Yes, I will say that we live this life, not the politicians, and this is why we have to fight, because we cannot not ask them to wear our shoes. We are in these shoes, and we have to go on and go on. We cannot simply stop and do nothing, because we see our children suffer, we see other patients suffer, and we have to, approach and give assistance to the others and help.
Thank you. Oliver, kada je zagovaranje prava pacijenata u Srbiji u pitanju,
Patient advocacy in Serbia is in question. Where are we? And why, according to your opinion, patients decide to advocate themselves? What do you think? Well, basically, we are left on ourselves. Well, the profession is there with us, and undoubtedly. But speaking of the fight for therapy, of struggle for changing budget or changing the rule books, etc. I would just like to add something and to tell the story of what happened to me. I lead 2 organizations in Serbia. I actually it happened that my son was not admitted to school because the school was not adapted in time, and someone was not interested for that, and Matija had a very bad experience. And that day, I wondered if I, who is dealing with that, and those people, school people, know what I'm dealing with, and they know that I will be in the media. If that happened to me, what will happen? What would happen to others who are not in my shoes, and what those other people face? And therefore, we are the voice. There are people who are scared. People called me and said they were scared. And whenever I think that I need to go somewhere, that I need to retire and that leave all that, then actually there's always a situation where I realize that we who are here today must be here because no one other will fight for our children and for the diseased. Even the diseased persons also should involve themselves as much as possible, because we parents actually have one perspective and the patients maybe have another. And it is important for
sometimes afraid to step up and advocate for themselves. They're not strong enough sometimes. What do you think are the measures, or how can we empower them to step out and speak and ask for what belongs to them? Natasha, maybe you can start.
Yes, it's very difficult to ask somebody to speak out. I know how I was afraid when I was first invited to speak in media and explain the situation. And we cannot ask everyone to do this, but we can educate a lot, and we can hope that people will actually accept our hand that is pointed towards them to assist. And maybe they will not sit in the first row, maybe in the back, but they will be here with us. And all together, we can do more things. And actually, even if they sign up for a letter of support, it's enough. If you send these letters to the officials and you request, it's not important that they come physically and they show their faces. because let's not lie ourselves, there is a lot of stigma, at least in this region, towards any illness, and the rare diseases specifically, because people are afraid that they will not be married, they will not find partner, or they will be, you know, neglected, and they will not find job, and they will not live their life. And they suffer at home alone. But it's good enough that somebody else is speaking out for them on their behalf. And there are a lot of families actually in our country, in North Macedonia, and I can hear a lot of families in all other countries that I work with that they cannot be motivated to join the battle as we are. But I will say that's okay. And as our psychologist mentioned in the session, I was listening to it carefully, it's okay that somebody refuses to be in this battle. It is enough if somebody else is taking the lead or the role on behalf of the others.
Erika, Danielle, do you have any ideas, thoughts on this matter?
Yes. Yes, I would like to say that we need to respect the trauma of living with a rare disease. Like the PTSD, the years without diagnosis is just so traumatic for so many people that there are so many families who are actually just trying to survive. I'm glad that I found my path where I was empowered by both family members and medical doctors, and I had a great network. But not everyone is like that, and not everyone is so blessed. So I think we should respect the fact that we can have different roles, and that is what makes us so strong. We will still be empowered by the numbers and empowered by all of the families. We can be together in many ways, but we do not have to be the same advocate. And it's not like there is like a gold standard. I know I received an award, I have it here, for Young Patient Advocate Award. The only reason I got this is because I have 700 families supporting me, advocating with me in different manners and different ways. And I thank them for that, because I would not be the patient advocate I am today if everyone was like me. We are advocating in different ways, and I think we should celebrate that.
Erika?
Yeah, I think both of the speakers before me said it really well. I just can say from my experience that, of course, we encountered this issue that not all families are willing to step out, to speak about this, to even engage. Maybe there is a language barrier, or there is, like I said, trauma. It's living with such a special child is really difficult just to live day by day, and there's also other financial issues and so on. It's just, you know, difficult to manage just a normal, regular life. And like Danielle said, I also am in a way thankful for my competencies and my profession that I'm able to do this, and I'm willing to do this for all the rest of the families that for different reasons cannot do that. For sure, sometimes I feel, okay, it would be great that more parents would engage more, and because then it's so much work on me. But I must respect that, and I can, of course, fully understand, because I'm also a parent to this kind of a child, and it's difficult. So yes, we can empower with giving example what can be done or what is beneficial for them locally. That would help them, whether at school, to get a better inclusion or a better medical care, or that inclusion in their village or city will be better if they openly talk about it. When they see more examples of this happening, maybe they will eventually also speak out and not be just, you know, hidden at home. So it's also about example and showing the way, and maybe some of them will also let's say, find being empowered by this and try to do something to help them, if not the whole community.
And what we actually have seen in our patient organization is that the work that we are doing, like the resources we are providing, is actually giving the families something to hold on to so they are able to advocate. When we are publishing medical papers, they can suddenly take this paper to the general practitioner saying, we actually need to be investigated for this because see, my child has all of these symptoms. So now they feel secure and safe because it's not just them saying this can be something dangerous. They suddenly have resources to take with them, which can be the gate opener to specialized investigations and specialized doctors. So I also think it's a matter of the patient organization gathering those resources that empowers the families to speak up. Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone in the audience has any questions? Mm-hmm.
Hvala. Ja kao prvo želim da se predstavim. Ja sam Miroslava. Mama sam deteta koje boluje od hereditarne hipoglobulinemije.
We have a child with hereditary hyperglobulinemia, and this is one of the diagnoses, and something I want to stress, and it's important to say this in a place like this, is that we have heard everything yesterday, that people are striving to this and that. A lot of things have in fact been done, but a lot of that still needs to be done. Because my child has one approved diagnosis and he is getting the therapy for that, but his real diagnosis was not set because we don't have a code for that. The fact is, it's not only his problem, it's a problem of many patients, and Dr. Vukashin said that the support for the family is very important. Many people do not accept that their children are in fact ill, or don't take this seriously, or maybe the doctors tell them this in such a way that, for example, I fainted when I heard the diagnosis. The doctor said, well, you know, your child has a rare disease, but that will be until puberty and then it will pass. And that is in fact not so, because when we went to certain lectures, when I included as a mother myself into everything, his diagnosis was set at 3 years, and he indeed had the symptoms at 6 months when I first came to the hospital, and they literally laughed at me at the time because I wanted to have additional diagnostics. I said my child is ill, something was done wrong. I think it's important when these things are told to parents or to grown-up patients, that it's very important to have the support from a psychologist or a pedagogist, and that it's also important to have education in kindergartens, in schools, in preschool institutions, and I don't think this functions in this country, because when I enrolled my son into middle school, and now he's in the 2nd year already, he's an excellent student, he is in IT, he's being educated, we strive to work with him. We never lied to him from the very first day. When he got the diagnosis, we told him, you are ill, but you need to live like any normal child, to have all the activities and everything else. He is not ashamed to speak about this, but most children are. We have examples of children where in day hospitals, for example, he meets children with similar problems as him, maybe not the same, but they don't accept this. They don't want to accept this. Children are teasing them, their peers are teasing them, and I do think it's necessary to raise the awareness that if someone has a rare disease, that in fact this is a special person, that he's very important for this community. Never mind that he's the only one in Serbia with this diagnosis. diagnosis. He's as important to me as my older child who has absolutely no problems. And I must say that when Professor Pašić, when we asked him why this happened, at the beginning I thought I was guilty of something. He said, no, you cannot blame yourself. You are not to blame. This is per chance. Imagine if you won the lottery, you got the main prize. And you now have this very important task to fight for someone who is really special. I hope I didn't take too much of your time, but I do think it is very important to strive as much as possible, and I think also that Olivera will continue working on all of this and support, because we are members of one organization that is a founding organization of NORBS. Unfortunately, Mrs. Dragana Korug, our founder, is not here to say a few things about this, but indeed we are in the battle. It's a difficult battle. We're trying to bring together also the patients from other problems with similar problems to help them. We help the patients in Macedonia, in the Republic of Srpska, in the Bosnian Federation, to come together, to be the voice, to be heard, to have people know that yes, we are here, and that sometimes we don't actually need financial help, we need support to be able to function. Thank you. You know that NORBS is always open for any problem, and the Ministry of Education and all the other ministers have been contacted relevant to problems with kindergartens, schools, etc.
So are there any key messages that you would like to send from our session? Anyone?
Yes, I can say that I think that what we can take from all of these presentations is that we are suddenly being experts on rare diseases, not because we chose to be, but because we are to be, because we are suddenly in this situation and we are making the very best of it. But also the importance of collaborating not only with the families, but also with the ministries, with the stakeholders, the policymakers, with the larger organizations. And I just want to say that I'm so grateful to have been able to be in this plenary, because it's amazing to listen to other moms who are suddenly diving into research and just doing what seems impossible, and then suddenly it's possible. It has been so inspiring. So I just want to thank you all. You are all amazing, and you're doing miracles, and I'm blessed. I'm so blessed to be able to be here today. So thank you, everyone, and all of the moms here today.
Thank you, everyone, for participating at our two-day conference. I hope you'll learn something, shared your experience, enjoy other people's experience, and you know, we have to continue to be experts without asking to be experts, and keep learning to improve the lives of people with rare diseases. This conference would not be possible without our partners, our golden sponsors, Novartis and Reimagining Medicine, silver sponsors, Ray Life, Recordati Rare Diseases, bronze sponsor, Alexion, and our donors, Pfizer, Amicus, Biomarin, Takeda, Providence, Chiesi. Thank you all for coming, for staying this long, and hopefully we will all see you next year again in Belgrade. Thank you so much.
Thank you.